I am so glad you're here for the game show Grab Bag. This is actually the first time I've ever done a game show video, so I'm kind of interested in seeing the number of views it gets. I've enjoyed listening to old-time radio game shows / quiz shows. I think they're a lot of fun, but obviously it's a completely different type of show. Anyway, I'm Greg, and I'm glad you're here. I have remastered all the shows on this collection, as always, but there are a couple that weren't in the greatest shape to begin with, so those might be a bit under the usual quality level. But let's dive in. First up, we have Ask It Basket, a quiz show on CBS Radio that ran weekly from 38 to 41. Jim McWilliams and later Ed East were the hosts, with Del Sharbut as the announcer. 4 contestants from the audience were chosen by the host, who would then ask them questions sent in by listeners from the Ask It Basket. Correct answers got points, with first place getting $25, second $10, and third $5. There's only one known episode surviving of this show, and this is it. Next up, we have Break the Bank, which ran on various networks and formats from 1945 to 1957. It started out with different guest hosts each week until Burt Parks became the full-time host in 1946. It also ran on TV for one season in 1948. So contestants were drawn from the studio audience, and they were asked questions for money. The goal was to provide enough correct answers before making 2 mistakes. The final question was the Break the Bank question, worth all the money in the bank, starting at $1,000. The first incorrect answer returned the player to their previous cash level, and the second one ended the game for the contestant, who kept his or her current winnings. One of the fun things about these quiz shows, which were very popular at the time, is playing along as a listener and trying to get the correct answers. Next up is Rate Your Mate, a twist on the classic quiz show format, which featured competitions between married couples. It aired for 2 seasons in 1950 and 51, with Joey Adams as the host. One of the couples was in a soundproof booth, and the other spouse would predict whether or not the isolated spouse would answer a question correctly. Each couple were given 4 questions worth $25 each. Winning depended not on whether the isolated person answered the question correctly, but whether the non-isolated spouse accurately predicted whether they would get it or get it wrong. I really like this show. It's a lot of fun. What's My Line was best known as a television show, but it did run on radio from May to August of 1952 on NBC, and it had the same cast as the TV version. It then ran live from August of 52 to July 1st of 53. The show is famous for having the only radio appearances ever of Marlon Brando, Constance Bennett, and Marlene Dietrich. The show was a guessing game in which 4 contestants attempted to determine the occupation of a guest. When the guest was a celebrity, they would attempt to guess the identity of the guest. Only yes/no questions could be asked by the contestants, with 2 standard rounds and a mystery guest round. Next up is 2 episodes from Can You Top This?, a different type of show where comedians told jokes and tried to top each other. It was unrehearsed, completely ad-libbed, and it ran from 1940 to 1954. The host, Peter Donald, told jokes submitted by listeners, and then a laugh meter measured the audience reaction on a scale of 0 to 1,000. The guest comedians tried to top the joke. If they didn't, then the person who submitted the joke got $2, and then $5 if no panelist could beat it. This eventually went up to $11, and then was reduced by $2 each time that a panelist topped it. The comedian panelists were Edward Ford, Harry Hirschfield, and Joe Laurie Jr., with guest comedians sometimes filling in. Okay, let's enjoy these game and quiz shows. I hope you like them, and I will be back in a little bit. Also, and I just feel like it's very important to mention this, pie is better than cake. What? It needed to be said. What? It needed to be said.
The Colgate Ask It Basket, on the air with Jim McWilliams, radio's original question and answer man. Jim has picked 4 contestants from the volunteers in the audience. They're all raring to go. Well, now let's see. They are a sailor, a student, a stenographer, and a department store buyer. And they're all competing in this friendly and amusing contest for 3 cash prizes and answering questions that come from your hometown and mine. And here he comes, Genial Jim McWilliams.
Howdy and a big welcome to you all. Are your hands all clean? Are your faces clean? And I'm sure your teeth are clean, too, if you use Colgate Dental Cream. Am I right, Del?
Absolutely, Jim. They're double clean because Colgate Dental Cream does double duty. First, Colgate's active yet safe polishing agent brings out the natural brilliance of teeth, makes them sparkle. Second, Colgate's penetrating foam gets between teeth, helps the toothbrush clean out neglected food particles that often cause unpleasing breath. So, friends, remember, get teeth really clean, outside and in between. Change to Colgate Dental Cream. Buy a tube tomorrow. All right, Jim, on with our Ask It Basket.
Okay, Del, but first I've got to give myself a couple of squeaks on the buzzer. Last week I said that Brooklyn was not a borough of the city of New York. It is. I'm sorry, all you loyal Brooklynites, and thanks for calling it to my attention. And now, for Colgate Ask It Basket number 1, our first contestant, a very charming young lady, comes to the microphone. Your name, please?
Sylvia Fisher.
Sylvia Fisher. Where are you from, Sylvia?
Brooklyn.
Brooklyn? And what is your business?
Stenographer.
You're a stenographer, all right. Will you choose a question and hand it over? We're very happy to have you on this program, Miss Fisher. And this question comes from Bordentown, New Jersey. Miss Celia A. Gaskell asks, if you were in the market for a ruminant, R-U-M-I-N-A-N-T, would you go to a stockyard, a bargain counter, or a second-hand bookshop? Right into the microphone. And, speak right up.
What is that?
Would you go to a stockyard, a bargain counter, or a second-hand bookshop for a ruminant?
For a ruminant? How do you spell that?
R-U-M-I-N-A-N-T.
Stockyard.
You'd go to a stockyard. Why? Well, you've guessed it correctly. That is correct. All right, thank you. A ruminant is a cow or a camel or a deer or any animal that chooses cud. And our next contestant is a sailor in the United States Navy. What's your name, sailor?
Peter Wishing,
Peter Wershing. Where are you from, Peter?
USS Helena, Brooklyn Navy Yard.
Well, we're very glad to have you on this program. What's your rate?
Flying first class.
Right at the microphone.
Flying first class.
Well, choose a question there, Pete, and hand it over here. Thank you very, very much. Now, this question comes from Arlington, Massachusetts. Mrs. I.M. Sholkin asks, if you were told that your parsimonious proclivities predominate perceptibly, would you be a mountain climber, a miser, or a music lover if you were parsimonious? If you were parsimonious, would you be a mountain climber, a miser, or a music lover? Take your pick, Pete.
Well, I think I'd be a
mountain climber, a miser, or a music lover?
miser.
A miser. You've guessed correctly. All right. A miser is correct. All right. Our next contestant, your name?
Selma Furman.
Miss or Mrs.?
Mrs.
And where are you from?
Bronx, New York.
The Bronx in New York. And what is your business?
Buyer.
Your Bronx friends are out there giving you a cheer.
I hope it's not a Bronx cheer.
They're not the Bronx cheer. No, they're just giving you a cheer. Will you choose a question and over? We're very happy to have you here. And this question comes from Glenwood, Iowa. Arthur Lloyd wants to know which is longer, a yard or a meter?
A meter.
A meter. How much longer? Do you have any idea? You are correct.
I don't know.
You don't know. All right. Well, a meter is 39.37 inches, and a meter, that's a meter, and a yard, 36 inches. All right. And our next contestant, your name?
Carter Strong.
Carter Strong. Where are you from, Carter?
I'm from Winchester, Virginia.
Winchester, Virginia. And some of your fellow Virginians are giving you the Virginian cheer. And we're very happy to have you here. What is your business?
I'm a student in the Shenandoah Valley Academy.
Well, choose a question, Carter, and hand it over here. Good luck to you. This question comes from, let me see, Springfield, Ohio. H.E. Bogus wants to know, if your tympanum needed attention or correction, would you send for a dentist, an ear specialist, a drummer, or a mechanic? If your tympanum needed attention, would you...
Tympanum?
Mm-hmm. Would you send for a drummer, an ear specialist, a dentist, or a mechanic?
I'd send for a drummer.
You send for a drummer. I am sorry. Who would he send for, audience? An ear specialist, for the tympanum is the eardrum. All right, and here is Ask It Basket number 2, and here comes Miss Sylvia Fisher, our very petite stenographer from Brooklyn, New York, choosing a question from Minnesota, New Jersey. Mrs. Mary Costa wants you to translate the following proverb. It is the final bit of dried grass that affixed to the burden previously acquired induces fracture of the dorsal portion of the ship of the desert. Now, let's take... That might sound a bit confusing, but it's really very simple. Now, what is a ship of the desert? Into the microphone, please. What is a ship of the desert? You give up on that? It's not a Chesterfield.
No, I guess not.
What is it?
I don't know.
You give up on that. Say good and loud, I give up.
I give up.
Well. What is it, audience? Yes, sir. It's the last. This means it's the last straw that breaks the camel's back. All right. Next contestant, please. Come along, sailor. Come up here, Peter, and choose a question. That's the stuff. Now, this question, Pete, comes from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Dorothy R. Walsh wants you to please just let the question there. Let's stay right there. Can you name the three musical numbers suggesting the three colors of the American flag? Now, can you name these three musical numbers suggesting the three colors of the American flag? The first one.
Playing hi-ho.
Hi-ho. All right. What's that from? What's that from?
The dwarfs.
Yeah, well, what's the name of it?
Snow what? Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs.
All right. All right. Now, what colors does that suggest of the flag? That's white, doesn't it?
White?
White. All right, white. Now the next one. The next one. You know what that is? What is it, audience? Beautiful lady in blue. All right, that's blue. Now, let's try the next one.
That one. Melody. Beautiful melody.
Beautiful melody. Well, what color would you say? We've had white and blue. Now, what's the other one?
Lady in red.
Attaboy! All right. Good boy, sailor. Hurrah for the Navy. All right. And here comes Mrs. Furman. Now, from West Palm Beach, Florida, H.M. Young wants you to pronounce the following word. Now, be careful. This is more or less of a trick question. Here's the word. S-O-M-E-T-I-M-E-S. What does that spell?
Could you spell it out?
S-O-M-E-T-I-M-E-S. Please, audience.
Sometimes.
Sometimes. That is correct. All right. Come along, Mr. Strong. Our student, choose a question there, young lad. That's the stuff. And this question comes from the Bronx in New York. And Jack Brandon wants to know how many hearts are there on the 10 of hearts?
There are 12 hearts in the 10 of hearts.
That is correct. Will you explain that, please?
There are two, there's one underneath.
Right the microphone.
There's one underneath each number, and there are 10 other hearts in the 10 of hearts.
That is correct. 12 is correct. All right. And that finishes Basket number 2. Now, Del, how about those scores? We want to see who's ahead in this Colgate Basket game.
Sure, Jim. But here's a word everyone is interested in, too. You know, there are many reasons why some people succeed in business and romance. Why many others fail is often obvious. It's because they have unpleasing breath, that's why. And as your own dentist will verify, improperly cleaned teeth are often the cause. So to avoid offending, you'd better clean your teeth 2 ways. And for this double job, use Colgate Dental Cream. Colgate's active foam gets between teeth, helps your toothbrush clean out food particles that often cause unpleasing breath. And Colgate's safe polishing agent polishes teeth to natural brilliance, makes them sparkle. So clean your breath while cleaning your teeth. 2 jobs, 1 price. Start using Colgate Dental Cream tomorrow. All right, folks, here are the scores at the end of Basket number 2. Mrs. Selma Furman is leading with a score of 200 points.
And there's the bell for Basket number 3, and Miss Fisher is at the microphone choosing a question which comes from Aurora, Illinois. Margaret Clesson wants to know, in that part of the United States where it is used, when does daylight saving time go into effect, and how long is it enforced? Now, when does daylight saving time go into effect?
The last Sunday.
Into the microphone.
The last Sunday in April.
Now, and when is it over?
The last Sunday in September.
That is correct. That is correct. The last Sunday in April, and it's over the last Sunday in September. All right, here comes the Navy. All right, oh boy. Pete has chosen a question which comes from Greenville, Texas. Mrs. Mabel Bruce wants you to give the meaning of the following alphabetical combination. FBI.
FBI is the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
That is correct. All right. Now, this might be a little bit hard, but I don't think it will be for you, Pete. How about the NYA?
Is the National Veterans Association.
No, NYA.
Oh.
Uh-huh. All right, stay with us, sailor.
National. Why?
Yeah. The national what? Well, I'm sorry we have to go along on that. Let's try. What is it, audience? National Youth Administration. Now, how about the USNRF?
United States Naval Fleet Reserve.
Well, we had to turn. All right. I'm going to turn that around for you, sailor. USNFR. What is that?
United States Naval Fleet Reserve.
All right, that is correct. All right, we had it to read. And now comes Mrs. Furman. Now, from New Albany, Indiana, Mrs. Bessie Goodham wants you to give the sum of the numbers mentioned in the following song title. She sends this musical question. Now, the first is... What is that? You have any idea?
7.
Seven. I'm sorry. What is it, audience? 3 little fishes. All right, now let's try the next.
2.
All right, that's 3 and 2. All right, now the next. Give up on that one?
7.
7 what?
7's a lucky number.
7's a lucky number, yes, but what's the name of that song? 3 little fishes first, 2 sleepy people next, at 3 and 2, and the next one is what? What's the name of the song?
I don't know the name.
Give up on that. What is it, audience? 2 cigarettes in the dark, and 7 was the correct answer, but we can't give you full credit. All right, there you are, and here comes Carter Strong. Come along. Choose a question, Carter. Our student from Winchester chooses a question from Harding, Massachusetts. Esther A. Hinckley wants to know, what are 3 copper or bronze coins used in English money? What are the 3 copper or bronze coins used in English money?
The penny.
Yes.
And the 2-cent piece.
Well, I fear you're guessing a bit there, Carter. A penny. Well, a penny is worth 2 cents in our money. Now, what corresponds to a 1-cent piece? That is 1 cent in our money.
Pence.
I'm sorry about that. Penny, a penny, and one more, worth a quarter of a cent.
Farthing.
A farthing. All right. All right. A quarter of a penny. All right. And here, oh my. And there's the bell for Colgate Ask It Basket. Number 4, Sylvia Fisher comes to the microphone choosing a question which comes from Appleton, New York. Mrs. John Callaghan wants you to tell our friends, how old must a man be to become President of the United States? That's a very easy question. How old must he be?
There's no certain age.
There's no certain age.
No.
Could a man 21 years of age become president?
No. I think it has to be past 30.
He has to be in his 30s.
30.
I see. Well, I'm sorry about that. You're going to get a squeak. How old, audience? 35.
But friends, there's no age limitation on a winning smile. Sparkling teeth belong to people of every age who use Colgate Dental Cream. You see, Colgate's safe polishing agent erases cloudy surface film, makes teeth sparkle. And Colgate's penetrating foam helps the toothbrush remove hidden food particles from tiny crevices between teeth. So for cleaner teeth, brighter smiles, start using Colgate Dental Cream tomorrow. All right, Jim, we'll continue with basket 4.
All right, here comes our sailor up to the microphone choosing a question which comes from, let me see, this one comes from Detroit, Michigan. Mrs. Harry Volker. This is sort of a trick question. What one thing do you have, find, take, pass, do, mark, waste, kill, and make? What one thing do you have, and you find, and you take, and you pass, and you do, and you mark, and you waste, and you kill, and you make? Oh,
Time.
right. Come back here, sir. That was time. Time is correct. All right, that's fine. Thank you. All right, and now, Mrs. Furman, from Boston, Massachusetts, Miss Frances W. Sprague wants you to identify the following quotation. I quote, "As idle as a painted ship upon a painted ocean." Please, audience. Some more of that is in a good south wine sprung up behind. The albatross did follow, and every day for food or play came to the mariner's hollow.
It's the rhyme of the ancient mariner.
That is correct. All right. That is fine. Thank you. All right. And here comes Mr. Strong. Choose a question, Mr. Strong. And this question comes from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Miss Kitty Gallagher says this song that you sometimes hear at weddings is from which of the following operas? Robin Hood, Carmen, Romeo and Juliet, or The Mikado. Here's the tune. Is it from Robin Hood, Carmen, Romeo and Juliet, or The Mikado? Take your pick. Please, audience, take your pick.
Repeating those.
Robin Hood, Carmen, Romeo and Juliet, or The Mikado?
Robin Hood.
Robin Hood is correct. All right, all right, all right.
Hey, wait a minute, Jim. You might let me ring the bell this time, will you?
All right, go ahead.
Well, let me have it then. Hear ye, hear ye. It's Jim McWilliams' Anything Can Happen basket.
Step right up, folks. Listen closely. Hurry, hurry, hurry. It's amazing. It's colossal. It's just downright funny, maybe, because anything can happen now. All set, let it go. And here comes Miss Sylvia Fisher. Now, you are a radio actress, and you have one word to say, and that is ah. No more, no less. But there are three different situations. They're all different. And remember, put yourself in the proper frame of mind for your big dramatic moment. Are you all ready?
Ready.
Are you ready? All right.
Yes.
Now, you have just finished a nice, long, cool drink on a real hot day. Oh, into the microphone. All right. The doctor say, open your mouth and say, All right. And your best beau has just given you a sweet kiss. All right. And here comes the Navy. All right. Choose a question there, Pete. Come on, choose one. That's the stuff. Anyone, they're all right. Well, now, you're now a musical comedy actor. This question comes from Denver, Colorado, and Patty Sorens wants to see how well you can act in a musical comedy. You are one of the leading characters, and your line will tell you, the songs will tell you your line. Now, the curtain. It's a beautiful midsummer's night, find John and Molly in a garden. And these two things in particular help to put John in a very romantic mood.
Moonlight and Roses.
I know, but real dramatic.
Moonlight and Roses.
All right, that's fine. So John proposes to Molly saying,
Let me call you sweetheart. I'm in love with you.
right into the microphone.
Let me call you sweetheart. I'm in love with you.
All right. Now tell me, after listening to the third song, did Molly say yes or no to John's proposal several years ago?
Well, it's Molly and me, and I guess it's yes.
Yes, just Molly and me, and the baby makes three. All right. All right. Thank you, Stella. That's three. All right. And here comes Miss Furman. Now, Mrs. Furman, in this musical test, we're going to combine a group of musical numbers, motifs we call them, which will tell you the story of a modern screen classic. Now, the first is... What is that?
The spring song.
All right, that's the spring motif. Now, the next number...
When the leaves come
I'm sorry about that. What is it, audience?
Autumn.
Spanish town, all right. It's spring in a Spanish town. Now? What is that, please? Yes?
Wait a minute.
All right. Right the microphone.
Give it again, will you? It's from the opera Il Trovatore.
I know.
Pagliacci.
Pagliacci. No, try another one. Anyone. It's all right. What is it, audience? All right, Carmen, the Toreador song, and that's the bull. Now, the next is... You give up on that?
Wait a minute.
What is that, audience? The flowers that bloom in the spring color. Now, the next. You know what that is?
No.
What is it, audience? Trees. That's the tree motive. Now, the next one. What is that? Give up on that? What is it, audience? All right, we had the spring, the Spanish town, the bull, the flower, the tree, and the bumblebee. What's the movie classic? What is it, audience? Ferdinand the Bull. All right. Next, please. And here comes Mr. Strong, and this question comes from Brooklyn, New York, and Philip Shinen wants to find out if you can say this tongue twister quickly 5 times, and here it is. Billy's black beagle bays bee by bull. Billy's black beagle bays bee by bull.
Billy's black beagle bays bee by bow. Billy's black beagle bays bee by bow.
Quick.
Billy's black beagle bays bee by bow.
Now, real quick.
Billy's black beagle bays bee by bow.
All right, thank you very, very, very much. Well. The man with the stopwatch is signaling me, and that means time is running short, so no more questions. Sorry, children. And while the right honorable judges are licking their pencils and adding up the scores, listen to Del Sharp.
If you have unpleasing breath, you're not the exception. No, indeed. Dentists tell us this condition affects 7 out of 10 persons over 17. The cause? Well, often it's merely improperly cleaned teeth, easily overcome by this simple safeguard. Start using Colgate Dental Cream. For Colgate does a double cleaning job. First, Colgate's penetrating foam floods crevices between teeth, helps your toothbrush whisk away food particles that often cause unpleasing breath. Second, Colgate's gentle polishing agent safely brings out natural luster and makes teeth sparkle. 2 jobs, 1 price. Enjoy this double advantage. Tomorrow, start using Colgate Dental Cream. And now, back to Jim McWilliams.
How about sending me those questions you've been thinking of? See if you can baffle our Ask It Basket contestants. Send your questions to me, Jim McWilliams, care of the Columbia Broadcasting System, New York City. And if they're used, Colgate will award you a year's supply of Colgate Dental Cream. And here are the winners. 3rd place goes to Miss Selma Furman, the buyer from the Bronx. $5 to Miss Furman. Carter Strong, the student from Winchester, Virginia, 2nd. $10 to Carter Strong. And the grand prize, $25, goes to Peter Wersing, the fireman first class of the United States Navy. There you are. Congratulations, Peter. And there's your $25. All right, old boy. And now, Miss Fisher, come right up to the microphone. Too bad you had to pick the hard ones tonight, and here's a chance to redeem yourself and get in on the prize money, too. Just answer these questions, and for each one you get right, we'll give you $1, and Del Sharpert, that handsome boy right over there on your right, is ready to give it to you right now. Are you ready?
Yes.
Okay, let's go. Now, from Clinton, Massachusetts, Miss Rose Murphy wants to know, is a peeler a bird, a policeman, or a device for paring potatoes?
A device for paring potatoes.
Right at the microphone.
A device for paring potatoes.
I'm sorry, it's a policeman in England. All right, now, from Richmond, Virginia, Ann Alsop wants to know, a farmer going to Chicago, pay attention now, concentrate. Are you concentrating? Mm-hmm. All right. A farmer going to Chicago met 7 friends with their wives. Each wife had a child by the hand. How many people were going to Chicago?
21.
21. I'm very sorry. The farmer, that is correct. He was the only one going to Chicago. All right. Now then. Here we have a chance for you to get right in the money. Now, from Newell, West Virginia, Austin H. Brown wants you to give an idea to our Colgate friends just what kind of sounds the following animals make. Now, for instance, Frogs croak. Can you give an imitation of a frog? Right at the microphone. All right. Now, grasshoppers chirp.
Chirp, chirp.
All right. Now, magpies chatter.
Can't chatter.
Can't you chatter?
No.
Oh, louder than that. Louder, chatter. All right, now, eagles scream.
Yeah.
Louder than that. Well, I'm sorry. We were trying to get you in the money here. Let me see. From Rochester, New York, Fred W. Mingers wants to know, is a pikeman, a fisherman, a musician, a soldier, or a toll gate attendant?
The toll gate attendant.
I'm very sorry. He's a soldier. I'm very, very sorry. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to say goodnight and ask you to tune in next week for another Colgate Ask It Basket with new questions and new contestants and new prizes. But first, a grand letter from Miss Mary Wingarth of Denver, Colorado. She writes, Colgate Dental Cream makes my teeth so sparkling clean I never miss a chance to smile. And after brushing my teeth, my mouth stays fresh and sweet for hours. Thanks, Mrs. Wingarth. And friends, after you try Colgate Dental Cream, I'm sure you'll continue using it for the sake of your teeth, your breath, and your smile.
And now, genial Jim McWilliams and his school bell leave us until our next Ask It Basket.
So long, children, until next week. See you then. Good night.
Daylight saving time ends Sunday, September 24th. If your community has been on standard time right along, this program will reach you 1 hour later. Otherwise, tune in next week as usual.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Vitalis and Truchet bring you the biggest money-paying show on the air, Break the Bank. I broke the bank for $2,380.
I broke the bank for $2,900.
I broke the bank for $5,970. Break the bank. Yes, friends, this is Bud Collier welcoming you to the first NBC broadcast of Break the Bank, presented by Bristol-Myers, makers of those two famous products, Vitalis, to keep your hair well-groomed, and Truchet, the beforehand lotion. Vitalis and Truchet. And now here is your master of ceremonies, that quizzical money man of the highest rank, with exactly $4,200 to start tonight's bank, Bert Park.
Thank you very, very much, Bud Collier. And ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Break the Bank. We want to take this opportunity to welcome our new friends on NBC, and we hope they'll be old friends of ours before too very long. All right, we have a bank that's worth exactly $4,200. Here are our first contestants coming up to the microphone. And may I have your name, please?
Mrs. Alton Blaine.
And you, sir?
Mr. Alan Blaine.
From where?
New Fairfield, Connecticut.
Let's welcome him to our show. Come on up here, please. Mr. and Mrs. Blaine, right into our microphone, and welcome to the first show on NBC of Break the Bank. How are you?
Just
Fine.
Yeah, I'm glad to say you sound a little southern, are you?
No.
Huh?
Very northern.
Where are you from originally?
Danbury, Connecticut.
Danbury, Connecticut. How long you married?
13 years.
Children?
We have 3.
Oh, how wonderful. 2 boys and a girl?
3 boys.
3 boys. That's wonderful. Well, now, you know, there may be some people who are not quite acquainted with how Break the Bank works, and while you're thinking over your category, which is called Outdoor Harmony, Bud Collier is going to set you right. All right, Bud?
Right you are, Bird. Our contestants are all selected from our studio audience, and they select a category from a blackboard here on the stage, and then the number 1 question is worth $10, then $20, $50, $100, $200, $300, $500, and then the $1,000 question, or as in tonight's case, the $4,200 question, which breaks the bank. Now, the bank is always worth $1,000 or more, and every time the bank is broken, Vitalis and Truchet start the bank going again with a brand new $1,000. All right, Bert?
All right. Now, Mr. and Mrs. Blaine from New Fairfield, Connecticut, before we start, I see you have a little moral support. Who is this young man, huh? Who's this young man here?
That's Tony Blaine.
Hello, Tony. You want to sit over there in the chair and help you? Just say hello so we know you're here. Hello, Tony.
Hello.
Hello. All right. What's your name, son?
Greg Blaine.
Now, remember, you applaud in the right places. Go and sit down. All right, here we go. Now, Mrs. Blaine, we're going to talk about outdoor harmony. And you know, with the summer about gone, we're bound to recall many a balmy summer night that we spent in the outdoors. So let's imagine we're gathered around a campfire, strumming a ukulele. We're singing some of the tunes that speak of the great outdoors. For $10, here's one with an outdoor favorite. It goes, by the light of a dee-dee-dee, we'll sit and spoon. What's the name of that?
By the silvery moon.
By the light of the silvery moon. That's it for $10. All right, that puts you at $10. You're reaching for 20. You go, you got to be on the outdoors for this one. I want Peter Van Steeden to play it, and you name it. Okay, Pete?
Take me out to the ball
Oh, you
game.
shouldn't miss that one. That's it. Mrs. Blaine, you're now at $20. You're reaching for 50. Those two young men over there are applauding like mad. Okay, here's a tune that brought folks outdoors to see the, well, you tell them, Pete. Come on.
Showboat.
That's it. Here comes the showboat. You're reaching for $100. No mistake so far. $4,200 an hour. I pan in Vitalis Bank. Oh, he's wiping his brow already. All right. Come on up here close to the mic. We hear everything you have to say. In this song, the boy and girl are inside, and he wants no part of the outside because... cold outside. You got it. You are now at $100. You are reaching for $200, $4,200 in the bank. Mr. Blaine, what would you do if you broke that bank tonight, huh? Brother. Well, that's a pretty good thing to do with it. I say that. All right. You're doing fine because you made no mistakes. $100 reaching for $200. Here's a song that has a definite outdoor flavor. Play it, Pete, and you name it, okay? Riders in the sky. That's it. All right, only one mistake. You're back to $50. You're reaching again for $100. Pete and the boys are going to play a tune that bears the same name as the title of a hit movie of some years ago. Listen and give me the title.
Flying down to Rio.
You got it, boy. Flying down to Rio. That brings you right back up now to $100. You came out of that rut. You were reaching for $200. $4,200 still in that bank. Here's an outdoor setting for romance. Pete is going to play it. You give me the title. Oh, I'm sorry. Shades of Night is the title. Shades of Night are falling here. The lovebirds calling from the trees above. It's been a great pleasure to have you here. I, Panna and Vitalis, take great pleasure in awarding you $100. Go over to our generous painkiller and collect. Thank you.
Every Jane and Judy and Alice, those four guys who use Vitalis, they have handsome, healthy-looking hair, 'cause they give it live-action care. So be one of those well-groomed guys, well-groomed and Vitalis wise, for live-action care of yourself and your hair. Get Vitalis.
Yes, sir. Socially and in business, too, a man has to look his best. So give your scalp and hair live-action Vitalis care. Live-action care with Vitalis and the 60-second workout wakes up your scalp. You actually feel the difference, and brother, she'll see the difference in your hair.
Yes, be one of those well-groomed guys.
Well-groomed and Vitalis wise.
For live-action care of your scalp and your hair.
Get Vitalis.
Well, Bert, when our first contestants won $100, we had a like amount put into the bank by Vitalis and Truchet, and our bank has now grown up to the sum of $4,300. And I'd like to introduce Mr. Ernest J. Unger and his friend Mr. Paul Hancock. The latter of Little Ferry, New Jersey, and the other of Trenton, New Jersey. Say hello to Bert Park.
All right, let's welcome to our show. Let's go straight now. You, Paul.
correct.
Right into the microphone, Paul.
That's correct,
And you are Ernest?
Right, Bert.
Good. Now, we have a category called the Subway World Series. Let's find out who has allegiance to who. Who is your team?
Mine is for the Brooklyn Dodgers, Bert.
I see. And how about you, young man?
Joe DiMaggio and the New York Yankees.
All right. Now we have a little good-natured controversy here. Let's see how you come in. Now, remember, both of you have an opportunity to answer the question. You can talk between the two of you, but the first answer counts. Okay, here we go now. Greater New York is feeling great today because all it takes is a subway ride to see the greatest show in baseball, the World Series. And oh yes, you have to have a ticket too. Well, now let's look back at some World Series in which either the Yanks or the Dodgers took part in, and see if you can't make yourself the price of a box seat. For $10, the Yankees won the first game today. Now, who smashed that ninth inning home run?
Tommy Hedrick.
Oh, before he even finished, that's it. All right. Give him a little shot for money. Come in a little closer. That's it. Now put your $10. You're reaching for 20. Can you tell me the last time the Yanks and the Dodgers tangled for the World Series championship?
1947.
You're right. 1947. That's good. You're at $20 now. You're reaching for 50. Incidentally, have either of you boys ever seen each other before?
No, not before tonight.
Not
before tonight.
Is that right? I think you're a little closer. You're taking a bite out of this. You just step up here a little bit. That's fine. Okay. Now, we're still on that subject. How many times have the Yanks and the Dodgers battled each other in a World Series, including this one being played right now? How many times have they battled in a World Series, including the game they're playing, the series they're playing right now? How many? Now, very closely, think about it. They're talking among each other. They've never seen each other before, but they're very close. They're talking back and forth, yes? How many times would you say?
7.
Oh, I'm sorry. Only 3 times. 1941, 47, and 49. The only 3 times they met. All right, you're back to 10. You're reaching again for 20. The last time the Yanks and the Dodgers tangled in the World Series was in 1947, of course. Now, who were the managers who masterminded their teams in that series in 1947? I want the Yankee manager and the Dodger manager. Yes?
No. Bucky Harris and Bert Shorten.
You got it, boy. That's it. You got to let him do a little more. Come on up here, fella. You're now at $20 again. You're reaching for 50. Here we go. Here are some nicknames of players involved in this World Series, and see if you can give me their real names. 2 out of 3. Pee Wee.
Reese.
Joltin' Joe.
DiMaggio.
Scooter.
Rizzuto.
You got it. That's it. All right. That puts you back up to $50. You feel a little better now, don't you? You're Joe? Are you Paul? You're
Ernie.
Oh, that's it. Joe isn't here. I'm sorry. We left him. Let's go. Brooklyn fans still get the heebie-jeebies when they recall the World Series of 1941. It was in that series that their star catcher,
Ricky Owen.
Wait a minute. There's an echo in here. That's the answer. That's it. I'd like to explain to you. The idea of the show is I ask you the questions, then you give the answer. You don't give the answer, and then I ask the question. All right, that's fine. Boy, did he know that one. I said 2 words, and he had the answer. Here we go. You're now at $100, by the way. You're doing fine. You've only made one mistake, so watch it closely now. $4,300 in the bank. You have to split it, you know, if you win. Right. It's okay?
Yes, sir.
He's saying it right through clenched teeth. Yes, I know it. All right. What do you do, sir? What's your job?
I'm an elevator operator down to the Veterans Administration.
Oh, are you really? Mm-hmm. And what do you do?
I'm assistant claim agent for the Red Star Express lines.
Assistant what major?
Claim agent.
Oh, claim agent. I thought you said claim major. I don't know what they were doing down there. All right. $100, reaching for $200. In the 1941 World Series, the Yanks beat the Dodgers 4-1. One Brooklyn pitcher was charged with 2 of those 4 defeats. Who was he? Now, wait a minute. Think about it. You said, that's not the answer. If you said,
Hugh Casey.
Who? Hugh Casey. You got it? Owen, let me say this to you. When you get up to $200, even an counts. Believe me. All right. $200. You're reaching for $300. You're doing fine now. Your name again is?
Paul Hanchak.
And your name is?
Ernie Younger.
I want to keep that plug in there so we all know who you are. Now, the 7th and final game of the 1947 World Series was played on October 6th of that year. The Yanks and the Dodgers were tied with 3 victories apiece. This was the playoff game, and the Yanks won. Who was the Yankee pitcher who was credited with that all-important victory? This was in the 1947 World Series. They're talking it over. They have one mistake so far at $200, reaching for $300. Yes?
Joe Page.
You got it! ladies and gentlemen, we are at a very crucial point in our show at $300, reaching for the gateway to the bank, which is $500. From this point on, fellas, remember, one answer and one answer only. No coaching from our audience. This may be it. In other words, if you answer the next two questions correctly, Ipana and Truchet on this stage will present you with $4,300. Okay, hallelujah. Here we go. Now don't say, because it may count. Here we go. Listen very closely. The World Series started way back in 1903. Now can you tell me in what year the Brooklyn Dodgers played their first World Series? The exact year that they played their first World Series.
It's a guess, Bert.
What do you say?
1906.
Oh, I'm sorry, you were just 10 years too early. It was 1916. They lost 4 games to 1, and that's it. You've done very well here tonight. Vitalis and Truchet take great pleasure in presenting you and your newfound friend with $300. Go over to Janice, our paying teller, and collect.
Well, that's the call for the wishbowl, friends.
That's right. If you're 16 years old or over and live in one of the 48 states of the United States or in the District of Columbia and want an opportunity to break the bank, just mail a postcard giving your name, your address, and your telephone number, addressed to Vitalis and Truchet, Box 1313, Grand Central Station, New York 17, New York. Now, each Wednesday, we'll make a phone call between 9 and 9:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time and invite the writer to appear on Break the Bank the following week.
Vitalis and Truchet will provide free round-trip transportation as available for 2. You live in a suite at the Hotel Statler in New York from Wednesday to Friday, and you'll be given $150 spending money in addition to any amount you win on the program.
So mail your postcard giving your name, your address, and your telephone number to Vitalis and Truchet, Box 1313, Grand Central Station, New York 17, New York, tonight.
All right, now, Bert, here's our wishbowl contestant for tonight, or contestants, I should say, Mr. and Mrs. E. Myers of 68 Southwest 22nd Road, Miami, Florida.
All right, let's walk on. Come on. All right. These are the people that we called in our wishbowl. Their card was picked out of our wishbowl, which you see here on the stage. Congratulations to you, Mr. and Mrs. Eugene Meyer. I'm very glad to see you.
Happy to be here, Bert.
Well, thank you.
Very, very happy.
Well, thank you very much. I didn't know you were going to care that much. Mr. Meyer, talk right in that microphone, sir, and tell us what do you do?
I'm a hairdresser.
Oh, are you in fine.
Miami, yes, sir.
Is that a specialty of the house?
Especially pay bigger than a beautiful.
Beg pardon? I mean, do you do crokinole, or what do you do?
Well, we do everything. Just
what is a crokinole? What's that?
Crokinole, you roll it the hair in a certain way.
You croak it in a certain way. I see. Your first visit to New York, Mr. Myers?
Oh, no. No, sir.
You've been here before?
Oh, yes.
May I ask how long you and Miss Myers have been married?
27 years.
Children? Do you have children? No little crokinole?
No little
crokinole. I see. All right. Well, now, before we get down to your category, which is politics and petticoats, Bud Collier, will you escort Mrs. Meyer over to our wishbowl? This is the way we pick our wishbowl winner for next week. We have our wishbowl here on stage. Mrs. Meyer is going to dig into the wishbowl and pick out 3 cards. We'll call the first person. If they're not home, we call the second and third, and the person who answers the phone and is called from the selection of cards here on the stage will be invited to New York, all expenses paid, to appear on Break the Bank. All right, cards number 1 and 2 have been selected. Card number 3. Now come back, Mrs. Myers, and let's see if you can break that bank for $4,000.
Say hello to my friends in Miami.
Who did you want to say hello to? Now,
I would love to
George
say hello.
and B.
George and B. Rockman.
No, I'm sorry, you can't do that. But however,
hello, my friends in Miami.
All right, all right, here we go. Now,
thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Myers. All right, here we go. Now,
You're adorable.
Thank you, Mrs. Myers. All right. You know, ever since women began campaigning, would you get right into our microphone? We want to hear everything you have to say. Since women began campaigning for equal rights, we've had petticoats, you know, in politics, and I guess the girls are here to stay. So let's look over the political scene and see how the ladies are getting along. For $10, Mr. and Mrs. Myers, a great lady in the United Nations. Today, and not long ago, she was our first lady. Who is she? She was our Mrs. Eleanor Roosevelt. That's right. Right in there. Equal rights for the fair sex. I want you to tell me which amendment to the Constitution gave the gals the right to vote. Now listen very closely. Was it the 18th, the 19th, or the 20th?
The 19th.
The 19th. That's it. All right. No coaching. All right. Here we go. You're now at $20. You're reaching for $50. This gal was not only congressman, but also a famous playwright. She's the wife of the editor-in-chief of Time magazine. What's her name?
Claire Bouteloup.
You got it, Mr. Myers. Good for you. All right, sir. Yes. Yes. Tell me, are you having fun, Miss Myers?
Oh, look at my orchid. Aren't they so gorgeous?
Oh, they're wonderful, Miss Myers. Do you know? I want to tell you, I think that orchid has bloomed a little bit since you've been on the show.
I'm telling you, Bertie, just gorgeous.
Oh, Mrs. Myers, you shouldn't say that. Now, first time you've been on the radio?
First time.
Well, now, I want you to tell our prospective Wishbowl winners who might be coming up here, or certainly will be coming up here week after week, isn't it a great thrill to be selected to come up?
I never will forget it as long as I live.
Into the microphone. She's giving it out to the side.
I never will forget these moments.
Yes.
As long as I live. And I'm really very, very grateful for that wonderful product that gave us the chance to be here.
You know, I'm grateful, too, for it.
I
Thank you
really
very much.
am.
All right. Thank you. That's a very lovely speech. I appreciate it, Mrs. Myers. Well, now that you're enjoying yourself, let's hope you win a lot of money. That'll make it complete, won't it?
Oh, that would make me very happy.
Gee, we're just delirious here tonight, you know. We're $50. We're reaching for $100. California sent the pretty actress Helen Gahagan to Congress. In addition to her political chores, she is the wife of a famous screen actor. Name this famous movie actor to whom Helen Gahagan is married. She's from California. Who is the famous movie actor to whom Helen Gahagan is married? Very famous movie actor. No coaching, please. Oh, dear, I wish I could help you with this. It's,
Here's a hint. The first name at least.
Sir, do you know what it is? 5 more seconds to go.
Just your little hint.
No, I'm sorry. It's Melvin Douglas, the man I was talking about. All right, you're back now to $20. Try this one. The first woman to ever hold a cabinet post was FDR's Secretary of Labor, who served from 1933 to 1945. What was her name?
Perkins.
Frances Perkins. That brings you up the line. Now, you're at $50. You're reaching for $100. No mistakes from now on. Now, watch it closely. The president has just decided to include some petticoats in the diplomatic corps. Now, what famous Washington hostess did he recently appoint as minister to Luxembourg? Very famous name in the Washington scene is now the minister to Luxembourg. What is her name? No coaching, please. Very famous name in the news. She gives a lot of big parties in Washington, or did rather.
Oh.
Yes, you know, sure.
No.
It's a pearl of a name if you could only think what it was. I'm sorry, do you know what it is? 5 more seconds to go, Mr. and Miss Myers. I'm sorry, I can't give you any more help. Do you know? No, it's Pearl Mester. Pearl Mester. But anyway, it's been a great pleasure to have you here. Our sponsors, Vitalis and Trouchet, take great pleasure in awarding you $50. Go over to Janice, our paying teller, and collect. Bye, Miss Myers. Hello, Jan.
Hi, Bud.
Say, do you lead a double life?
A double life?
Uh-huh.
Why, of course. And so does most every other woman. We're all working girls by day, dishes, washing, and so many other household chores. But at night, we're all glamour girls.
Even your hands?
Sure thing, Bud. For remember, there's always Trouchet, the beforehand lotion that helps keep workaday hands smooth and lovely for playtime hours.
Yes, Trouchet, the entirely new and different idea in hand care. A lotion so velvety and oil-rich you use it beforehand to ward off roughening, drying soap and water damage.
So the time for fragrant Trouchet protection is before you get to work, before you put your hands in those hot suds.
You also can use Trouchet as you use an ordinary hand lotion, anytime your hands need a creamy, softening lotion.
So keep a bottle of Trouchet on your dressing table as well as in your kitchen.
For busy hands that are lovely, too, begin today to use Trouchet. Trouchet, the beforehand lotion.
Bert, I think we'll have to interrupt proceedings here. It seems to me like I hear that Wishbowl telephone call tonight. You want to take it? Yes, you remember a few moments ago, Mrs. Myers picked 3 cards from our Wishbowl over here. We have found out who our wishful winner is for tonight. Let's pick up the phone and we'll see who it is. Hello? Yes, our wishful winner is who? Mrs. Gladys A. Curry. 2924 Hermosa Road, Santa Barbara, California. All right, put her on, please. Hello? Hello, Miss Curry? Hello, I can't quite hear you. Talk a little closer to the phone, please. Hello? Oh, wonderful. Is it Miss or Mrs.? Oh, Mrs. Curry. Well, fine. You know what has happened, of course. You have been selected as our wishful winner. We wonder if you can come to New York next Wednesday, all expenses paid, to appear on our show. Can you make it? You bringing Mr. Curry with you? Well, you can certainly bring Mr. Curry, and congratulations to you for being our wishful winner for tonight. Let's give her a nice hand. Thank you.
Well, Bert, when our wishful winners who actually were here tonight won $50, I pan and Trouche added a like amount to the bank, and it's now gone up to $4,650. And I want to introduce now Mr. David Daniel Nutt and his fiancée, Miss Grace Quaranta. Step over here and say hello to Bert Park.
Let's welcome to our show. How do you do? Very nice-looking young couple indeed. You are from Staten, and both of you are from Staten Island. You're engaged to be married? May I ask when the important day is to arrive?
No date set yet.
No date set, I see. And how long have you known each other, Grace?
About 3 years, Bert.
Oh, wonderful. What do you do?
I'm secretary of the Anaconda Copper Mining Company downtown here in New York.
Oh, gee, that's a long sentence. And how about you, Danny?
I'm a reporter for the Staten Island Advance, Bert.
Oh, well, that's swell. We wish you a lot of luck, and maybe if you crack that bank for $4,650, it may change your plans and speed up that projected project a little bit, huh?
Yeah, it might.
Okay, here we go. Now, we're going to talk, strangely enough, about Danny, boy, since you are Danny. You picked yourself a category about a namesake of yours, so you better be sharp and answer these questions about Dan, Daniels, and Dannies in real life and fiction. Now, just to get the idea rolling, there was a Daniel in the Bible who got involved with some wild animals in a certain place. Now, whose den did Daniel get into?
Lion.
That's it, just to give you an idea how it started. Now, you made $10. You're reaching for 20. Here's a Danny you should know. He's a star of stage and screen, was in such movie hits as The Kid from Brooklyn and The Secret Life of Walter Mitty. Danny who?
Kay.
Danny Kaye, that's right. That's $20. All kids would like to be like this Daniel. He was a frontiersman. You know it already?
Boone.
Daniel Boone, that's right. You're now at 50, reaching for 100. Peter Van Steeden is going to play a famous melody, and I have a question about it. First, listen to the tune. All right, now wait a minute. This, of course, is known to many as Danny Boy. Is that right? Now, give me its other famous title.
Londonderry Air.
Londonderry Air. Good for you. Now, that puts you at $100. Miss Quaranta and Mr. Nutt, you're now at $100, reaching for $200. This Daniel was a famous American statesman, born in New Hampshire in 1782. He served in Congress, became noted as a great orator. You know it already?
Can't miss it. I went to Dartmouth. Webster.
Oh, wonderful. Okay, Dan. Now, you are at $200. You have made no mistakes so far. Now, listen very closely to these questions from here on in. Here are some famous lines about a Danny in portrait. For they're hanging Danny Deever. You can hear the Dead March play. The regiments in Hollow Square, they're hanging him today. They've taken off his buttons and cut his stripes away, and they're hanging Danny Deever in the morning. Now, who wrote those memorable lines about Danny Deever?
Rudyard Kipling?
You've got it, Rudyard Kipling. Oh, and she just, as she was listening to it, she said, I got it, I'm good time. All right. You're now at $300, reaching for the gateway to the bank, which is $500 again. I'd like to caution our studio audience, no coaching to you, Mr. and Mrs., no, I'm sorry, Mr. Nutt and Mr. Granto. One answer only. There is a great Danny of the baseball diamond who boasts an amazing record. In 1942, while playing the outfield for the Phillies in the National League, he went 151 games without an error for the almost impossible average of 1,000 for the season. That isn't just good, it's perfect. Now, who was that Danny? In 1942, playing the outfield for the Phillies in the National League. Danny
Litweiler?
Danny Litweiler, you got it!
Run around, you want to ask the usual question.
You're at $500. The next question could break the bank, but our time is up. Do you want to accept your $500 now, or come back next week and see if you can break the bank for $4,650? And if you say anything else,
You'll be back.
You'll be back. All right. Thank you very much. We'll see you next week. Well, remember, friends, send that postcard to Vitalis and Trouchet, box number 1313, Grand Central Station, New York, 17, New York, with your name, your address, and your telephone number to enter the Radio Wishbowl.
Yes, and be with us next Wednesday, October 12th, for the drawing of the next Wishbowl winner. It may be you. And by the way, we'll be on just half an hour from now in many cities with a television version of Break the Bank. Consult your newspaper for your nearest station. The bank is now worth $4,650. Break the Bank is brought to you by the makers of Vitalis and Trouchet. To keep your hair well groomed, remember Vitalis. And for softer, lovelier hands, remember Trouchet.
Join us again October 12th for the makers of Vitalis and Trouchet bring you another group of contestants who do their best to break the bank. And we'll draw another Wishbowl winner.
Here's fast pain relief, really fast pain relief with a remarkable new product. The name is Bufferin.
Bufferin acts twice as fast as aspirin, yet will not disagree with you.
Bufferin gets into your bloodstream twice as fast as aspirin, so goes to work twice as fast to relieve your pain.
Bufferin acts twice as fast as aspirin.
You're tuned for the stars on NBC.
Think you know what your wife knows? Think you know what your husband knows? You do? Then let's see how you rate your man. Yes, it's Rate Your Mate, transcribed in New York, the show where it pays to know how much your mate knows about everything. And here's the man in charge of helping you rate your mate, Joey Adams.
Thank you very much. Well, I suppose a lot of you folks are planning to take a nice drive tomorrow. I was out last weekend. It was so nice and warm and sunny. I had a wonderful time driving along in my car with the top down. Of course, I got a little late start because it took me 3 hours just to get the top down. You see, I don't have a convertible. Boy, what traffic. I've never seen so many cars on the road in my life. To give you just a small idea of how crowded it was, a friend of mine bought a car from the used car lot, and after 2 hours he had to sell it back to the dealer. Couldn't get it out on the highway. Of course, I wouldn't have minded the traffic, but I had a little engine trouble with my car. I didn't know what to do. In the old cars, if anything went wrong, you could fix the engine yourself. But in these new cars, it's impossible to fix it. You can't even find it. But now let's get on with Rate Your Mate. Hal, who do you have as our first contestant?
First, Joey, let's see what this couple knows about each other. Elsie and George Winkle meet Joey Adams.
Welcome to Rate Your Mate, folks. Mrs. Winkle, how long have you been married?
32 years.
Are you Mrs. Winkle? Then which one of you is Mr. Winkle? Never mind, you can straighten that out later. I don't want to bother. Tell me, what do you do for a living, Mr. Winkle? I'm talking to you now.
I'm a caterer.
You're a waterer?
A caterer.
What do you do as a caterer?
I cater.
You cater?
Yes, I cater.
Have you always been in the catering business?
Oh, not always, no.
Well, what did you do before?
Well, I was in the service of the Governor General of Canada.
Yeah, what did you do for him?
I was a gentleman's gentleman.
You were a gentleman's gentleman for the Governor General? Hey, that's pretty good. Only 2 of you fellas, and you were holding down 4 jobs. Tell me, where did you meet this gentleman's gentleman, Mrs. Winkle?
In London.
In London, eh? You're both from England, is that right?
That's right.
Well, welcome to our shores. Glad to have you here.
Thank you.
Let's find out about this catering business of yours where you cater to the caterers. What do you do?
We supply food to cocktail parties and dinners and banquets.
Are you a good cook?
Oh, no, I'm a dreadful cook.
You know, I think I've been to a couple of your banquets. Tell me, Mrs. Winkle, do you help your husband in this business?
Yes, I do. I'm the one that does all the cooking. Well, that's different. Mrs. Winkle, what would you say would be a good average meal for a banquet?
Well, we'd maybe start off with vichyssoise. Then we'd have a little shrimp cocktail. Maybe some nice brook trout. Then perhaps we'd have a charcoal boiled steak.
Never mind what the waiters are eating. How about the customers? Tell me, Mr. and Mrs. Winkle, we've been kidding a little here about banquets, but I'm sure you set a fine table, and I'm with you all the way. Mr. and Mrs. Winkle, the game must go on, so now's the time for one of you to rate your mate. Which one wants to answer the question?
I'll take it.
Okay, we're taking you off to our soundproof room, off stage. See you later, George, here. Now I'm going to ask George 4 questions. And before each question, Elsie, you'll have to tell me whether George will answer these questions right or wrong. In other words, Elsie, we are asking you to rate your mate. Do you think George will know this one? Where was Charlie Chaplin born?
I think he might.
You think he'll know it? We'll find out in a moment. Hiya, George.
Hiya there.
How's my gentleman's gentleman?
Well, I'm feeling a little better.
Good. Here's your first question. Where was Charlie Chaplin born?
In England.
You are right, and you win. Your mate said you would know it, and you did, so you win $25. It was in London, England in 1889. I'll be back in a moment. Don't go away. You hear?
Right.
Here's your second question. Do you think George will know this one? Who was affectionately known as the vagabond lover?
I don't think he will.
You don't think he'll know it? Hello, George.
Yes, sir.
I have a question for you, number 2. Here it is. Who was affectionately known as the vagabond lover?
You got me guessing now.
Well, you are wrong, and you win. Your mate said you wouldn't know it, and you didn't, so you win $25. Of course, the answer is Rudy Valley, and the total on the scoreboard so far is $50. Here's your third question, Elsie. Do you think that your husband will know this one? In what sport is the phrase Australian crawl used?
I don't think he'll know that.
You don't think he'll know it? Hello, George.
Yes, sir.
You don't have to say sir to me. You're not gentleman for me. In what sport is the phrase Australian crawl used?
I beg your pardon.
What'd you do?
I didn't quite get it.
George.
Yes, sir.
Here is your third question. In what sport is the phrase Australian crawl used?
I don't know, I'm sure.
Well, you are wrong and you win, I'm sure. Your mate predicted you wouldn't know it and you didn't, so you win $25. So far on the scoreboard you have $75, but don't go away, you'll have a chance to win some more. Elsie, here is your husband's fourth and last question. What 5 girls recently celebrated their 16th birthday?
I think he will know that.
You think he will know that? George, here is your fourth and final question. What 5 girls recently celebrated their 16th birthday?
The Dion quintuplets of Canada.
You are right and you win. Your wife said you would know it and you did, so you win $25. Your total on the scoreboard is a perfect score, or $100, and thanks to both of you for joining us and playing Rate Your Mate.
Now, Joey, I'd like you to meet 2 charming people. Ann and Jerry O'Donnell. Meet Joey Adams.
Well, welcome to Rate Your Mate, friends. Do you have any children, Ann?
Yes, we do.
What do they look like?
Well, everyone tells us the youngest one looks like Arthur Godfrey.
He looks like Arthur Godfrey?
That's right.
That man's reaching more homes every day. Tell me, how old is your son, Ann?
It's not a son, it's a daughter.
You mean you have a daughter who looks like Arthur Godfrey?
That's right.
You know something? You better stop tuning in your radio in the morning. Jerry, let's talk to you a little. What do you do for a living?
I'm a bank clerk at National City Bank.
Confidentially, do you think money will ever come back? Seriously, what do you do as a bank clerk, Jerry?
I work in connection with the Marshall Plan.
I see. Tell me, is it possible for a fellow to get a loan for your bank even if he lives in this country? For instance, Jerry, supposing I need money. Suppose. I need it. I mean, supposing I need money and I came to a bank for a loan. Could I get it?
Yes.
Well, what would I have to do to get it?
Well, if you put up collateral, had a high credit standing, had a good job, and sufficient references, we'd make a loan to you.
In other words, to borrow money from a bank these days, you got to prove you don't need it. Tell me, Ann, does he help you around the house a little?
Well, not anymore.
What do you mean, not anymore?
Well, we had an experience with a washing machine. Since then, he doesn't help me anymore.
What was the experience?
Well, we bought a new washing machine a few years ago, and he wanted to show me how it worked.
Why, didn't you know how to work it?
Well, I knew how it worked, but men think they know more about mechanical things, so to humor him along, I let him use it.
Well, what happened?
Well, first he let the water overflood the tub, and then he tried to fix that, and he leans over and catches his tie in the wringer. He near choked to death.
Jerry, I gotta hand it to you. That's one way of getting out of doing housework. Well, Jerry and Ann, now that we've talked to you both, let's get busy and see how you rate your mate. Which one of you wants to answer the question?
I will.
All right, Jerry, off to the isolation booth with you. Now, Ann, we'll see how well you can rate your mate. Remember, it doesn't matter whether Jerry answers the questions correctly or not, but it does matter that you're able to predict which way he will answer. $25 if you guess right, 25 cents if you guess wrong. Here's your first question, Ann. Nylons seem to have replaced most of the other materials used for women's hosiery. Now then, are nylons knitted or woven?
He won't know that.
He won't know that.
He's bashful.
Hiya, Jerry.
Hi, Joey.
Here's your first question, Jerry. Nylons seem to have replaced most of the other materials used for women's hosiery. Now then, are nylons knitted or woven?
Woven.
You are wrong and you win. Your mate said you wouldn't know it and you didn't, so you win $25. Of course, nylons are knitted, but you have $25 and you'll have a chance to win more, so don't go away. Goodbye for now. Here is your second question, Ann. What does the captain of a ship mean when he gives the order to weigh anchor?
He ought to know that.
You think he'll know that? Jerry?
Hello?
Here's your second question. What does the captain of a ship mean when he gives the order to weigh anchor?
He means to cast off. That is to start the voyage.
Well, I'll give you credit. You are right and you win. Your mate said you would know it, and you did, practically. It means to raise it. A ship weighs anchor when it leaves anchorage. You win $25, and your total on the scoreboard so far is $50. So long for now.
So long.
And here is your third question. What newspaper columnist recently personally affected the surrender of a man wanted for murder?
No, he won't know that.
You don't think he'll know it? Hello, Jerry.
Hello?
Here's your third question. What newspaper columnist recently personally affected the surrender of a man wanted for murder?
I don't think I know that one.
You are wrong and you win. Your mate said you wouldn't know it and you didn't, so you win $25. Of course, it was the famous columnist of the New York Daily Mirror, Walter Winchell. Thank you very much. Your total on the scoreboard so far is $75, and I'll be back with another question and more money in just a moment. And here is your fourth and last question. In what sport would a member of the Davis Cup team excel?
I think he'll know that.
You think he'll know that? Hello, Jerry.
Hello?
In what sport would a member of the Davis Cup team excel?
Tennis.
You are right, and you win. Said you would know it, and you did, so you win $25, and your total on the scoreboard is $100 and a perfect score, and thanks to both of you for joining us in playing Rate Your Mate.
Here to play Rate Your Mate, Joey, are Julie and George Neal. Meet Joey Adams.
Welcome to Rate Your Mate, folks. How long have you two been married, Julie?
About 8 years.
Mm-hmm. Do you have any children?
Yes, we have 4 children.
4 children. Do you happen to remember their names?
Yes. Nancy Ann, George Vernon, J. Lewis, and Janet Monica.
Do you plan to have any more?
No, we've just about run out of names.
Well, it's something to think about. Let's hear from you, George. What's your occupation?
I'm a captain in the Merchant Marine.
Oh, you're a sailing man. What's the longest trip you ever made, George?
Well, during the war, I made a trip around the world, 9 months, and I hit Panama, and I hit Africa, hit the Persian Gulf, and then I hit South America.
How is it you hit all these places? Wasn't anybody steering? Tell me, Julie, how did you and George meet?
We met at a party.
Yeah, was it love at first sight?
It must have been. He proposed 5 minutes after we met.
Well, did you accept him right away?
No, I didn't.
When was the next time George did propose?
About 2 weeks later.
Where was it?
The monkey house of the Bronx Zoo.
The monkey house? Ah, love, your magic spell is everywhere. So he proposed to the monkey house at the zoo. And you accepted him?
Yes, I did.
Well, I guess you figured he was the best looking thing around. George, tell me, now that you're married, how do you feel about being away from home so much?
Well, it's rather hard at times. I haven't been home when any of the children were born.
Really? I hope Julie was home. Julie, tell me, how did George ever find out when he had another baby?
Well, he usually phoned from wherever he was.
Yeah, and what would he say?
Oh, he'd ask me if I'd been to the hospital yet.
Yeah, I guess what he meant, had you been there lately? Where was he when the twins were born?
Well, that time he called from Le Havre, France.
Well, what did he say?
Well, he asked me if I'd been to the hospital yet, and I said I'd been and come back. And he said, well, what is it? So I asked him if he was sitting down, and he said, no, why? And I said, well, it's twins.
Well, George, what did you do then?
I sat down.
Well, thanks to both of you for joining us in playing Rate Your Mate. You're both very nice people. We're happy to have you with us tonight. So let's get busy right now and see how you rate your mate. Have you decided which one of you will try to answer the question?
Yes, I will.
All right, George. Then off you go to the isolation chamber while Julie stays out here to try to anticipate your answer. Remember, it's not whether your mate knows the answers to the questions. It's whether you know what he knows. Okay, here is your first question, Julie. Do you think George will know this one? What famous Dodger baseball player was recently starred in a movie based on his life?
No, I don't think so.
You don't think he'll know it? Hiya, George.
Hello?
Here's your first question. What famous Dodger baseball player was recently starred in a movie based on his life?
I don't believe I know that.
You are wrong, and you win. Of course, the answer is Jackie Robinson, but your mate predicted you wouldn't know it, and you didn't, so you win $25, but don't go away. I'll be back in a moment. Julie, here is your second question. Do you think George will know this one? What movie actress recently was given a hotel for a wedding present?
I don't think he'll know.
You don't think he'll know it? George?
Yes?
Here is your second question. What movie actress recently was given a hotel for a wedding present?
The one that married Conrad Hilton.
You are right, but you lose. Your wife said you wouldn't know it, and you did, so you win 25 cents. But don't go away. Of course, it is Elizabeth Taylor, and she married Conrad Hilton. And so far on the scoreboard, you have $25.25. Here is your third question. Julie, what famous sailor discovered the North Pole?
He'll know that.
He'll know that. Well, he's a sailor. That's right. Hiya, mate.
Hello.
Here is your third question. What famous sailor discovered the North Pole?
Perry.
You are right, and you win. Your wife said you would know it, and you did, so you win $25. It was Robert Edwin Perry, and your total on the scoreboard so far is $50.25. I'll be back in a moment. Don't go away. Here's your fourth question, Julie. If you were entertaining Winston Churchill, what would you make sure you had handy so that he could have a good smoke after dinner?
He'd know that.
He would. Hiya, sailor.
Fine.
Here's your fourth and last question. If you were entertaining Winston Churchill, what would you make sure you had handy so that he could have a good smoke after dinner?
A box of cigars.
You are right, and you win. Your mate said you would know that one, and you did, so you win $25. Your total on the scoreboard is $75.25, and thanks to both of you for joining us in playing Rate Your Mate.
Joey, now let's see how much our next couple knows about each other. Lynn Welwick and Marvin White meet Joey Adams.
Welcome to Rate Your Mate, folks. How long have you two been engaged, Lynn?
5 months.
How far do you intend to carry this thing? You going to get married?
Yes, we are.
Mm-hmm. When do you think it'll be?
August.
September.
Aren't you both going to get married at the same time? That's the best way, you know. Then you can start on your honeymoon together. Marvin, tell me, where did you meet Lynn?
Miami Beach.
How did it happen?
Well, it was rather an unusual meeting.
Unusual? What did you do? Rescue her from a shark or something?
No, there aren't any sharks in the water around Miami Beach.
You're right. They're all on the shore running the hotels. Tell me, how did you happen to meet Lynn? I mean, exactly.
I think I'll let her tell you that.
Go ahead, Lynn. Tell us about it.
Well, I was on the beach with some friends.
That's nice of you. What happened?
And I ran out of matches.
Mm-hmm.
Shall I tell the whole story?
No, just tell every other word. That's all right. Lynn, I know I can't stop you, so go ahead.
Well, one of the girls suggested that I ask that dark-haired young fellow over there for a match.
Mm-hmm. And he gave it to you.
He said, I'll give you a match if you'll marry me.
You had a promise to marry him to get a match? You know, you can get a better deal in a cigar store. Mama, tell me, did she accept the match?
She did.
So you got this girl with a match, huh? Boy, what a guy could do with a lighter. Lynn, let me ask you something. After you're married, who's going to be the boss, you or Marvin?
Neither. It'll be 50-50.
I've heard that before. Marvin, my boy, take my advice. If you can do it, get your 50 now. Tell me, Lynn, do you think a woman should marry a man and then try to reform him afterwards?
No, I think if she likes him, she's taken just the way he is.
I see, then there's nothing about Marvin that you would like to change.
Well, he does have one annoying little habit.
Mm-hmm. What is this little habit?
Oh, he's always trying to be funny.
You know, I have the same trouble. Tell me, what do you mean trying to be funny?
He's always making funny remarks.
Well, like what, for instance?
Well, if I'll ask him for a cigarette, he'll say, take two, they're small.
Does he say anything else funny?
Well, if I ever get angry, he says, don't get burned up. Look what happened to our match.
These jokes. That's why you accuse him of being funny?
Yes.
He's not guilty. So, of course, I'm only kidding. Marvin, we didn't find out much about you. Where are you from?
I'm from Chicago, but I'm living here in New York now.
Now, where are you staying?
I'm rooming with Lynn Ferns.
You what?
I'm rooming with Lynn Ferns.
It's pretty crowded. Can't they give you a room of your own? So you're staying at Lynn's house, huh?
That's right.
Do you eat your meals there, too?
I do.
I see. And what do you do for a living, Marvin?
I'm a salesman.
Who do you work for?
Lynn's father.
I see. You work for Lynn's father, you have a room at their place, and you get your meals there.
That's right.
And you're going to get married and spoil a good thing like that? Of course, I'm only kidding. You're two clean-cut looking kids, and I'm sure you're going to be very happy together, and I want to wish you all the luck and happiness in the world. Well, Lynn and Marvin, the game must go on. Which one of you wants to answer the questions?
I will.
Okay, Lynn, we're taking you off to our soundproof room off stage. See you later, and good luck. And Marvin, you stay here and rate your mate. Now I'm going to ask Lynn 4 questions, and before each question, Marvin, you'll have to tell me whether she will answer these questions right or wrong. Here is your first question. What movie star played the lead in Shakespeare's As You Like It recently on Broadway?
I don't think she'll know that.
You don't think she will? Hello, Lynn.
Hello, Joey.
Here's your first question. What movie star played the lead in Shakespeare's As You Like It recently on Broadway?
I don't think I know that one.
You are wrong and you win. Your mate said you wouldn't know it and you didn't. Of course, the answer is Katharine Hepburn, and you win $25. But we'll be back in a moment. Don't go away. Here is your second question, Marvin. Do you think Lynn will know this one? From what English game did American football originate?
She wouldn't have a chance in the world knowing it.
You don't think she would? Hello, Lynn.
Hello.
Here is your second question. From what English game did American football originate?
I don't think I know that one.
You are wrong and you win. Your future mate predicted you wouldn't know it and you didn't, so you win $25. Of course, the answer is rugby. Your total on the scoreboard so far is $50, and I'll be back in a moment with more money for your future honeymoon. Here is your third question, Marvin. Do you think Lynn will know this one? Name the U.S. Minister to Luxembourg.
I believe she can do that.
You think she knows that? Hello, Lynn.
Hello, Joey.
Here is your third question. Name the U.S. Minister to Luxembourg.
I don't think I know that.
You are wrong and you lose. Your mate said you would know it and you didn't, so you win 25 cents. Of course, the answer is Pearl Mester. Pearl Mester is the U.S. Minister to Luxembourg. Your total on the scoreboard so far is $50 and 25 cents. I'll be back in a moment with more questions. Marvin, here is the fourth question that Lynn is to answer. What was Bing Crosby's wife's name before she became Mrs. Crosby?
That she will know.
You think she'll know that? Hello, Lynn.
Hello.
Here is your fourth question and your last one. What was Bing Crosby's wife's name before she became Mrs. Crosby?
Dixie Lee.
You are right and you win. Your boyfriend said you would know it and you did, so you win $25. Your total on the scoreboard is $75 and 25 cents, and thanks to both of you for joining us and playing Rate Your Mate.
I'm sorry, Joey. That's all the time we have for tonight.
Well, folks, I guess that's all for Rate Your Mate tonight, the show where you find out what your mate knows. And ladies, I want to leave you with one thought. If you find out everything about your husband, it's about time to see a lawyer. Good night, everybody.
Joey, and so long to you all until next week, same time. And we hope you'll be with us to Rate Your Mate. Rate Your Mate is a Mark Goodson, Bill Codman production. Associate producer, Peter Arnell. Rate Your Mate was transcribed in New York. This is Hal Sims speaking.
Now, let's all play What's My Line? And now let's meet our award-winning panel of What's My Line. First, the popular columnist whose voice of Broadway appears in papers coast to coast, Miss Dorothy Kilgallen.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And it's a great pleasure to have a new mystery guest panelist tonight. He's in his second season as the Rebel, the star of the favorite television show, Nick Adams.
Good evening. And on my left, truly a beautiful human being, Miss Arlene Francis.
Thank you, Nick. And now a gentleman who has just returned from Atlantic City. Phyllis, if you are watching, here is your husband, Bennett Serve.
Just before he came out, these two darling girls asked me if John Daly really knew what he was talking about when he used all these big, long words. I said, he may know, but we don't. Well, here he is to explain for himself. John Charles Daly.
Bennett has been down in Atlantic City, had a wonderful week. Obviously rested a good deal, didn't have his mind really on his forte, which is, as you know, humor. Just the joke he brought back was, what's the difference between a tuna fish and a piano? And the answer is you can tune a piano. And that's a pretty bad way to start a program. I did this to Bennett, frankly, because usually he tells them to me and then comes out and says, I told them to him. Well, it's nice to have Nick Adams with us on the panel tonight. And panel, it's nice to have you all here because we're going to change the rules a bit. We're out to puzzle you with mystery guests and occupations, but tonight there's a change in the order of things. We're going to have two mystery guests, and this will require that you don your masks now because the first of our guests tonight is going to be a mystery guest. And now to meet tonight's first mystery guest. Will you enter and sign in, please?
Tonight's first mystery challenger is a met and noted biographer, Mr. Carl Sandburg.
All right, panel, as you know, in the case of our mystery guests, we always change our form of questioning. You ask one question at a time in turn, moving clockwise, and we'll begin with Miss Arlene Francis.
Would one find your name in the entertainment pages of the newspaper?
Yep.
Mr. Cerf?
Have you spent any time recently in Atlantic City?
No. That's 1 down and 9 to go, Miss Kilgallen.
Did you ever study dentistry?
Did you ever study dentistry? No. 2 down and 8 to go, Mr. Adams.
Are you an actor?
No. 3 down and 7 to go, Miss Francis.
Oh, are you a writer?
Yep. Mr. Cerf.
Have you ever written a play that has been produced on Broadway or near Broadway?
No.
No?
4 down and 6 to go, Miss Kilgallen.
Have you ever written a novel?
You ever written a novel? Yep. Mr. Adams?
What was that, a yes or a no?
That was a yep.
Are you Ernest Hemingway?
5 down and 5 to go, Miss Francis.
Ernest Hemingway is killer, but
he's my favorite author, that's why.
If this is who I think it is, it's my favorite author. Are you a great historian of Lincoln?
You're simply terrible.
It's the glorious Carl Sandburg.
Arlene, actually, sitting talking with Mr. Sandberg backstage for a few minutes, just a little bit ago, he said, you know, I've spent an hour and a half with Arlene, and I don't know whether she'll be able to recognize my voice, and he was rehearsing his...
John, I played Mr. Sandberg's...
She was down at our farm in North Carolina, did a half-hour TV show.
We're an old romance, Carl Sandburg and I.
Something not strictly cricket. Look at the rules that she should be on the panel.
I played his Lincoln Portrait album at least 5,000 times. My wife thinks I'm nuts, but I think it's just fantastic, Mr. Sandberg. It's a pleasure meeting you after all this time.
Did we get 6 no's?
We got 5 no's.
That ain't so bad.
Oh, that's...
Give him the $50 anyway. You raised his goat.
Nobody needs it.
I must say, if I can recall a bit of history, those of us who serve the profession of journalism have a very particular reason for having a great fondness for Mr. Sandberg. We did a television program a few years ago with which we raised basically a good deal of the money that built the Overseas Press Club in memory of the correspondents who died during the war. And nobody was so selfless in his willingness to serve on this program, to appear on it, and to be a part of what we all, needless to say, have been very proud of, building a memorial to the correspondents.
John, Mr. Sandberg's too modest to say he's glorified on the stage in New York.
The world of Carl Sandburg was actually had Betty Davis here 2 weeks ago. And I must say, we can't let him go without also putting something else into the record. It's there in the record, but I know that one of the things of which you're most proud is that you are, I think, one of the 2 men who were non-members of the Congress and of government to ever address a joint session of the Congress.
Private citizens.
A private citizen who did it. It's wonderful of you, sir, to give us some of your time and to grace, if I may say, and I use the verb with great, good, sincere meaning, to grace our program.
I was asked of the 500 or more programs that there have been of this that I have seen. I would estimate 200. I know this panel. I could arrest any one of them on site and testify with them. Identify them in any court of law except the lad next there between the 2 ladies.
My first time.
Yeah, this is Mr. Adams' first time with us, sir. Thank you very much for being our guest, Mr. Sandberg. We'll always have your news. A man of infinite good humor and wisdom. Panel, congratulations. Actually, you, with that wonderful eep, and nope, we thought it would take you a little more time. Let's see what you can do with our second challenger. Would you enter and sign in, please? Donna? Schofield, is that right? Miss Schofield, and where are you from?
Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Panel, may I present Miss Schofield and at the same time say that the line that you're looking for is, of course, a line which is pursued in summer vacation, weekends, and odd times when one isn't busy at school because Miss Schofield is back at the university. Will you come and join me here, please? Do you know how we keep score?
Yes.
All right, then we'll let the panel know nothing at all, but let the audience in the theater and the folks who are watching at home know all about what your line is.
Miss Schofield is caretaker of a baby chimpanzee in the children's zoo.
All right, panel, we can tell you that Miss Schofield is salaried and deals in a service, and we'll begin the general questioning with Miss Kilgallen.
Do you work for a profit-making organization, Miss Schofield? No, I don't.
1 down and 9 to go, Mr. Adams.
I just came back from doing 5 days in Pittsburgh at the Allegheny County Fair. Did we meet there? You look awfully familiar.
No.
2 down and 8 to go, Miss Preston.
That's wishful thinking. Miss Schofield, do you work for some branch of the government?
No, I don't.
That makes it 3 down and 7 to go, Mr. Sir.
Miss Schofield, do you work in either the educational or the hospital fields?
No.
That's 4 down and 6 to go, Miss Kilgallen.
Can both sexes profit by whatever it is you do?
Yes.
Are people better off for what you do?
Yes.
How narrow is your term of reference?
As narrow as I can get a yes with.
As narrow as you can get a yes with. Well, then we'll give you a yes. But this ought to tell you, actually, since we would agree that having sought this service and having received it, the tendency would be to believe that they are, to some degree, perhaps instructed, but certainly have been bemused. We'll say that they're...
Oh, well, at least I've gotten that they seek her service. She doesn't just come and put the arm on them.
Dorothy, when I make a gaffe like that, you don't have to point it out.
I'm sorry, John, but at least that widened the narrowness a little, and I thank you. Then people do have to encourage Miss Schofield. She just doesn't come up and nab them or anything like that.
Well, I don't think we ought to say here out in the public rostrum that Miss Schofield encourages them.
Well, there are people who have need of her services, and therefore they get her services. Is that it?
No, I would
she
say
is not thrust upon them. That's what I'm trying to clarify, John. No other agency thrusts Miss Schofield upon these people. They voluntarily take advantage of her services. That's all I want to know. Yes or no? Please.
Well, I've seen a question spread out far enough to cover half the globe, and it's been fun to see it that way, so we'll give you a yes.
A yes to what?
Miss Schofield's services are not thrust upon them.
That's all I want to know. Could Miss Schofield's services be purveyed to children as well as adults?
Yes.
Are your services, Miss Schofield, purveyed indoors?
No.
That makes it 5 down and 5 to go, Mr. Evans.
Miss Schofield, would I have any reason to come to you for services?
Yes.
I would. Would my wife have any reason to come to you?
Yes. Good.
She would, too. Are you in the finance business?
No to that. 6 down and 4 to go, Miss Francis.
Do you have anything to do with parks or outdoor places where people come to view something, like a zoo?
Yes.
Well, do you work in a zoo? Do you work in a zoo?
Yes.
Well, are you a guide, or do you show people the monkey cages, or do you have anything to do with taking people through the zoo? You're dubious.
No.
You feel... All right.
No, I don't... the guide sense to take through, we'd give you a no. Mr. Sir?
Miss Schofield, do you have anything to do with actually taking care of some of the animals?
Yes.
Is it one particular group of animals that you center your attentions upon?
Yes, one group. I mean, we will...
Are they wild animals? Naturally, if they're in a zoo, I gather they'd be rather wild.
Well, let's say they have tendencies in that direction, and Miss Schofield tries to dampen the ardor that they have for being wild.
Are they four-legged animals?
No.
They're buoyed.
No, they aren't. Actually, I think we're being a little unfair. I'm going to turn all the cards over, but I think it would be a little unfair to make you come right down to the specific animal. But Miss Schofield does a wonderful job. She is in effect, the babysitter for the chimpanzee at the children's zoo.
Oh, yeah.
See? She bathes, clothes, feeds, and plays with this chimpanzee, right?
Right.
Is he good fun? Is it a he or a she?
Joey's a boy.
Joey's a boy. Is he good fun?
Oh, wonderful.
Now, this is not meant to be rude, and I want you to understand from the beginning that it is not in any attempt, or in any way an attempt on my part to reflect upon what I'm sure is the splendid relationship you have with Joey. Does he ever just haul off and let you have one?
Never.
He doesn't dare.
Wait till he grows up.
Doesn't he?
He's only in baby clothes now.
Miss Goldfield, would you do me a favor? Leave Mr. Daly in New York when you go back to Pittsburgh.
What's the difference between a tuna fish and a piano? You're very kind. Thank you very much, Miss Chelsea. It was nice to have you with us. And lots Once again, back to the usual special feature of our program, the appearance of a mystery celebrity. Panel, blindfolds all in place?
Yes, sir.
Well, good. If this is true, let's have our second mystery guest enter and sign in, please.
Tonight's second mystery challenger is television and motion picture comedian Milton Berle. Milton Berle.
All right, panel, once again, a reminder, the different form of questioning for the mystery celebrity. You ask one question at a time, in turn, moving clockwise. And we'll begin it all with Bennett Cerf.
Well, just to clear my own suspicious mind, have you recently been in Atlantic City?
No.
No.
1 down and 9 to go, Miss Kilgallen.
All right, just to clear mine, have you ever studied dentistry?
No. 2 down and 8 to go, Mr. Adams.
Are you Ernest Hemingway?
No. 3 down and 7 to go, Miss Francis.
Are you a performer?
Yes. Mr. Cerf.
Are you appearing in a motion picture that is now playing on or near Broadway or is about to open there?
Yeah. Miss Kilgallen.
Have I ever seen you in Maxime's in Paris?
The spur? No.
It's the dentist you saw in Maxime's.
4 down and 6 to go, Mr. Adams.
Did he say he was appearing in a motion picture soon to open on Broadway?
Yeah.
Now playing.
Oh,
now or
it's now
soon to open. Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's soon to open. Oh. My God. You appear on television besides motion pictures.
Yeah. Miss Francis?
Have you a show of your own?
Yeah. Mr. Cerf?
Do you ever sing in either the motion pictures that you play in or on the show of your own?
No. There's an honest man if I ever saw one. 5 down, 5 to go, Miss Kilgallen.
Well, are you generally considered to be a leading man?
No. That's an honest man indeed. 6 down and 4 to go, Mr. Adams.
Have we met personally? Do I know you?
Yeah. Miss Francis?
Are you a comedian? The dubious comedian.
Yeah. Mr.
Yeah.
Cerf?
Are you one of the younger group of... I just want to know...
Now answer the question.
No.
No. 7 down and 3 to go, Miss Kilgallen.
Are you the rugged type?
No. Hey, pardon me.
What?
Neither am I. That's 8 down and 2 to go, Mr. Adams.
Are you Sir Laurence Olivier?
How now?
Larry? Is that you, Larry?
No. No. That's down and one to go, Miss Preston.
In the picture that you are now playing in on Broadway, did you receive rather smashing notices, although you did not play a major role?
Yes.
Milton?
Yes.
Milton Berle?
How many no's you get?
We got
You
9.
are one of the younger comedians.
No, I'm one of the younger comedians. I mean,
Please, we know how you feel, but, don't try to put this burden on Milton.
no,
And he got a smashing banner headline notice in a picture in which there are other stars that are very, very famous.
He makes a guest appearance, really. So.
Yes, but is it the most unusual thing you've ever seen? I think it was the New York Times to give a headline to Milton Berle in a picture with Frank Sinatra and Peter Lawson. No, wrong. Marilyn Monroe and Tony Randall and Gloria
Arlene,
Swanson.
considering the title of the picture, what else would you expect from Milton?
Let's make love.
Let's make
with
love.
What are we waiting for? I was talking to Mr. Sandberg backstage, and I asked him if he could give me some material. And he said, there's no use in me giving you any of Lincoln's because you've been doing them.
Oh, dear. And Milton, I rushed forward to say this is not by way of a plug. I'm curious, you're on Milton Berle's bowling show?
No, it's not Milton Berle's. It's called Jackpot Bowling, and I'm the host of it. I'm Master of Ceremonies.
You're changing your name to Jackpot.
But what are you going to do? You're going to mix bowling and variety?
Oh, wait a minute. Now, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Ooh, I wish this was my show. No, it's Jackpot Bowling. Last year we had Jackpot Bowling, but no, it's a bowling show with champion bowlers, and I'm going to be.
you with the pin?
I'm not talking. You're very bad. Now, no, they don't throw them. I'm going to be Master of Ceremonies.
But do you have variety in this? Or
there is going to be variety. I'm going to be the Master. There isn't any script. It's off the cuff, just like your Pamela's and yourself. Ad lib, and I'm going to be Master of Ceremonies. Introduce the players, clown around, and kid around. I want to hold it as what is it, Nick?
I'll be a guest panelist. Huh?
What'd you say?
Can I be a guest panelist?
You can be a guest bowler if you want. Can you bowl?
Sure.
I don't know whether you were here earlier on to hear Bennett's new
When
joke.
you're coughing, you better get a room.
They're
very good cigars. They're Phillies. Go ahead. I got that in, too.
You got that in.
What did you say? What were you going to say?
Did you hear Bennett's joke?
Yeah, about the tuna fish.
Isn't that a honey?
The worst joke I've ever heard.
I got it from you.
You didn't get it from me, because if there's any stealing...
Most of your stuff would be in the can, and you can't can a tuna fish in the can or tune it or
That's
something.
very good. I wish I had a topper for that, but I'm not going to.
Anyway, I do think somebody ought to say on this program that it is going to be a blessing to television to have you back on it
May I
again.
just say one more thing before I leave? No, please.
It is.
Just like this show, my show is practically the only new live show. It's a live show every week. We do it live. Some of them will be dead. But it's a great pleasure. I know you got a lot of more.
It goes without saying, sire, that you start your new show with all our blessings, and we hope.
Thank you. I hope you'll be watching Jackpot Bowling.
We're a bit short of time tonight, so with your permission for the panel and for all of us work on the program, I say good night. Besides, I haven't got the courage to send it over to the panel. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you.
Watch my line.
I'll watch my line.
What's My Line has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Can you top this? Presented by the Colgate-Palmolive Peat Company, makers of Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth, and Palmolive Shave Cream for smoother, more comfortable shave. Can you top this? Starring Senator Ford.
Good evening.
Harry Hirschfield.
Howdy.
And Joe Laurie Jr.
Hello.
And now here's Colgate-Palmolive Peat Company's Master of Ceremonies, Ward Wilson.
Good evening, friends. Welcome to Can You Top This, our unrehearsed give out of gags.
Our three wits do not know what jokes have been chosen until the people's representative, Peter Donald, tells them on the air. Our three gagsters have no scripts. They rely on memory and ability to switch jokes and make them fit the subject. If Peter Donald tells your submitted story, you get $10 plus a phonograph record, personally autographed by our wits, of Peter Donald telling your story on the air. Laughs are registered on the big Colgate-Palmolive laugh meter in full view of the studio audience. Each time the wits fail to top your score, you win an additional $5, which means you may win $25. So let's dig up and get on with the laughs. Are you ready, fellas?
Ready. Yes, sir.
All right, sir. Thank you for the billing, Senator. Here's the first joke of the evening, and it comes from Robert E. Soltikowski of Chicago, Illinois, and it's on the subject of bus. Bus.
Bus?
Yeah, steer, you know. Automobile, bus.
Oh.
So... Why the surprise, Senator? I don't know.
You really gave him a bus in the mouth.
Thought it was my youngest son, maybe. I don't know. Well, anyway, Peter Donald, suppose you drive on. Start the evening off.
Well, a fellow named Frank Boswick is traveling on the road. He's a traveling salesman. He's happened to be selling windshield wipers for television screens, so you only get clean material comes through there. You know. So he's on the road with this thing, and he's traveling around. He gets to one city, and he's got to get out to a certain distributor, and there's a bus, and it's the rush hour. And he gets on this bus in this strange city, and it is jammed and packed. You know how the rush hour is on a bus, and the guy behind you is reading your newspaper, and the guy in front of you is turning the pages with his breath, you know. And so he's jammed in. Before he can ask the driver where to get off, he gets pushed all the way back to the bus, and he's jammed in there. So he's a little confused. He says, say, can anybody tell me if this bus stops at Elm Street? So from somewhere a little voice says, it does, me boy, it does. Well, he says, thanks, buddy, thanks, but he says, where are you? Who said that?
So he says, well, I'm down here behind you. He says, you've been hanging on to me suspenders for the last 3 blocks. He says, I'm down here.
Well, the fellow says, it's very kind of you. He says, I'm a stranger in town. I don't know where Elm Street is. Will you tell me when to get off?
Oh, he says, sure, you just watch me.
Well, he said, are you going to Elm Street, too?
He says, no, I'm going much further on. So you just watch me, and you get off the bus 5 blocks before I do.
Well, you better pay another fare, too, Pete. That was a rather faulty 800 there. It was prematurely 600
that
and kicked
isn't
up to
faulty.
800.
That's better than average. 500 would be average. I'll stick up for you, Pete.
Yeah. Well, all right. Mr. Palmolive, however, says it was
probably
800.
better than I'll do.
Well, that's what we have yet to see, the 3 of you over there. But Mr. Solikowski has 800 to start with, and that means $10. And whether you top him or not, we shall now see as we go in quest of jokes with Joe Laurie Jr. first.
A little Italian fella goes up to a fella. He says, I want to go to Newark, New Jersey. He says, what bus do I take? So the fellow says, you take bus number 410. He says, grazie. So 2 hours later, the guy happens to pass the corner, and there's the little Italian fella standing there. He says, didn't you get your bus yet for Newark? He said, I won't have to wait too long. 400 pass, only wait for 10 more.
Well, I won't keep you waiting either, Joe. That was a zooming 1,000 on the Colgate-Palmolive laugh meter. And congratulations on your linguistic ability, too.
Huh?
I didn't know that you spoke foreign languages, but...
They're foreign to me.
Let's see what Harry Hirschfield has to offer.
There's a kind of a goofish moron is getting a job. He's getting a job. He wants a job as driving a bus. They said, you ever drive a bus before? He said, no. Well, he said, all you have to do is watch out for courtesy. You got to think of the passengers. Different passengers will come on and they give you the names of streets, and all you remember is when they tell you the name of the street that they want, you just remember it. So the first guy on, he said, I can do that. So the first guy comes on and said, Cherry Street. He said, yeah, Cherry Street. Another guy says, Grand Boulevard. He said, oh, Grand Boulevard. Another fellow says, Maple Street. Yeah, Maple Street. Another guy comes up and says, I want Utica Avenue. He says, Utica Avenue. Finally, another guy comes on and says, I want Grand Boulevard. He says, you'll have to take another street. Somebody just took Grand Boulevard.
And Harry
you took the Colgate Palmolive laugh meter for a ride, too. 1,000 to be exact. Having topped Mr. Solikowski's original 800, he still has that lonesome $10. And we move over to Senator Ford for our third gag of the round.
Well, there were two men talking and two young fellows, and one of them's father was a sculptor. So he said to the other fellow, he says, you know, my father made a bust of me. The other fellow says, don't blame the old man for everything. You know, that's what I thought of when I thought you said bust. You know, I thought of a sculptor right away.
Well, I'm glad you got it in anyway, Senator.
Well, I thought I'd throw it in as long as I thought of it. Now, talking about buses, I got another terrible shock today. A green bus actually stopped at a red light again. Well, talking about buses, which I think we were, up in my hometown, there's an old fellow by the name of Noah who runs a bus. He operates a bus up there. It isn't one of those modern buses like ours, you know. It's so far as buses run. This one just about runs. That's about all. And the townsfolk, they make cracks about it. And one day, the town clown stopped the bus, and he says, hey, Noah, is your ark all filled? Noah says, nope, room for one more jackass. Get in.
And we had room for one more 1,000 that time on the Palmolive Colgate laugh meter, Senator. So each of our three wits were successful this time in topping Mr. Solikowski's original 800. So I'm afraid we'll have to leave him with his original investment of $10. We'll send that along with the compliments of Colgate Dental Cream. We can't send him a 1,000 Club certificate, but I tell you what we can do. We can send him a copy of that laugh-packed and brand-new joke book, Cream of the Crop, written by our three wits. And in addition, we're sending Mr. Solikowski a phonograph record of Peter Donald telling his story on the air. And now here's Ron Rawson with an important message.
Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. No other toothpaste does a better job of cleaning your teeth than Colgate Dental Cream. For Colgate Dental Cream has a safe polishing agent that cleans your teeth both gently and thoroughly, brings out their natural sparkle and beauty. You can actually see and feel the difference. And scientific tests prove that Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. Yes, actual scientific tests prove conclusively that in 7 out of 10 cases, Colgate Dental Cream instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. Colgate Dental Cream is famous for its wonderful wake-up flavor, too. Nationwide tests of leading toothpaste prove that Colgate Dental Cream is preferred for flavor over other brands tested. And no wonder, for Colgate Dental Cream is the result of constant effort to produce the finest toothpaste in the world today. For cleaning teeth, for flavor, for sweetening breath. So try Colgate Dental Cream to bring out the natural sparkle and beauty of your teeth for a wake-up flavor you'll thoroughly enjoy. And always use Colgate Dental Cream after you eat and before every date to clean your breath while you clean your teeth.
Well, men, let's dig in once again and see what we have to offer in another round of wit and humor here. Here's a joke which was sent in by T. Curtis Cutts of Bradford, Massachusetts. And the subject of this joke is something I know you're all very familiar with. Honesty. Honesty.
You want to bet?
Not too much, Joe, at this point. However, let's get over, and speaking of bets, here's a good one, and Peter Donald.
Well, this is the owner of a large estate, an elderly gentleman, and he had these beautiful, beautiful grounds and everything, but he got a little trouble because all the kids in the neighborhood would make raids on his orchard, and they'd steal all his fruit. So he was a very kind, sweet old man, and he thought that rather than chastising these kids, he'd win them over to honesty. So he decided to give a big party, and he invited all these little roughnecks, all these little kids, and he stuffed them with strawberries and cream and everything. They had a terrific time. And finally, when they were having the happiest time of the day, he thought maybe he could draw a little moral lesson. So he said, now, boys, he said, tell me honestly, would those berries have tasted as good if you had stolen them? And all the little kids with the pink cheeks looked at him.
They said, no, sir, those berries would not have tasted as good if we had stolen them.
He said, that's right, my little man. And can you tell me why?
They said, yeah, because we wouldn't have had no cream and sugar on them.
Mentioning sugar, that sounded kind of sweet to Mr. Cutts, I imagine, Peter. 1,000 on the Colgate Palmolive shave meter, making the cause most desperate for our three wits now as they try not only unfailingly to top it, but just to tie it. All three hands are up like eager beavers, though. So let's jump over to Senator Ford and start festivities.
Oh, brother, here's a very, very old gag on honesty. At one of those meetings where people give testimonials, a fella got up and began to tell about the first time he had a pang of conscience. He said, I went into a shoe store. The proprietor was in the back. There was nobody around. And I got the impulse to walk over and steal a $5 pair of shoes. But he said, suddenly a still small voice stopped me. And I didn't steal those $5 shoes. I reached up on another shelf and stole a $7 pair. Then there's another one I could tell that might go in there. That's too old to tell. I think that's why I was no good.
Well, I don't know.
I could tell another one
would
be on honesty. You want me to tell another one?
Yeah, I think it'd be very good.
Well, Aunt Nellie took her two little nieces. They were about 10 or 12 years old. You know how kids are these days, these modern kids. She took them to the zoo. And when they came to the ostrich cage, the old lady began to give out with the story of the fabulous bird and how it brought babies. One kid winked at the other one and says, don't you think it's about time we told the old lady the truth?
They should have been reversed, Senator. The first one got 600 on the Colgate-Palmolive shave meter, and the other one got 1,000. So
that's all right. Count the honest one, the first one.
Okay, the 600 goes in. You're out in a fruitless chase anyway. So, Harry Hirschfield, how about you?
I thought of a couple of here screwball gags I've heard in the last few days that fit in this. One I want to toss in first. A salesman comes off the road. So he starts telling about his conquests. He said, I met a girl in Detroit, and I don't know whether I should or not. He says, I promised to telephone her the minute I got back here. He said, I'll be honest with you. I wouldn't call her beautiful. I wouldn't call her intelligent. The other guy says, I wouldn't call her. Well, here's another screwball gag. A guy runs in with his little boy, and he runs into a doctor, says, Doctor, quick, do something for the boy. So the doctor takes his stethoscope and he puts it on the kid's chest, and he says, that heart, the tick of that heart. This is not for me. I got to tell you the truth. This is Scarpolia heart. I know this. This is not for me. I'll have to call Professor Eddie Weber. He is the man for this. So they call Professor Weber, and he comes in. And he comes in and he takes the stethoscope and puts it on the little kid. He says, this is not Scarpolia heart. This tick of this heart, this beat, is Pavolia heart. It's Pavolia heart. You must get Dr. Schnutz. So the father says, get him quick, please. So Professor Schnutz comes in, and he puts the stethoscope to the kid, and he says, that's Pavolia heart. I know that tick. That tick in the beat is Pavolia heart. And he turns to the father, said, how long has it been going on like this with the boy? He says, ever since he swallowed a watch this morning.
Well, Harry, you tied Senator on the preface. That got 600 on the Colgate.
I didn't know that Weber used that kind of a dialect.
Hardly used anything. However, Harry did move up to 800 on the second one, so the balance is 1,400, neither of which counts. We'll skip over to Joe Laurie, Jr.
Well, I could tell the one about the honest grafter.
You could do that,
A tree surgeon. The one I want to tell is about two women get in the car, and when they're sitting down, one says, you know what? I didn't pay the conductor. I got fired. I didn't pay my fare. She says, well, that's terrible. Don't you know honesty is the best policy? Honesty pays. You shouldn't do a thing like that. Honesty is the best policy. You'll see that honesty pays through life. She says, well, all right, you make me feel bad. So she goes over. When she comes back, she says, you were right. Honesty certainly pays. I gave him a quarter, and he gave me change for $50.
Well, Joe, the tree surgeon got you 250 on the Colgate Palmolive
That I
shave
threw
meter.
in. That's a branch joke.
Oh, I see. I thought you left me out on a limb for a while.
No.
But then you came up with a zooming 1,000.
I know what about that, too.
Okay, how about you, Senator?
Well, no, I mean what he was talking about. A fellow went into a restaurant, and he got a bowl of soup, and he said to the waiter, hey, there's a twig in my soup. The waiter said, that's all right. We got branches all over.
I just thought of another bus story.
We're back to
You
the
missed
bus
the first
again,
bus.
Harry? Well, go ahead. Drive off.
A crowded bus, and two sailors come in. You know, good, rowdy sailors. And one wiggles himself into a seat, and the other sailor sits on his lap. And they're riding along like that way, and in comes a beautiful, luscious blonde. And the sailor beneath there says, "George, be a gentleman. Give the lady a seat."
Very good, Harry, and as well as you fellas tried, none of you were able to top from the start Mr. Cutt's original $1,000. So, sizing up the situation, we send Mr. Cutt's $25 with the compliments of Colgate Dental Cream, plus a 1,000 club certificate. And in addition, we're sending Mr. Cutt's a phonograph record of Peter Donald telling his story on the air. Well, let's start off with a brand new joke this time. This one comes from a lady who has a first name I never heard before, Mrs. Carried E. Hoagland of Akron, Ohio. And the subject of this round is, shouldn't happen to you, dentist. Dentist. So, Pete, you have enough pull. Let's see how you come out.
Well, this happened over in Brooklyn, and a girl rushed into a dentist's office.
She said, listen, are you Dr. Jekyll, the dentist?
Doctor says, yes, miss, I'm Dr. Jekyll, I'm the dentist, but do you have an appointment?
She says, listen, Buster, when my tooth starts aching, don't call me up for no reservation. I'm suffering. It's awful. It's terrible. I'm suffering.
Well, he says, as a matter of fact, he says, I do have a few minutes. I'll examine it. Sit in the chair.
Well, she says, look, I think it's my lower right bicuspidor down there. It's awful. It's driving me out of my mind.
Well, he says, how long has it been aching?
Well, she said, let me see now. It's been aching since last Easter. I remember because I was eating a spring chicken and I bit too hard on one of the springs and I broke it. Oh, she said, it's been driving me crazy since last spring. I'm ready to wind up in one of those lunatic asylums or something.
The dentist said, just a minute. He says, young woman, you say this tooth has been torturing you like this since last spring? He says, why didn't you come to me sooner?
She says, because, Dopey, I heard on the radio you should go to your dentist every 6 months, and my 6 months only came around yesterday.
I don't think I need enlighten you, Pete, but it was a booming 1,000 on the Colgate Palmolive laugh meter that time. And also, needless to say, an automatic $25 from Mrs. Hoagland. So you fellas seem to be stymied for the second time tonight. However, nothing ventured, nothing gained as we move over to Harry Hirschfield.
Well, I think this is a screwball game. There's a dentist sitting and he's very morose. He's got love affair. And he doesn't know whether the girl loves him or not. And he's upset. And in walks a guy with perfect teeth. He said, Doctor, I've never been to a dentist. It's the first time. I have fine teeth, but I have one little tooth I think that needs a filling. I wish you would attend to it. Doctor said, just let me see. He said, better give you gas. Did you ever have gas? He said, no. So he gave him gas, and while the guy's under the gas, he gets berserk, this dentist, about this girl, and he starts to take the fellow's teeth out. She loves me. She loves me not. She loves me. She loves me not. She loves me. She loves me not. After he took out all the teeth, this guy comes to. He says, gas ain't bad, but it certainly makes you talk funny.
Well, you talk funny enough, too, Harry, that time. Funny enough to get 1,000 on the Colgate Palmolive laugh meter, tying Mrs. Hoagland's $1,000, but not stopping it. So, Joe, what do you have to offer?
Well, I've got one to throw in here just a little bit. This is shorty. It's about a poor little kid, and he's talking to another kid. Oh, this poor little kid. He's got his old man's coat on and everything. He's a terrible-looking kid. And he says, my father got a new set of teeth today. He says, yeah, what is he going to do with the old ones? He says, I guess they'll cut them down and make me wear them. The one I want to tell, though, Harry reminded me with all the teeth. Well, Mrs. Epstein goes to a dentist. And she says, their teeth are bothering me. So he looks, examines her, and says, Mrs. Epstein, I'm sorry to tell you, we'll have to take every tooth out. They're impacted, they're bad. She says, oh, no, not the whole mouth. She says, every tooth in your head will have to come out. She says, do me a favor, please. She says, what? She says, please leave me one tooth. She says, why do you want one tooth? She says, because when I smile, I should look pretty.
Two 1,000s that time on the Colgate-Palmolive laugh meter. Joe keeping everything intact as we move over to Senator Ford.
Well, you know, Harry, wherever anybody meets Harry's always telling jokes about two guys on a streetcar or something. He's always telling jokes. Well, I can tell this one on him because he told it to me. Not so long ago, he had trouble with his teeth, and he went to the dentist, and of course, the first thing he did when he got in the chair was to start to tell jokes. So the dentist says, open your mouth, and he starts to put in 4 yards of cloth and, you know, a lot of cotton and a half a pound of Brillo. And finally, Harry can't talk anymore, and he says, what's the idea of that? And the doctor says, that's my gag.
That's my gag and yours, too, Senator. That was a zooming 1,000 that time.
I wasn't going to tell. I just threw that in.
Well, you threw it in. We're a little bit cramped for time. If you have a quickie, we'll...
No, go ahead. No,
well, you can't pass 1,000.
As long as it hit 1,000, what's the use of worrying about it?
Well, you all hit 1,000, but we still send Mrs. Hoagland $25 with the compliments of Palmolive shave creams plus a 1,000 club certificate. And in addition, we're sending her a phonograph record of Peter Donald telling her story on the air. And now here's Dan Donaldson with the biggest shaving news in history.
Men, do you shave with a lather or brushless shave cream? Palmolive shave cream comes both ways, and whichever method you use, you'll find the new Palmolive shave cream way to shave means more comfortable, actually smoother shaves for 3 men out of every 4.
Yes, 3 men out of every 4 get more comfortable, actually smoother shaves the Palmolive shave cream way.
It's a fact, men, not a promise. 2,548 men tried the new Palmolive way to shave, and no matter how they shaved before, 79% found beards easier cut, 75% less razor pull, 79% closer shaves, 80% smoother feeling skin.
And 3 men out of every 4 got more comfortable, actually smoother shaves.
Just get Palmolive shave cream, either brushless or lather, and do this. Wash your face with soap and water. Rinse. Then soap face thoroughly again. Do not rinse. Work Palmolive shave cream upward into beard to get the full benefit of Palmolive shave cream's beard conditioning effect. Then shave.
That's all. But remember, Palmolive shave cream, either brushless or lather, offers proof of more comfortable, actually smoother shaves for 3 men out of every 4.
Back to the joke business once again, fellas. Here's one submitted by Mary E. Lang of Fairfield, Connecticut, and it's on the subject of cooking. Cooking. You may have sampled some one place or another, so, Pete, let's see if you're on the front burner.
Well, it's about my friends, Mr. and Mrs. Fafufnik, and they're very happily married for years, except for one thing. He never liked her cooking, never seemed to like her cooking. And she read all these cookbooks, and she's making fancy dishes, never seemed to please him at all. She'd say, Abe, darling, says, did you enjoy the dinner? How was the sea lion steak? He says, so how should it be? It's a steak. Next day she'd say, Abe, you like the chicken? He says, so why should I like it? It's a chicken. So this goes on and on and on, and finally she's in tears. She says, Abercrombie, I don't know what I've done to deserve this. She says, for years, ever since we was married, I've been cooking for you all the fancy schmancy dishes. I've been making you gorgeous things, lobster tetrachloride and veal scallopinkus and everything. You never seem to enjoy it. I can't understand it. What's the matter? Why don't you like my cooking? He said, all right, Daphne. He says, you asked me, I'll tell you. He says, it's the gravy. For 30 years, you've been putting on a gravy. I can't stand it. She says, the gravy. So, Mr. Picky-Snicky, what is wrong with my gravy? He says, well, I don't know what's wrong, but it ain't like my mother used to make. She says, well, why ain't it as good as your mother used to make? He says, because the gravy my mother used to make used to have a lot of nice little lumps in it. Now sorting through every one of the jokes he has with an utter air of confusion as to just what happened.
I think I'd better tell you, Pete, that got exactly nothing. So, instead of being in the gravy, you're in the soup with that one. And so is Miss Lang, because Having nothing ventured, nothing gained. Let's see if you three fellas can top it. Harry?
I know a short one. Jonah Goldstein's favorite story. A panhandler comes up to a house, and a woman comes out. He says, I haven't eaten anything in 6 days. Will you give me something to eat? She says, do you like cold noodle soup? He says, I'll eat anything. She says, come tomorrow. It's still warm.
Well, 1,000 should be enough to top nothing, Harry, which is exactly what we got to start with. So, Senator, how about you in this round?
Well, a young bridegroom came home to his new bride one night after the office, and he kissed her and he said, what's the matter? Your face smells funny. She said, I'm cooking out of a cookbook. The book says to rub an onion on your pan.
Give you fellas an inch and you take a mile. That's 2 1,000s now on the Colgate-Palmolive laugh meter, both slightly topping Miss Lang's zero-ho. And so let's skip over to Joe Laurie Jr.
Well, a woman left her husband for a night. She went to visit her mother or something. When she come back the next day, she says, how'd you make out, honey? How'd you make out about supper? I got along pretty good. I got along fine. She says, what'd you do? He says, well, I found a steak in the icebox, and then I cooked some onions that I found down the cellar. You found onions down the cellar? She says, those weren't onions, those are my tulip bulbs.
Tulip bulbs or schmulip bulbs. It was 1,000, Joe, on the Colgate-Palmolive laugh meter that time. So we had a perfect round that time against absolutely nothing. So here are the sad figures for Miss Lang. She's a recipient now of $10 with the compliments of Palmolive shave creams. And if she can stand it, a copy of the joke as told by Peter Donald over the air. A recording, as a matter of fact. And also, to make her a little happier, a copy of that laugh-packed and brand-new Cream of the Crop joke book written by our three wits.
For the hair men love, try Luster Cream Shampoo. For hair that sparkles with silken softness, gleams with natural highlights, delights with clean fragrance. Luster Cream Shampoo is not a soap, not a liquid, but an amazing cream with lanolin and secret ingredients. Luster Cream Shampoo lathers like magic in hard or soft water, leaves hair soft, obedient. Try Luster Cream Shampoo. At all cosmetic counters, it's the cream shampoo for true hair loveliness.
Well, time has wasted away, fellas, so I'll ask the audience to join Can You Top This, originated by Senator Ford, next week. The same gang, other jokes, some new, some old. Until then, we remain yours for bigger and better laughs.
Senator Ford.
Harry Hirschfield.
Joe Laurie Jr.
1 foot in the gravy, Donald.
Ward Wilson. And Dan Donaldson saying goodnight for the Colgate-Palmolive Beach Company, makers of Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth, and Palmolive Shave Cream for smoother, more comfortable shave. Here's a message from your government. This year is designated the year of rededication to our heritage of freedom. It is fitting every American sincerely tell himself once more what it means to be an American and resolve to assume personally the duties of active citizenship. Today, every American can help preserve and strengthen America by taking an active interest in public issues, voting in an informed way, serving on juries, participating in community, state, and national affairs, proving to the world democracy means more freedom for all people. Remember, in this year of rededication to our heritage...
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
And you top this. Presented by the Colgate-Palmolive Beach Company, makers of Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth, and Palmolive Lather Shave Cream for a smoother, more comfortable way to shave. And here's Colgate-Palmolive Beach Company's master of ceremonies, Dennis James.
Well, good evening, friends. Welcome to Can You Top This, our unrehearsed clown town, with Ward Wilson pinch hitting for Senator Ford.
Good evening.
Harry Hirschfield.
Howdy.
And Joe Laurie Jr.
Hello.
And here's the people's representative, our storytelling genius, Peter Donald, to tell the first joke of the evening, which comes from Mrs. Clara Giroux of Cape Michigan. And it's on the subject of barber. You got it, everybody? Barber shop. Don't get tipsy. Go ahead.
Well, it's about little Dennis James, is age 7 years old, and they sent him to the barber shop for his first haircut. So the barber lifted the kid up in the chair.
He says, that's nice. Now, you be a good boy. He says, you sit there and meet Tony Lasagna. I'm going to give you good haircuts. Don't worry.
So he starts to work on the kid, and he took the electric clippers, and he ran it around the back of the kid's head. And the kid starts bawling. He goes, ah!
Tony says, please, don't do that. I'm no joy. You don't just sit there. So he goes with the electric clipper again. As soon as he touches it to the kid, he goes, ah! He says, please, don't do that. You make me jump, you know. I'm going to cut your hair down to your knees if you don't watch out. Please. Don't do that. Shut up, that's all. As soon as he touches the kid with the electric clipper again, ah! Tony says, please, wait a minute. So what's your matter for you, please, eh? Kid says, well, gee, my mama told me if I didn't wash my neck good and clean, she would spank me. And I scrub my neck, but I guess it ain't clean enough. He says, well, what makes you think your neck is dirty? He says, because you had to use that vacuum cleaner on it.
Why you're looking so sour, Pete? The vacuum cleaner or no vacuum cleaner was a clean sweep. You made a big 1,000 on that Colgate Palmolive laugh meter. You're out in front with $25 for Mrs. Giroux, so the three wits will have to just try to tie it. Harry Hirschfield is first.
Well, one I haven't heard in years is a barber had an awful day, playing the races. Every few minutes he'd get the report, the race, and he'd take a drink. And he was getting drunker by the minute. And in walks one of those ministerial guys to get a shave. And he gets in this guy's chair of all chairs. And as he gets in the chair, he gets a whiff of the liquor, but he doesn't say anything because he's under the razor now. And this guy is getting these, and he's been drinking, and he's thinking of the races, and he's giving this guy a shave, and he's beginning to cut him, and he's shaving and wobbling all over him, and he's shaving him, cut him. And finally, this fella feels something. He looks up, he sees a little blood. He looks up, and the place is all his face is cut. He says, now, you see the effect of liquor. He says, yes, it makes the face very, very tender.
Yes, just a shade tender, Harry. That was 900 up there in the Colgate Palmolive laugh meter, but we'll see who's next. Ward Wilson right there.
I was thinking of the gag that the late beloved Mark Hellinger gave me credit for as an original story a few years ago about the fellow who was in the barber shop getting everything from soup to nuts, and he was all covered with steaming towels and everything, and the manicurist was working on him, and the shoe shine boy was working on his shoes. All of a sudden, right in the midst of this thing, with all the steam coming up and everything, some guy bursts in the door of the barber shop, and he says, hey, Machiavelli, your house is on fire. With that, this guy jumps out of the chair, the towels are flying in every direction, the manicurist loses all of her tools all over the floor, dashes out of the store of the barber shop, runs down the street like crazy for about 2 blocks, 3 blocks, 4 blocks. Finally, he's getting out of wind. He gets down to the 5th block, and he stops on the corner all of a sudden, panty and puffing. He looks around, he says, wait a minute, what am I running for? My name's not Machiavelli.
Maybe not Machiavelli, but you certainly matched that gag as told by Peter Donald, Ward, because it was up there solidly for 1,000. And, of course, that puts Little Joe from Kokomo right in the middle.
Well, there's a lot of barbershop gags. The one I like very much is the one about my friend Montgomery. He goes into this barbershop and says, shave, please. So he gets in the chair. The fellow says, close shave? He says, yeah, stand near me. So he shaves him, and his fellow goes, oh. Finally, he gets all through. Montgomery gets up and looks over in the mirror, looks at his face and looks at his face. Barber sees him looking and says, what's the matter? Too close? Did I shave you too close? He says, well, I want to tell you something, buddy. One thing I'm sure, I didn't have these dimples when I come in.
Well, that was a typical Laurie story. Mighty cute, Joe. You know what it got up there? A big 1,000 on the Colgate Palmolive laugh meter, so that completes the first round. Pete got $25 for Mrs. Giroux, so sending Mrs. Giroux the $25 with the compliments of Palmolive shave creams, plus a phonograph record of Peter Donald telling her story on the air. And now, here's Dan Donaldson with the biggest shaving news in history.
Men, if you like oceans of rich, thick, moisture-soaked lather, try the new, different Palmolive Lather way to shave. A way that means smoother, more comfortable shaves for 3 men out of every 4. Yes, the new Palmolive Lather Shave Cream way brings smoother, more comfortable shaves to 3 men out of every 4. It's a fact, men, not a promise. 1,251 men tried the new Palmolive Lather way to shave, and no matter how they shaved before, 81% reported beards easier to cut. 76% said less razor pull. 71% said closer shaves.
80% smoother feeling skin. And 3 men out of every 4 reported smoother, more comfortable shaves the Palmolive Lather Shave Cream way. Here's all you do. Wash your face with soap and water. Rinse. Soap your face thoroughly again, and do not rinse. Brush Palmolive Lather upward into beard to get the full benefit of Palmolive Lather Shave Cream's beard conditioning effect. Then shave. That's all, but you be the judge. Get Palmolive Lather Shave Cream and try the new, different Palmolive Lather way to shave. Remember, it's proved. Proved to give smoother, more comfortable shaves to 3 men out of every 4.
All right, gentlemen, let's continue with our contest of wit and humor. And here's a joke which was sent in by Mrs. W.C. McGinty of Dallas, Texas. Now, the subject is amazement. Everybody's ready, so Peter Don will take off, huh?
Well, it seems the two fellas were traveling through the hillbilly country, and everywhere they looked, when they were near the small town, everywhere they looked, they saw evidences of perfect shooting. There were on the trees, the walls, the fences, there were all these bullseyes and bullet holes in absolutely the center of every bullseye. And they measured this thing. This guy was shooting right in the center. So they decided to find who was doing this. They went to the general store, walked in there, and the proprietor came out.
Said, howdy, boys, what can I do for you?
Said, well, mister, he said, my friend and I were strangers in these parts, and we notice all over the place evidence of great marksmanship. Now, the two of us, we think we're pretty good shots, but we've never seen anything as amazing as this.
So he said, well, I'll tell you, gentlemen, he said, you see that fellow sitting down there in the back of the store right by them Sears Roebuck cuspidors? That's the fellow that did it. Why don't you go over and meet him?
So they did. They went over, introduced themselves, and again, one of the city fellas remarked on this great marksmanship. He says, I tell you frankly, sir, he says, I don't know where you learned to shoot, but I never saw such marksmanship. He says, tell us, how do you do it? And this big guy stretched, he says, how do I do it? Why, he says, it's just as plumb easy as pie. He says, first I shoot my gun at the trees and walls and fences, and then I draw the circles around the bullet holes.
It started off slowly, Pete, but you hit the bullseye. That was a 1,000 on the Colgate Palmolive Laugh Meter. Boys, you just know that you're going to have to work to try to tie it. Little Joe is first this time.
Well, Pete reminded me with this hillbilly story. This is sort of a new one on me. I don't know. About this hillbilly never was to a city before. And he comes to the town, he gets to a hotel where a friend of his lived, a city fella. And this fellow was so happy to see him. He says, well, you say, I came back from the hills, he says. I'm glad you looked me up, he says. I'll tell you what you do. I've got to go around and do a little business now. But look, here's the key to my room. Go up there. There's a good bottle of scotch there. Make yourself at home. Just make yourself at home. I'll be right back. I'll be back in about half hour or so. He says, okay. Showed him how to take the elevator and went up to his room. Fellow comes back about a half hour. He says, comes in the room. He says, how'd you like the scotch? He says, scotch was all right, he says, but that siphon that you had, that water there, that siphon, he says, I never saw such fizz water in my life. He says, why? I never saw such fizz water go through. You know, that thing come out so fast, it nearly knocked me out of the window. He says, the fizz water? He says, I have no siphon here. He says, sure, you know that thing, that red thing with the brass rings around it. He says, that was the fire extinguisher.
It was as hot as a Kiwani boiler, Joe, but not quite hot enough for a fire, so it got a 950.
That's hot enough. It's summertime, remember.
Summertime. All right, Ward, go ahead.
I was thinking the one about the little fella up in the Bronx who walked into delicatessen rather bashfully, and he looked at this big counter of cut meats and ham and everything in the case. So finally he looks at the Swiss cheese, and he says, pardon me, how much is the Swiss cheese? He says, $1.25 a pound. He says, how much you getting for the tongue? He says, $1.10 a pound. He says, how much for the cold roast beef slice? He says, that's $1.40 a pound. Just then, down the bottom of the case, he spies this great big boiled ham. So he points down to that, and he says, pardon me, how much you get for this? And just then, there's a terrific bolt of lightning and a crash of thunder, and he looks at the door, and he says, for goodness sake, I'm only asking.
Well, Watson, you're only asking, and I'm only telling. That was a 1,000. Harry, that kind of put you in the last slot.
Yeah, there was a husband and wife always fighting. The minute they got together, within range of each other, they'd start fighting and socking each other and everything. It went on this quarrel for years, and finally their son, their only son, couldn't stand it anymore. He couldn't stand their quarreling, so he left home. A few years later, a fella came and says, you know, your mother died. He says, my mother died, I'll pray for her. A few years later, they came to him again and said, your father died. And the fellow said, my father died? And he says, aren't you going to pray for him? He said, no. He says, I stand here amazed and shocked. I'm looking at you in amazement. You won't pray for your father? You prayed for your mother, didn't you? He said, yes. And my prayers. I know because of my prayers for her, she's at this moment in heaven. He says, why don't you want to pray for your father? Why should I bring them together again and start the whole thing over again?
Well, you made two ends meet. You know that Colgate Palmolive laugh meter starts off at 0. That's one, then Harry, and you went way past the other end, which is 1,000. So we complete another round. And this time, Pete got $25 for Mrs. McGinty. Also, she's getting the Palmolive shave creams and a phonograph record of Peter Donald telling her story on the air. Did you hear the way I said that? I gave her shave creams. I don't know what she's going to do with them. But at any rate, it was the $25 with the compliments of Palmolive shave creams. Let's go on, boys. But before we do go into another round, since we're getting things straight, I'd like to ask everybody to compete in this weekly gag fest. All jokes told by Peter Donald have been submitted by our listeners. So send your favorite joke to Can You Top This, care of NBC, New York, or the station to which you're listening. Now, of course, in cases of similarity, we'll have to be the sole judges of who is paid, and in every case, the decision of the judges is final. Laughs are registered on the big Colgate Palmolive laugh meter in full view of the studio audience. And our three wits have no scripts. They rely on memory and ability to switch jokes to make them fit the subject. You ready, gentlemen? Then let's continue with laughs. The next joke comes from Mrs. Sadie Dorsey of Manchester, Connecticut, and it's on the subject of rudeness. I'm sure that's clear to everybody, so Peter, take it.
Well, it seems that a bus slid to a stop at an intersection, and a voice from the back of the bus said, "Now, wait a minute. No, don't. Hold the doors. I got to get off. Hold everything there." So the driver says, "How am I supposed to know you want to get off? Did you ring the bell?" He says, "Did I ring the bell? I've been calling it. I thought you were dead or something." Bus driver says, "Well, then why weren't you standing there at the door ready to get off?" He says, "What's all the questions? Now, what are you doing, a quiz program or something?" "All right, Dr. O'Pugh, I'll tell you if you want to know. It took me a long time to rise from me seat because me lap is full of bundles." Guy said, "Oh, is that so?" He says, "Well, buddy, all I can suggest is that if you would eat some yeast, maybe you would rise quicker." He says, "Oh, you're a comedian now, are you?" He said, "If I'd eat yeast, maybe I'd rise quicker." Well, he said, "Let me tell you something, you spalpeen. If you take some yeast for jabbers, you might be better bred."
You doed it, Peter. You doed it. Colgate Palmolive laugh meter reads 1,000, so we take off to the wits who'll have to try to tie it. I see only one hand up this time, too, and it belongs to Hirschfield, so go ahead, Harry.
Well, I was thinking of, rudeness and the way children are brought up today, the growing delinquency. I think this story fits. 4 boys are brought into court, rushed in by the cop, and the judge looks at one of them and he said, "What are you here for?" He says, "For throwing peanuts in the lake." He said, "The second one, and you?" He said, "The same thing, for throwing peanuts in the lake." And he said, "The third one, what are you in here for?" He says, "For throwing peanuts in the lake." He turned to the fourth one, he said, "What are you here for?" He says, "I'm peanuts."
Big, strong, full, and long-lasting, Harry. Boy, do you want to try to follow that one?
That's a silly place to walk in, I know that. I was thinking, I think one of my favorite stories comes under rudeness. These 2 colored boys were given a job to remove a safe up in Harlem. They had practically no equipment. One great big guy and one little bit of a fella. So the big guy finally put a beam on the second floor of the building. They put a pulley on that, and they put a rope through it. And the big fella says, "I'll go into place here and put the rope around the safe." He says, "You go down there on the sidewalk and hold on to the end of the rope, and when I ease the safe out the window," he says, "you just hold it and let it down easy." He says, "All right, I'll do it." So he goes out on the sidewalk, he's holding on to the rope, and the big guy gets up on the second floor, and he lets his safe out very easily, and all of a sudden it slips, crashes to the sidewalk, and the little guy forgets to let go of the rope. He goes all the way up to the top, and his head hits the beam, and he gets knocked off and down on his back, out cold on the sidewalk. So the big guy rushes down the steps out to the sidewalk, and he turns him over and says, Sam, speak to me. Sam, speak to me." Then the muscle moves. He says, Sam, please, you got to speak to me." Just then the little guy's eyes flutter open. He says, "Speak to you?" He says, "I tipped my hat to you going up and coming down. You didn't even say hello."
You didn't have to finish the punchline, Ward. It was up past the 1,000 halfway through. Joe, I hate to keep putting you on the spot, but it's yours.
This one is about this very hoity-toity relative. Well, I know how 30 she was. She was over 30, I know that. But she came over to visit this relative of hers, and this fellow with his wife and about 10 kids and everything. So he asked her to stay for supper. So she sits down and she's very neat, looks around. And during the course of the meal, this fellow burps. And she says, "Oh, how rude." She says, "Tell me, John, are you in the habit of doing this before your children?" He says, "We ain't got no timetable. Sometimes I do it before them, sometimes I do it before them."
Well, looking up at the Colgate Palmolive laugh meter, Joe, it tells a rosy story. In fact, the color was purple. Yeah. You got a 1,000. Makes it a perfect round all the way around. 4 1,000s. So we're going to send Mrs. Dorsey $25 with the compliments of Colgate Dental Cream, plus a phonograph record of Peter Donald telling her story on the air. And now here's Ron Rawson with an important message.
Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. No other toothpaste does a better job of cleaning teeth than Colgate Dental Cream. For Colgate Dental Cream has a safe polishing agent that cleans your teeth both gently and thoroughly, brings out their natural sparkle and beauty. You can actually see and feel the difference. And scientific tests prove that Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. Yes, actual scientific tests prove conclusively that in 7 out of 10 cases, Colgate instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. Colgate Dental Cream is famous for its wonderful wake-up flavor, too. Nationwide tests of leading toothpaste prove that Colgate is preferred for flavor over every other brand tested. Yes, preferred over every other brand tested. And no wonder, for Colgate Dental Cream is the result of constant effort to produce the finest toothpaste in the world today. For cleaning teeth, for flavor, for sweetening breath. So see if you don't agree with the millions who have made Colgate Dental Cream America's favorite toothpaste. Try Colgate Dental Cream to bring out the natural sparkle and beauty of your teeth for a wake-up flavor you'll thoroughly enjoy. And always use Colgate Dental Cream after you eat and before every date to clean your breath while you clean your teeth.
Now we go round and around. This time the joke is sent in by Harry L. Cools of Erie, Pennsylvania. And it's on the subject of clerk. I don't care where it is, what store, bank, or anything, but just clerk. Peter?
Well, it just happens this happened in Grand Central Station at the information booth, and a lady walked up to the desk, and the fellow was there, and she walked up and kind of cute, and she said, "Oh, clerk, clerk." He said, "Yes, madam." He says, "You want information?"
She says, "So why else would I come to an information booth to buy a girdle or something? Certainly I want information. I just got off the train. I just came from Chicago. And, was I on a gorgeous choo-choo train? Was this a train? They call it the 20th century liniment. Is this a train? So I got to visit my cousin in New York. And the question I want to ask you, the information is, do you know a woman in this town by the name of Cohen?
The guy says, "What? Do I know anyone in town by the name of Cohen?" He says, "Do you think I know everyone in New York?"
She says, "No, Mr. Smarty Pants, I didn't think you would know everyone in New York. But I did think that any schlemiel would know at least one person."
Of course, you know what? Peter Donald right at this point is searching for the punchline. He's gone through all of the scripts by jokes sent in by people. Pete, I'm sorry, but it did not do it. You want to take it again? Change it at the end? I have to tell Harry Cool exactly what the score was, Pete. If you don't want to listen, it's all right. I don't want to upset you for the whole evening. It wasn't too bad. 600. So you got an average. You got a 400 leeway. Let's see, Ward is first.
I thought of a couple on clerks, Denny. One is kind of a quick one I tossed in for nothing about the fellow who worked behind the goods counter, yard's good counter, and this hoity-toity woman came over and said, "Pardon me, may I see that bolt up there?" So he hikes up this ladder and brings the bolt down, shows it to her, and she's very impressed. He said, "May I see that up there, please?" So he goes up the ladder again, brings another bolt down. About a half hour, he has bolts all over the counter. There's only one bolt left up on the top of the shelf. He said, "Look, lady, pardon me, are you interested in any of these things?" She said, No, to tell you the truth, I'm just waiting here for a friend of mine." He said, "Well, if you think she's up in that last bowl, I'll go up and get it for her."
That was just a throw-in, wasn't it, Ward?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
The other story's about the sort of a goofy guy working a delicatessen, and this woman, little matronly old lady, came in. She said, "Pardon me, how much is butter?" Says, 84 cents a pound. Said, "How much would a half pound be?" Said, "That would be 42 cents." Said, "Well, how much would a quarter of a pound be?" "That would be 21 cents." Said, "Well, how much would an eighth of a pound cost?" Said, "That would be 10 and a half, 11 cents." She said, "Well, how much would a 16th of a pound cost?" "Just wait a minute, lady. Go home and get the slice of bread and bring it over. I'll butter it here."
Your bread, and you were sly with it, too, because you got a big, round, long one that time. The Colgate Palmolive meter read a 1,000. What'd you say?
On the margarine.
Yes, margarine. By a good margarine, huh? Harry, take it.
Well, I heard one that I think is a kind of a newie. A little home, you know, an old-fashioned home, decided to make it like a colonial home and get people there for a summer resort. And the first person that comes there is a big, fat dame about 500 pounds. And the clerk says, "Boy, she'll lead us out of home, certainly, into this place." So they took her. It's the first customer. They wanted some publicity anyhow. And she goes up into the bed to sleep, and right away she sinks the bed right to the bottom. So she comes down in the morning. She said, "I can't sleep in that bed. I got to have another bed that's sunk to the bottom." He said, "That's all right. We can make money because of this. We're going to send out publicity that Washington slept there with his horse."
I thought maybe you'd just thrown that in. Oh, yeah, it was good. Go ahead.
Well, one I always love is the one about there was a clerk, and he had one leg shorter than the other. And he was back at the counter, and a drunk comes in. And he said, "I'd like to see a kind of a red kimono." And the fellow said, "Red kimono?" He said, "Yes, I want to see a red kimono." So he showed him a couple of kimonos. Said, "Ain't that? He said, I'd like to see a blue one." So the clerk with the short leg sinks down on his other leg. And the drunk said, "If you have to go downstairs for, don't bother."
The story goes down, but the meter goes up. That's another 1,000, and of course, Joe, it's your honor.
Well, I've been throwing them in. This is for free, too. This is about the fellow that comes into this department store. He says to the clerk, he says, "Are those good socks on the counter there?" He says, "Are they good socks? They've been on the counter for 2 weeks and there ain't a hole in them yet." That's for free. The one I like, this one is sort of new to me. The fellow comes in to the store and the clerk says, "What can I do for you?" Says, "How much is that collar button?" So the collar button says is $18.50. He says, $18.50. He says, "I forgot to tell you there. A tie goes with it, a hat, a shirt, socks, and a pair of shoes." He says, I don't want that. All I want is the collar button." He says, "I'm very sorry. We don't break up sets."
You know, I kind of hate to break up this set. There, you three of you told your jokes, and it was about 6 1,000s in there. Officially, we're all 1,000s. Anybody want to see if they can keep it up? Go ahead, Harry.
Well, I was just thinking of another barber story.
Way back to the first round? Go ahead.
There was a barber he was telling a friend, he said, "We have a fine idea." He said to the boss now, says, "We have music with the work. That's all the factories do now. When we shave, we have music." And he said, "We got to find a record, and it's beautiful. We shave very slow on the face, and we're forever blowing bubbles." He said, "It's wonderful." So next week, fellow said, "You still got music there?" He said, "Yeah, we got the music, but we're losing the customers." I said, "What do you mean?" He said, "The customers are losing their nose and ears." He said, "On account of the music?" He said, "Yeah, the boss is kind of greedy. It was very fine," he said, "when we had, I'm forever blowing bubbles. Now he put on another record. Yankee Doodle, but not down."
I suppose you want to go to the second round, Ward, but all right. Ward was going to stop.
Oh, pardon me.
Harry, going back to barber reminds me of one that happened down the Lambs Club with Charlie, our barber down there. I was sitting back listening to the ball game, getting a shave the other day, and he's in the middle of it. He says, "Mr. Wilson, pardon me." He says, "You been eating the borscht?" I said, "What?" He said, "You been eating the borscht?" I said, no, I haven't been eating, boss. He said, oh, I think I cut you.
That I like, Lord.
Tired of our guy being cut. A friend meets a fella and he says, all cut up. So what's the matter? Shave yourself? He says, no, I went to a barber. He said, if you went to a good barber, you wouldn't be cut up like he said. I went to the best bar. What are you talking about? I went to a hotel, a big hotel, a barber shop, and a hotel. He says, what hotels? He goes, they couldn't cut you. He says, Yimka. He says, where? I went to the Yimka Hotel. He says, where is it? He says, on 12th Street. So I've been around Turkey. I never heard of the Yimka. He says, Yimka, there's a big sign there. YMCA. Yimka.
Well, Imka, we're going to stop right in here and give the score, at least, fellas, before we do wind up activities. You know that Mr. Cole's only got a 600. Our three wits got about 12,000 1,000s.
So we're going to next week.
We're going to send Mr. Cole's $10 with the compliments of Colgate Dental Cream and a copy of that laugh-packed and brand-new joke book, Cream of the Crop, written by our three wits. You want to say something, Harry? Go ahead.
Got time for another barber story?
We've got about 20 seconds if you think you can.
You're talking about 20 seconds. I was reading the papers of everybody. I've been reading all day. You know, I've always noticed in the papers that people flee from Russia. Every time somebody flees from Russia. I never read where anybody flees to Russia. You like it, man?
That took up the 20 seconds. So, friends, that just about does it. Remember, Peter Donald just picked up his old discarded joke, and we're going to pick up and pack up. Join Can You Top This, originated by Senator Ford. Next week, same time, same gang. Other jokes, some new, some old. Until then, we remain yours for bigger and better laughs.
Ward Wilson batting for Senator Ford.
Harry Hirschfield. Joe Rush and Laurie Jr.
Peter Donald.
Dennis James. And Dan Donaldson saying goodnight for the Colgate Palmolive Teeth Company, makers of Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth, and Palmolive Lather Shave Cream for a smoother, more comfortable way to shave.
Our first game show in the next batch is 20 Questions, a really popular quiz show that ran from 1946 to 1955 on Mutual, and became a very popular TV show too. Listeners sent in subjects for the guest panelists to guess in 20 questions. Listeners who stumped the panel won prizes. Bill Slater and later Jay Jackson were the moderators, and the panel consisted of various people. This is a really fun show. I really enjoy this one, and the popularity that it experienced is a pretty good indication of why quiz shows and game shows became so popular over the next 40 years. Next up is Double or Nothing, which aired from 1940 to 1954, another really popular quiz show. Contestants had to answer questions in a certain amount of time, and as the questions advanced, the prizes increased, and each one was given the chance to risk losing everything or double their earnings, i.e., double or nothing. Several people hosted the show over its run, such as John Reed King and Walter O'Keefe. After that, we have People Are Funny, that began in 1942 with Art Baker as host. In 1943, he was replaced by Art Linkletter, who remained until the end of the show in 1960. It also made it to television, with Linkletter as host again, from 1954 to 1960. The premise of the show was asking contestants to carry out stunts to prove the title, People Are Funny. Some stunts lasted weeks, months, or even years. Those that were successful received prizes. As an example, in 1945, Linkletter announced a $1,000 prize to the person who found one of 12 plastic balls that had been put in the ocean off the coast of California. 2 years later, the prize was claimed by a native of the Enlagaban Island, way west of California. Next, we have two great episodes of Information Please, one of the earliest and longest-running radio game shows from 1938 to 1951. The title came from the, at the time, phrase used to request assistance from telephone operators. Clifton Fadiman was the moderator, and a panel of experts would try to answer questions submitted by listeners. In the beginning, listeners were paid $2 for each question, and an additional $5 if the panel could not answer it correctly. Those amounts went up over time, with a complete Encyclopedia Britannica being added to the cash prizes. Panel regulars included Franklin Adams, Oscar Levant, and John Kieran, among others, and usually a fourth guest panelist was included, featuring a celebrity like Groucho Marx, Leonard Bernstein, Fred Allen, and many others. The show was as much a comedy as it was a game show. Fred Allen and Louis Brown are the guest panelists on these two shows presented here in this collection. Next we have Better Half, another game show pitting husbands and wives against each other. It ran from 1943 to 1949 with Tiny Ruffner as host. There's a lot of comedy in the show, and the lesser half who lost has to sit in the second grader section of the audience to watch the rest of the show. This is a really fun one, especially for married people. And then we have It Pays to Be Ignorant, which was also just as much a comedy show as it was a quiz show, since it basically spoofed the popular game shows of the day, like Quiz Kids and Information Please. It featured announcers Ken Roberts and Dick Stark, and ran from 1942 to 1951 on 3 different networks. It featured a board of experts who are dumber than you and can prove it, quote unquote. Tom Howard, the creator, served as quizmaster, and the panelists were Lulu McConnell, Harry McNaughton, George Shelton. Each episode started with some jokes, an introduction of the experts, and then a few questions would be discussed in depth. Usually ridiculously obvious ones, and then the panelists would inevitably get the answers wrong, providing hilarious ones instead, or off-tangent discussions, and insulting each other. It also made it to television, running off and on from 1949 all the way to 1974. I personally love the show. It's corny, it's hilarious, and it's just a lot of fun to listen to, although not strictly a game show in the traditional sense. Let's sit back and enjoy.
Is it animal or vegetable?
Is it a living American man?
Would I wear it on my new spring hat?
Is it located in Europe?
Would my Uncle Albert smoke it?
Yes, all America's playing 20 questions. In cooperation with the Puzzle and Game section of Pageant Magazine, Mutual presents 20 Questions. And here's Bill Slater.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Come on and play 20 questions with us, and here's how you do it. You listeners have sent in subjects that our questioners will try to discover in 20 questions or fewer. If your subject is used, you get a year's subscription to Pageant Magazine free. And if your subject can't be named within 20 questions, you get Pageant free the rest of your life, plus a grand surprise prize. Our mystery voice offstage in a soundproof booth will tip you at home on what the subject is, while our studio guests here will know from a board that they alone can see. In other words, everybody will be in on the secret except our 5 eager questioners. Now, our questioners are Fred Vandeventer, well-known New York newscaster, Florence Renard, musician and teacher, Bobby McGuire, amazing 14-year-old schoolboy, Herb Palazzi, radio and motion picture producer, and our special guest tonight is E.J. Conn, author, humorist, and staff writer on The New Yorker. Glad to have you, Mr. Conn. Well, everybody seems all ready, so let's get going right away. My first subject was sent in by Shirley Hartstein, whose home is in St. Louis, Missouri, and this subject is animal.
This is the mystery voice tipping you of the radio audience off to the fact that the subject is the mouse that ran up the clock.
All right, you at home know what it is. The audience knows what it is. Let's see if our 5 questioners can get it. Here goes Vandeventer.
Is it a living American man?
No, it's not a living American man. Miss Renard.
Is it a human being?
It's not a human being. Mr. Palazzi?
Well, is it male or female?
Well, I really don't know. That doesn't matter, I'll tell you that.
You mean it could be neuter gender?
No, I don't think it was that. But it really doesn't matter. I don't know whether it was male or female. Mr. Conn?
Is it a 4-footed animal?
It's a 4-footed animal. Vandeventer?
Is it living?
No. Miss
Is
Renard?
it a fictional animal?
Right.
Is it in a nursery rhyme?
In a nursery rhyme.
Now, a rhyme rather than a story.
That's right. Bobby?
Was in a Mother Goose rhyme.
Was in a Mother Goose rhyme, and let's see how many questions we've used here. We've used only 7 questions up to here. 8 up to here. Bobby?
Is this animal edible?
No, Bobby. You wouldn't want to eat this one. Miss Renard?
Does it belong to the cat family?
Not always, Miss Renard. No, it doesn't belong to the cat family. Mr. Palazzi?
Did it do an exceptional feat in this nursery rhyme?
It did an exceptional feat in this nursery rhyme. Vandervenner?
Did he jump over the moon?
No.
No, that's edible.
It didn't jump over the moon. That's edible if you can get it. Miss Renard?
You said it was not a four-footed animal.
Oh, I
didn't
said
you?
it was a four-footed animal.
Oh, I see.
That's what I told Mr. Conn. I always let him in on how many feet everything has got. It did a rather exceptional feat. Having 4 feet. Who has the next question here? Cinema Mother Goose rhyme. Miss Renard?
Is it a dog?
No, I'm sorry. It's not a dog. That's 13 questions now. Vandervenner?
Is it of the canine family?
No. No. It's not related to a dog, even. Mr. Conn?
Is it related to a horse?
No. No. I don't think there's any relationship between this thing and a horse. Bobby?
Will it be classed as a beast of burden?
No, it can't carry anything much. It's too small for that. Mr. Palazzi?
Did it ever run up and down a clock?
It certainly did.
Wow, it's a little mousey.
Ran up and down the clock. Well, that took you 18 questions, but that's not an easy subject to get. Let's try the next one, which was sent in by Robert Oster, whose home is in New York City. For that, he gets a year's subscription to Pageant magazine free, and this subject is animal also.
Bill's subject is right in front of the panel. It's the studio audience.
All right, everybody knows what it is now except our 5 questioners, and this is a rather unusual subject. Who wants to start after it? Mr. Vandervenner?
Is it a human being?
Partly. Yes, it's a human. It's human. It's human. Mr. Palazzi?
Would I sit on it? You said partly. I don't know.
You might try it, but I don't think it would work. Mr. Conn?
Is it living?
Wonder what the audience thinks. Sure, it's living. Mr. Vandervenner?
Is it a man?
Partly. Partly. Miss Renard?
Is this a tangible object?
You mean, can you put your hands on it?
Well, yes.
Oh, yeah, sure. I don't intend to do it, but you could. Bobby?
Is this a group of animals, or...
Yes, Bobby, it's a group of animals. Vandervenner?
This is one of my hunches. Is it our audience?
It's the studio audience. That's right.
I take back my question. I don't want to sit on the audience. No. I don't want them to sit on me.
By the way, Mr. Palazzi, have your folks come back from Florida yet?
Yes, sir. My mother-in-law's back, and my father-in-law can have her.
Well, Gable's back, too. For that matter, let's move on to our next subject. Lois Kendall of Calumet, Michigan, thought this one up. This one's fairly difficult. It's vegetable.
The panel has 20 chances to guess Sir Walter Raleigh's cape.
Now you at home know. Now the people in the studio audience know. And here's the subject. Here we go. Miss Renard?
Is this vegetable in its natural state?
No, it's not. Miss Conn?
Is it edible?
No, I wouldn't advise it. Bobby?
Is it wooden?
No. Miss Renard?
Is it paper?
No. Mr. Palazzi?
Is it wood?
I asked
Or would it be wood?
Well, now, look, if it would be wood, I'd have said it was wooden. Wouldn't I?
Yes, you would.
I'm not going to charge you for that question. I said no, it wasn't.
No. Is this a class question?
No. It's a specific thing we're after. Vandervenner again?
Is it in the United States?
No. Bobby?
Does it exist?
Today, no.
Was it American?
No, it was not American. Miss Renard?
Did it exist in fiction?
In fiction, and it is believed by a great many people that it may have existed in reality, too.
It was written about.
Yes. And talked about considerably. Vandervenner?
Was it ancient?
What do you mean by ancient? And don't look at me when you answer.
Well, I should say that any time from biblical time on back, I would call ancient.
No, not back that far at all. Miss Conn?
Was it European?
It was European. Miss Palazzi?
Did it belong to a ruler?
No. No, it did not belong to a ruler. But a ruler used it once. Van de Venner?
Was it French?
No, it was not French. Miss Renard?
Was it in Southern Europe?
No.
How many questions is that?
That's 14 questions. We've got it pretty well narrowed down, though, haven't we? Van de Venner?
Was this a fairly large object?
Not too large. It was not a small object, but it was not too large. What do you mean by large? Big as an elephant? Thinking of the circus coming to town?
Well, yes.
No, it wasn't as large as an elephant. No. Bobby?
Was this an article of wearing apparel?
It was an article of wearing
apparel.
Was
it English?
It was English.
Was it Sir Walter Raleigh's coat?
It was. It was Sir Walter Raleigh's cape. Bobby, how do you get that way? You just get that look on your face and you go shooting right through and grab it. Van de Venner?
I would just like to observe in passing that I think it's open to question whether that's vegetable or not.
Oh, I think so. I imagine.
Well, wool would be animal, and so would velvet, I believe.
Well, I don't know, frankly, whether it was vegetable or animal.
I just mentioned in passing.
Yeah, I thought it was vegetable, and there are a group of people in a certain library in New York, I think, are still arguing about it. I started them on it this morning. Bobby's a pretty smart boy.
I should say he is smart. Where were you when I was trying to make out my income tax?
Well, let's move to subject number 4 here. Thought up by Robert E. Bartman, whose home is in Boonton, New Jersey. He gets a year's subscription to Pageant because we're using it, and this subject is vegetable.
The fun will begin as soon as I tell you on the QT that the subject is Bobby McGuire's report card.
See how many questions it takes us to get this. Van de Venner?
Is this in its natural state?
Is this in its natural state? No. It's had things done to it. Mr. Palazzi?
Well, is it famous for the person who owns it?
Well, it's known for the person who owns it.
It's known for the person who owns it.
Sometimes famous and sometimes maybe not. Mr. Van de Venner?
Is it wooden?
No. Mr. Conn?
This isn't wearing apparel again.
No, you can't wear this. You get mighty cold. Miss Renard?
Is this paper?
It's paper.
Is it a document?
I think you would call it a document, but in no historical sense. Van de Venner?
Is it a legal paper, then, of some sort?
No, it's not a legal paper. I'm going to just group that all in as one question. Bobby?
Is this a sign?
A sign?
Yeah.
No. Mr. Blaze?
Is it an advertisement of some kind?
Well, that's what I meant what I meant by a sign.
No, it doesn't advertise anything, at least not for the public. Van de Venner?
Is this just one document or paper, whatever it is we're after?
Yes. Miss Renard?
Is it American?
Oh, yes. Bobby?
Does this have anything to do with a magazine?
Well, no. But if you fool with magazines too much, why, it's reflected on this thing that I'm talking about. Everybody's looking very puzzled now.
Will you say that again, just what you said?
I think I'd just well leave it unsaid, Mr. Van de Venner. Glad you didn't hear it. Bobby?
Is this some kind of money?
No, it's not some kind of money.
Well,
although sometimes you can buy things with it, I've been told. I don't know. But disregard that, too. Just excuse me, I'm just sitting here drooling. Mr. Van de Venner?
Is this paper printed upon as distinguished from written upon?
It's both.
Both writing and printing?
Yes, sir.
In other words, somebody has signed it or something of that sort.
Well, we hope so. Yes. Now, let me see how many questions we have here. That's 13. Miss Palazzi?
Is it a check?
No, I'm sorry. Not a check. It can't be stretched that far. Miss Renard?
Does nearly everyone have one of these?
At one time or another in his life, yes. Bobby?
Is this red tape or anything like that?
No.
I mean, would you say that it's not a specific thing, but more or less of a group of things put together?
No, it's one specific thing, Bobby.
Did you say it did belong to a famous person?
I said it belongs to a person, yes. This one we're after is particularly known for the person it belongs to. Although, as you noticed, I said it was not historical or famous. Van de Venner?
How many questions is that, please?
That's 16 questions. We have 4 to go.
I can't waste very many then, can I?
No.
Is this printing on it colored in any way, or is it just plain black and white?
It's usually just black and white.
Mr. Vandervenny?
Is it connected with the entertainment world?
No, it's not connected with the entertainment world. We have 2 questions to go. It's a fairly tough subject to get, but you're warmer than you think you are. Mr. Palazzi?
Is it a summons?
No, but it sometimes causes consternation. Now, you've got 1 question left. Here we go. Either you get this one or Robert Hartman out in Boonton, New Jersey is going to get a grand surprise prize. Here you go, Bobby.
It's just a guess. Is it Murray choices?
No, I'm awfully sorry. Bobby, it's your report card that we were after. Well, that was a noble effort on a tough subject.
I don't mention my report card.
What'd you say, Bob?
I don't mention my report card.
No. But we do. We're very proud of your report card, as a matter of fact. So Mr. Robert Hartman out in Boonton, New Jersey gets pageant free for the rest of his life, and in addition, he gets a grand surprise prize of 5 record albums consisting of the latest recorded hits. Congratulations to you, Mr. Hartman. Let's move on now to subject number 5, which was thought up by Carl Canterbury, whose home is in Moline, Illinois. And this subject, we're going to let you people at home play it right along with us. This subject is animals. Here we go. Mr. Vanderven.
Is it a living American man?
No, it's not.
Is it a living American 4-footed animal?
No, it's not. You people trying to get me 3 questions in one are sort of losing now, Vanderven.
Well, we'll start out even then. Is it a human being?
It's a human being. Miss Renard.
Is he American?
Yes. Grudgingly, I say yes. Mr. Conn?
Was that yes for that whole question?
Is he American?
It's a he, too. That we can assume that.
Well, thanks to my stupidity, I guess you can.
Okay.
Slipped the sex classification in on me, didn't you, Mr. Conn? You're awfully happy about it. Vanderven?
Was he connected with the government?
Yes. Yes. One phase of the government. Miss Renard?
Is he living?
No. Bobby?
Did he have anything to do with the United States around, 25 years either side of 1800?
25 years either side of 1800? Wait till I use my fingers, Bobby. Yes. Vanderven?
Was he a military figure?
He was a military figure. Miss Renard?
Was it Benedict Arnold?
It was Benedict Arnold. Well, our people got it here in exactly 9 questions. I wonder how you people at home did. If you did better than 9 questions on getting Benedict Arnold, why, we'd certainly very much like to hear from you. Now let's move into subject number 6. That was good work, Miss Renard. Subject number 6 for which a year's subscription to Pageant magazine is given to Georgianne Ray, whose home is in Woodside, Long Island, and this subject is mineral.
This is the mystery voice once more. Bill Slater's mineral subject is the rolling stone that gathers no moss.
This is a fairly difficult one again. Vandervenner is after it.
Is it metallic?
No, it's not metallic.
Is it a precious object?
Not particularly precious, no. Miss Renard?
Is it some formation of stone?
Yes.
Is it in existence?
I think it is, although we don't think of it as something that's confined to whether it existed now or passed away 40 years ago.
Then I ask another question. Is it biblical?
No.
Is it in the title of a song or story?
In the title of a song or story? It has been in the title of a story that I can remember, and I think it's been it's been in the lyrics of some songs anyway. But it's not primarily known as either the title of a song or the title of a story. Vandervenner?
Is this stone in the United States?
It's more or less placeless. This particular one. You wouldn't associate any locality with it, Mr. Vandervenner.
But I had the Blarney Stone in mind.
Well, I could tell by the way you were puckering your lips that that's the stone you were thinking about. Mr. Conn?
Is this a particular object we're after or a class of objects?
No, this is a particular one you're after, Miss Renard.
Is this an intangible object or something that is part of a saying or an expression?
Well, now, which one of those questions are you asking me? There were just 3 in there, Miss Renard.
Well, if it were part of a saying, it would be intangible.
It's a part of a saying.
Is it the rolling stone that gathers no moss?
You're too good for me, Miss Renard. I lose a bet again on that one. I thought that would stop us. That's very, very good going, I think. Incidentally, you folks at home who have been sending subjects in, keep on sending them in because we need them to stump this very capable group of questioners we have here. I'm thinking of that in connection with the next subject, which was submitted by Mary E. Spies, whose home is in St. Paul, Minnesota. This subject, incidentally, was submitted by many, many people. But we used the one that was postmarked first. And this subject is animal.
The panel tries its luck and its skill on this subject from Greek mythology. Achilles' heel.
All right, here we go. Bobby?
Is it a four-footed animal?
No, it's not. Van
Is it a human being?
No, it's not a human being. Miss Renard?
Is it a bird?
No, it's not a bird. Van de Venner?
Is it a part of an animal?
Yes. Van de Venner?
Is it manufactured?
No, scarcely. Bobby?
Is this part of an animal still part of the animal that it was started out as?
Well, is that a 14-year-old way of saying was it separated from the animal it began with?
That's right.
No, it wasn't. Mr. Palazzi?
Is it part of the front part of the animal?
No, it's not. Van de Venner?
Was it fictional?
Yes. Van again.
Was it written by Shakespeare?
No. Miss Renard?
Was it in a nursery rhyme?
No, it was not. Bobby?
Is this part of a four-footed animal?
No, not part of a four-footed animal. Mr. Palazzi?
Was it written about by Poe?
No. Poe, Mr. Palazzi was wrong.
How many questions is that?
That's 12 questions. Mr. Conn?
Is it part of a reptile?
No, not part of a reptile. Everybody is looking pretty hard for this part of an animal.
Well, was this part of an animal then changed by human processes into something else?
No.
By that I mean leather is tanned.
No, this part of the animal was not changed. Miss Renard?
Did we ask if it was fictional?
Yes.
It is.
I'm not charging you for that.
It is fictional.
Yes.
Was it in American fiction?
No. No. That's 15 questions now, 5 to go. For part of an animal. Mr. Conn?
Was it a fleshy part of an animal?
Was it a what?
A fleshy part of an animal, as opposed to hair, say, or teeth, or something
You mean,
like
was it flesh?
Yeah.
Yes, it was flesh. But not what we call fleshy, ordinarily. Bobby?
You said it wasn't by Shakespeare.
No, it's not by Shakespeare. That I'm not charging you for. This is all just by way of review. Since you're looking for a part of an animal, that's what people have been doing in meat markets for years now without much success. I know you're up against a tough job. Miss Renard?
I don't think anyone asked if it was part of a human being, did we?
No, you just asked about how many feet it had, and all I said was it didn't have 4. It's part of a human being, if that's your question. Now we have 3 questions to go. Miss Renard?
Is it, no, I want to ask that. You said it was flesh, didn't you?
Mr. Conn was into
So it
the
wouldn't
flesh
be a beard.
question. No. Wouldn't be what, miss?
Wouldn't be a beard.
No, wouldn't be a beard. Van de Venner.
Are we again trying to identify the portion of the body which can be seen of a certain person? Is that what we're trying to do? That is, are we after somebody's nose or somebody's ears or?
Yes, and I think I've got to charge you for that. You're after somebody's something. Bobby?
Is this mythological?
Now, that's question number 19, Bobby, and the answer to that is yes. There's only one question left.
Is it Achilles' heel?
It was Achilles' heel. All right. Let's try this one. Lee Fretwell, whose home is in Bluefield, West Virginia, thought this one up. He gets a year's subscription to Pageant because we're using it. This is animal.
This is the mystery voice to tell you of the radio audience that Bill's subject is from the Bible. It's the dove that Noah released from the ark.
All right, here we go. The people at home know what it is. The people in the studio audience know what it is. Our 5 don't. Let's try to get it. Mr. Palazzi?
Is it fictional?
Fiction?
Yeah. Is it created?
What do you mean
against
created?
living? Is it drawn or something?
Well, now, let me see. Let's sort of get one question out of that, Mr. Palazzi. I'll answer your first question. Is it fictional? No. Mr. Conn?
Does it exist?
Today? No.
Yeah.
Bobby?
I didn't quite catch it. Did you say it was animal?
It's animal.
Thank you.
Van de Venner?
Is it a human being?
No. Mr. Conn?
4-footed animal?
No. Miss Renard?
Is this a bird?
This is a bird.
Is it in fiction?
No.
Oh, Mr. Policiat, I'm sorry.
No, but just for alertness and because you've been so good, I'm going to charge you for that one.
Well, that's all. I expected you to.
Well, thank you, Miss Renard. Vandervenner?
Is this a specific bird that we're after?
This is a specific bird you're after. I hope you get the bird. Mr. Conn?
Is it a large bird?
No, it's not a large bird. Mr. Palazzi?
Is it a parrot?
No. No. Bobby?
How many questions have we used?
We've used 8 questions now. Vandervenner?
Well, distinguishing between a large bird and a small bird, is it as big, let's say, as a parrot?
Well, if it was a little parrot, the answer would be yes. But a big parrot, no. Now you can pair it up in your mind with some other bird and maybe you'll get it. Bobby?
Is this just one single bird?
One single bird. Yes. That's an interesting question.
Saying Capistrano there.
Yes.
Has this bird ever been mentioned in the title of a song?
This particular bird has never been mentioned in the title of a song, no. Miss Renard?
Is this bird in existence today?
I answered that question once before, no. I'm not charging you for that.
Was it an American bird?
No. Oh, no. No. Miss Renard?
Was it a Roman bird?
Well, it did some roaming around, but it wasn't a Roman bird, no. No, it was not. Now, that's 17... How many questions, Mr. Martin? That's 14 questions. We have 6 to go in quest of this particular bird. In other words, 6 questions for your bird hunting, my friends. Vanderven?
Was it a European bird?
Honestly, I don't know. And I don't know of anybody who does know. So the answer will have to be no. It was not a European bird. Not confined to Europe. Vanderven again.
Was it the dodo bird?
Was it the dodo bird?
Yes.
No. No.
Well, is it a bird in children's literature?
No, it's not a bird in children's literature. Now,
well, you said it was not fiction.
I said it was not fictional. Miss Renard.
Was it in the Bible?
It was in the Bible.
Was it the bird that Noah sent out to...
It was the dove that Noah sent out from the ark. Well, you know, my hat is off to you. I reached just as deeply as I could for that one and the one before it, too, because you're in amazing form tonight. Now let's try it.
That was a dove, I think.
It was a dove.
If the audience wants to know whether we know or not.
It was a dove, yes. Everybody knew when you got in that close. Of course, I believe Noah did send out a raven first, and then sent this dove out 3 times. This is a Saturday night Sunday school lesson for you people.
Why, were you there with them, Slater?
No, I wasn't. They went 2 by 2s then. Now, let's move into this department. I've got a few quickies here that I've thought up myself, and we'll let you see how you can do, not in relation to the number of questions, but how much time it takes you to get this one. This first one is animal.
Bill's subject is the big gorilla of the big top, Gargantua.
All right, here we go. Bobby?
Is it a living American man?
Living American man? No.
Is she in the entertainment world?
Yes.
You said she. He said she, didn't he?
Well, the subject's in the entertainment world. I'm not giving you away the she or the he business free.
Is she on the radio?
No.
Is she in the sports world?
No.
Is she in the movies?
No.
Is it a woman?
No.
Is it alive?
Your boy. It sure is.
Is he an athlete?
Not primarily known as an athlete, no.
Is it a man?
No.
You said this thing was not in the movie?
That's right.
Was it in the circus?
It's in the circus. Go ahead.
Gargantua?
It's Gargantua. That's very good. Well, you got Gargantua in 52 seconds, Mr. Palazzi, which is, I think, very, very good going.
I ate my dinner
now
tonight, 48.
Let's see if we can get this next one in 40 seconds. This one is mineral, animal, and a little vegetable.
I'm here off stage to tell you that the subject is Walker Cooper's baseball mask.
See if we can get this in 40 seconds. It's a toughie.
Is it a body of water?
No.
Is it a section of land?
No.
Is it edible?
No.
Is it a class question?
No.
Is it a structure?
No.
No, what's that?
No.
Is it manufactured?
Yes.
Is it a method of transportation?
No. Who's next?
Is it something you'd have around your house?
Not normally.
Does it have anything to do with the sports world?
It has to do with the sports world. Take one quick guess.
Is it baseball?
The baseball?
Yes, it's in baseball. As a matter of fact, it's Walker Cooper's baseball mask. We haven't any more time to give to you on it. Next week, friends, we'll be playing 20 questions again at the same time over most of these stations. And if you've enjoyed our program, you'll enjoy reading Pageant Magazine on sale at all newsstands. Now, here's Robert Martin to tell you how to submit your subjects, Bob.
Thank you, William Slater. Just write the name of the subject to be identified on a postcard. Mail it with your name and address to 20 Questions in care of the Mutual Broadcasting System, New York 18. A year subscription to Pageant Magazine will be awarded for any subject used. In case of duplication or similarity, the decision of our judges will be final and all entries become our property. Should you submit some subject that cannot be identified by our questioners within 20 questions, you'll receive a special surprise prize plus a lifetime subscription to Pageant Magazine. Tune in again next week when Fred Van Deventer, Florence Renard, Herb Palacey, Bobby McGuire, and our guest questioner try to identify the subjects you suggest. If you hear someone say, "I can hardly wait for Monday," we'll tell you the reason why. It's Lombardo, Cugat, and James on the new 1946 Spotlight bands. If you're one who walks around humming "He's My Guy," that's Guy Lombardo. We're making with the sweetest music this side of heaven. Lombardo's on every Monday. Or if you're a person who likes to whistle with a Latin lilt to your tunes, that's also on order. Xavier Cugat, the Rumba King, every Wednesday night on Spotlight. If swing's the thing, well, it's Harry James, Home James, yes. Pass around the word that Harry James will be around on Friday nights with his music makers. Lombardo, Cugat, and James, all three on the new Spotlight bands. I can hardly wait for Monday when Mutual draws the curtain for Guy Lombardo on Spotlight. So join us then, won't you? Same time, same Mutual station. Bob Martin speaking. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Beneman, the modern chewing gum laxative, presents fun facts and fun page features in the original radio show of its kind. The fascinating game. Now then, Double or Nothing. Music by Brusiloff. Announcing Alois Havrilla. Salute to Victory Garden Harvest shows. Guest contestant Meyer Davis. And awarding United States War Stamps for Beneman, the originator of Double or Nothing, Walter Compton.
Greetings, everyone. Tonight, Double or Nothing fires a bucolic broadside to the thousands of American men and women gardening for victory. On hand to tell us about this war-minded rustic revival is Richardson Wright, national chairman of Victory Garden Harvest Shows, and two prominent horticulture editors, J.W. Johnston of the New York Herald Tribune and his wife Jean of the Philadelphia Record. Our quiz personality parade includes a square dance squire, a United States Navy editor, and one of the country's most prolific purveyors of dance music. So, Alois Zabrilla, pitchfork over the first contestant in our radio rodeo, and let's call a spade a spade.
Okay, Walter, and city slicker Brusiloff's music cue brings on the farmer's idea of a jitterbug. The man who calls the square dances at the Village Barn, New York City's countrified nightclub, Pappy below.
On your partners, one and all. Off to the left, around the hall.
All right. And you get paid for that?
Well, not for just that. I do more than that.
What else do you do?
Well, I'd yell a couple more words, and then they run around the room and trip over each other.
I didn't hear it all. Do it again.
What? Honor your partners, one and all, off to the left, around the hall. Now they're going around the hall.
Now yell a good loud.
Halfway around, halfway back, don't go
Oh, yes! All right. Okay, Larry, thank you. Here's your question. Comes from Mrs. Jenny Boasso of San Francisco, California. Gets $5 for sending it in. I want you to name 3 different kinds of cosmetics.
The kinds, or you mean the market names, or just...
No, just plain old cosmetics. What
you
kind?
mean like lipstick?
That's one.
Yeah, and eyebrow pencil?
That's 2.
And, that new stuff they put on their legs.
Yeah, that's 3. Okay. Here's your strong box, Pappy. In that, I'm going to deposit $5 in war stamps for doing that so nicely. Now, what happens is you just ad-lib for a minute on the subject on a discussion. Let's go.
We'll start out with that lipstick.
All right, start out.
Gals down at the Village Barn are using it to autograph their letters to the soldiers.
How?
And take
Like that. $3. And,
All right, $2 more. I won't argue.
When some gal went and autographed a white collar on me that way one time.
And did your wife see him?
Well, I didn't win any popularity contest.
All right, so $3 more. Here's your contest.
Yeah. And lipstick, it looks a lot better on the lips than it does on the collar.
Profound, brother. Profound. $1.
I think it's indelible on everything but the lips.
That's indelible on me. $1 more.
Right. Eyebrow pencil. The gals, most of them, shave off their eyebrows so they can put eyebrows wherever they want it.
Is that right?
Well, they do, don't they?
That's right. $5. Okay.
Some of them come into the village barn look like a lot of scared cockroaches or
Boy, you're running business with $3 more.
And lip.
Oh, time's up. $18. Oh boy. Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Now then, double or nothing.
Uh-huh.
You ready for this double or nothing question?
Well, I ain't ready, but I'd have to take it again.
No question about that. Okay, there are two parts to this.
Yeah.
First, what is mascara?
Oh, that's the stuff they put on their eyelashes that leaks in their eyes.
I see. Now let me hold that strong box. This, Pappy, is a box of mascara. I want you to illustrate how to put it on. Go right ahead. He gets it out.
Well, there's one thing I don't have to hunt around in a handbag for it.
Well, I'm going to hit. I'll give you a hint. You have to sit on that little brush before you can do anything.
You're telling me? I got a wife, you know.
Hurry up.
Sit on the mascara.
All right, put it on. Let's see you do it. Wonderful. That's okay. You did it nicely. Now. Hold that up there. $36 in United States war savings stamps plus $5 is $41, and war stamps with the compliments of Phenomans. Thank you very much, Pappy below. Give my regards to all the yokels at the village bar.
Well, thank you to Phenomans.
Okay, so long.
Walter, your next guest is National Chairman of Victory Garden Harvest Shows, an organization geared to mobilize the nation's gardens to the war effort. He is also widely known as the editor of House and Gardens magazine, Mr. Richardson Wright.
Welcome to Double or Nothing, Mr. Wright. Before I give you your quiz, we'd like to talk with you a minute about the Victory Garden Harvest Shows. How did they get started, and how long have they been underway?
Walter, the Victory Garden Harvest Shows are only 3 months old. The major purpose is to help relieve the country's food problem. The organization's honorary chairman is Claude R. Wickert, Secretary of Agriculture. But it was J.W. Johnson, horticultural editor of the New York Herald Tribune, who conceived the idea.
Isn't that the same J.W. Johnston who teams up with his wife as our double team tonight?
Right, Aloys. Jack helped bring together a group of men and women prominent in various phases of horticulture, and as a result of their efforts, the movement has swept the country.
Say, Mr. Johnson's chest must be puffed out like a barnyard rooster.
Well, you can't blame him for crowing, Walter. He hasn't had much chance for 20 years.
Oh, henpecked, eh?
Oh, no. His wife, Jean, is one of his most ardent rooters. But, you see, Jack has been garden editor of a big newspaper for 2 decades, and the two-fisted newspaper men like to rib him about his horticultural tone.
Well, I guess those reporters covering crime stories poo-pooed Jack's hot lead on the home life of the nasturtium.
Exactly. But that's all changed now. They don't call Jack the petunia editor anymore.
Take that.
These same hard-boiled news hawks are all now Victory Garden enthusiasts. And Jack Johnson is the man of the hour around the Herald Tribune, the city room.
Now, what are your plans for the future, Mr. Wright?
Well, our plan is to have every city, town, and hamlet hold a harvest show this fall for the benefit of the men in our armed forces and the emergency needs of their families. The expenses of staging these shows is kept to a minimum, with no prizes other than stickers or seals.
And what's the admission charge?
Not less than a quarter, not more than $1, and definitely no free list.
Do the Army and Navy both share?
Right. Every show is asked to make out 2 separate checks. One to Army Emergency Relief, one to the Navy Relief Society. 85% of the gross gates after federal taxes have been deducted will be turned over to them.
And how much money do you expect to raise?
Our goal is $2 million and 20,000 shows.
Quite an undertaking, Mr. Wright. Do you actually believe you'll be able to make that quota?
And as we've already been assured of over 7,000 exhibits, and we've only just begun.
Well, now, how can our listeners who have not already done so, how can they enlist?
All they have to do is to urge their local garden club to stage a Victory Garden Harvest Show and write to us at 230 West 41st Street, New York City, for complete details.
Your project serves as another example of how American ingenuity has volunteered for the war effort. I'm sure it's going to be a success.
I hope so, Walter, because if results are attained, Victory Garden Harvest Shows will have helped solve the nation's food problem for 1942 to a great extent.
Okay, Mr. Wright, here's a quiz harvest. I hope you'll harvest of this quiz crop. It's completely empty. Well, that's where the ground is before you put the seed in it, Tammy, so let's see what happens here.
All right.
This question's from Catherine L. Hunter of Memphis, Tennessee, who gets $5 for sending it in, and the Kemp Robinson Drug Company of that city gets a special award. Being as how you are an editor, Mr. Wright, I thought I would give you something to mull over. What is Sanskrit?
Sanskrit is an ancient Indian language which is still spoken in the Punjab and by gypsies today.
Give him $5. That was elaborate, but give him $5 anyhow. All I've got down here from Webster is the ancient Aryan language of the Hindus of India. But are you sure that was right, what you said?
Absolutely.
Okay, let's go.
I'll speak some gypsy if you don't
Go
believe
on, speak some gypsy, I dare you.
All right. Kushto Bak Pala.
You said something nice?
Yeah.
$4.
Good luck, brother, I said to you.
Oh, $2 more. All right, now let's go on the Sanskrit and so forth now.
You want more Sanskrit?
No, let's talk about things.
About things, about Sanskrit?
Yeah,
or gypsies, or what?
Yeah, anything.
Well, why don't let me talk about something I know something about?
No, let's hear what you don't know anything about, Mr.
Well,
Wright.
now, for instance, it's George Washington. I don't know anything about George Washington.
I didn't ask you anything about George
You
Washington.
didn't?
I give you $2 because it didn't.
Oh, well, then can I take it on my own?
No, you take it on Sanskrit.
I'll take it on Sanskrit. That's all right. Well, Sanskrit is a very difficult language.
$1.
Well, you can't speak it, can you?
$2.
But very few people do speak it.
$3. Okay, we got that out of the way.
We got that out of the way. But if you do put a gypsy up against a man from the Punjab and each fellow speaking his own tongue, they can understand each other.
Well, I don't want to gypsy you. $5 more.
And he's not a gypsy and he can't understand what I'm talking about, you see.
I see.
But you can read it in books. Very few people read it.
$2 for those books, anyhow.
I doubt if anyone in the audience can dispute what I'm saying on
I
this
can't
subject.
dispute it either. Whoa, the clock does blow. $21, Mr. Wright. Now then, double or nothing. Shoot. Hey, he talks lingo, too, as well as Sanskrit. Where was the Rosetta Stone found? That's that thing with the Sanskrit on it. It's that hieroglyphics or something.
Hieroglyphics, yes, it was. Mexico. No, it's in the country where Rommel is fighting for. Rommel's fighting for today. Egypt.
Egypt is right. Okay, that's all right. $42 plus $5. That's $47 United States War Savings Stamps compliment to Mr. Wright.
Walter, may I give this to one of my pet ideas?
Yeah, what?
China Relief.
China Relief. Because that's to us.
Because China is the mother of gardens.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Wright. Thanks a lot.
Walter, what was that?
Oh, that's the squeal of a pig, Aloys. I'm just setting the stage for this recipe of an ancient Chinese remedy.
What is it, Walter?
Well, you take the fat of the neck of a pig prepared on the 12th lunar month, and then you bury it.
And then what did the ancients do?
Oh, they dug it up and added 14 eggs.
Wow, that's some concoction. But you know, even today, some people still take some mighty grim-tasting old-fashioned remedies. And that's so unnecessary when you could get Phenament, the modern, good-tasting chewing gum laxative. The next time a laxative is needed, follow the modern Phenament plan. Just chew Phenament at bedtime. As with all medicines, take it only in accordance with package directions. Get a night of undisturbed rest. Start the next day feeling like a million again.
Thank you, Lois Avila. Walter, several weeks ago you will recall that we had as a contestant one of the editors of the Army newspaper, Yank. Tonight we have a young sailor who holds a similar post on one of the United States Navy's popular periodicals, the Weekly Quill. Here he is, Yeoman Hal Davis.
Step up here, Blue Jacket. You have an assignment ahead of you. Mr. Wright had $47. Pappy below got $41. Let's see if you can get $88, huh? It's Cinement's money. I don't mind. You want to do that?
Sure.
Okay. I'm on your side now. This question's from Miss Edith Macmillan of Toronto, Ontario, Canada. She gets $5 for sending it in. In 20 seconds' time, I want you to give me 5 words ending with the syllables Ation, A-T-I-O-N. Go.
Irritation, consternation, nation, ration, sensation.
That's enough. Okay, $5. Let's go. $5 in war stamps. Now, Blue Jacket, just in case you don't remember what you said, I'll give you a couple of the words you said. You'll have something to talk about. Notably, you said ration, nation, sensation, consternation. I don't know which one you want to do or any of the 4. Let's go.
Ration, that's what you have to have a card for to get sugar.
And gas.
Gasoline in the East. Sensation
is what?
If I won a lot of money, that would be a sensation.
$5. There's a sensation for you.
Consternation.
That'll be another.
Consternation would be trouble if I didn't win.
$2.
Agitation, that's what I am now.
$3. You got your 5.
Nation, that's us. That's the best.
5.
Consternation, irritation, agitation. Right through. How about lactation? That's
all right, $2 for that.
Sensation.
You'd bet that, yeah.
Well, this isn't so sensational.
How about preparation?
Preparation,
that's what I should have been,
but I didn't have.
$2, okay. Habitation, that's what we live in.
Habitation is what we live in.
Yeah, $2. See, I'm on application.
Application.
I'm going to apply it on the cash register. $2. Whoa! Time is up.
Fine.
We almost got there. We got $25 anyhow. Now then.
Go home now.
I helped just now. Double or nothing.
Double.
Here comes the double or nothing question. In 20 seconds' time, give me 5 words ending with the syllables able, A-B-L-E. Go.
Cable, label, Mabel, table, and fable.
All right! $55 in United States War Savings Stamps compliments the Phenom Sailor. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Compton, I'd like to say something about the best relief there is. That's Navy relief. I'll give $10 for that.
Okay, we'll see where it goes there. Thank you very much, Sailor. Thanks a lot.
Now then, Walter Compton, here's a double-double team that was united by a justice of the peace long before our show took the air. The husband is J.W. Johnston, horticulture editor of the New York Herald Tribune and managing director of Victory Garden Harbor Show.
And I'll bet his partner's name is Mrs. Johnston.
Sheer genius, Walter, sheer genius.
That's me,
But
partner.
what you didn't know is that Jean Johnston is also a garden expert in her own right and horticulture editor of the Philadelphia Record.
Well, step right up to the microphone, friend. A little strong box for both of you. So you are the Petunia editor. Well, well, well.
I'm it, Walter.
And look at him.
You look more like a dad.
He looks more like a dad to you, huh?
Slightly wilted.
Well, here we go. You understand you're our double-double tonight. Now, we've got the $55 winner, 47 and 41. It seems to me, with 2 people doing this, and particularly a lady now, and women always talk much faster than men. What do you think, Mr. Johnson? Is that right?
Give them half a chance.
Oh, if you give them half a chance. Don't look at her like that. You'll hear about that. Here's a question comes from Sergeant J.T. Brady, who's in the camp out in California. He gets $5 for sending it in. How is the following military rank shown on the wearer's uniform? A corporal and a sergeant.
Well, corporal has chevrons.
Well, how many?
3.
What do you think, Miss Ellis?
Corporal has 2, sergeant 3.
Thank you for saving that for me. All right. I always give this money to the lady, Mrs. Johnson, but the petunia out of the gift. He gave it right.
Sure.
$5. Okay, let's go.
Talk about Corporal, Sergeant,
I don't
Army.
mind. Anything.
Well, United States Army, I think, is the greatest training camp in the world.
$3.
Well, I think we have more soldiers in foreign ports than we've ever had before. As a matter of fact, aren't our soldiers responsible for that awful song the Doughboys won an Irish horse
That's
or
not an awful
something?
song. It's a very nice song. Don't get me in
I've heard it
trouble
so
here.
often.
$4. Okay.
General MacArthur was made a major at the age of 38. Rather,
He was?
a general at the age of 38.
$4.
Don't forget kitchen police.
Well, I wasn't thinking of that. I was thinking of a higher rank. Ulysses S. Grant was a great general.
General.
And
That's
also
$4
President of the United
more for
States.
general. That's 4 stars. Get off it, each. Well, there's only 4 generals. I can't lose much. Go on.
Well, there's only 4 today, isn't there? Pershing.
Well, here's $4 for General Pershing.
Can I say something about a private?
That'll be very nice, yeah.
Because
Go on.
I think that's probably where I'll wind up when I go in.
I should give you $5 for that. Okay.
It'll be all right, too.
I give you 5. I'm not going to
After looking at the boys that are privates, if I look that good, I'll be satisfied.
All right, $5 for the boys that are privates now.
You said something about kitchen police.
Yes, that's what I'm going to try to duck.
Well, you've been ducking it for a great many years.
He's been ducking it for how long?
Great many years.
Too long for me.
$3. You're a long-suffering woman, Mrs. Johnson. I can see that. Whoa, time's up. Now, I gotten tired of you generous about these generals. That's all there is to it. $34.
How much do you think a general's worth, Mr.
$4,
Johnson?
4 stars. $34. Boy, I'm really going to look into this double or nothing question. Now then. Double or nothing on the 34. How could you identify a lieutenant colonel and a colonel by military rank shown on
No,
the
the
sleeve?
colonel has an eagle.
They look like they're ready to fly.
A colonel has an eagle is right, and a lieutenant colonel
has a silver leaf.
That's right on the shoulder. Okay. My goodness. Let's see, I'm going to split this up. I'll put half in your box, Miss Johnson, half in yours. That's $73. The United States War Savings Stamps for the compliments to senior men.
Oh, Mr. Tom?
All on those generals, too.
Thanks very much, but after all, I have talked great deal about generals, but I would like to give the Navy relief.
Your share? All right, I'll see where it goes there.
And Waller, I would like to give mine to Army Emergency Relief.
Okay, I'll see that your share goes to Army Emergency Relief. We'll split it in half.
Say, Walter, here's a telegram from our star tenor, Frank Forrest.
Telling us about the swell vacation he's having in California, I suppose.
No. He's turned sloganeer. He says, I'll wrap a Jap with my old scrap. Idle scrap may lose this scrap. Everybody out here enthusiastically working on the scrap salvage drive.
Yes, sir, that's a job we all want to help on. The uses of scrap are without limit. We need scrap iron to build tanks and destroyers, scrap copper for bombs and shells, scrap rugs for sandbags and insulators, and scrap rubber for tires.
Walter, I'm sure all Americans will roll up their sleeves and join the scrap salvage job.
I hope so, Lloyd, but remember, collecting it isn't enough. We've got to get it into the hands of junk dealers who will turn it over to the yawning jaws of America's impatient production machine. So go up to that attic or down to that cellar tonight and join the salvage parade.
Right. Walter, next in line is an attractive young lady employed as a comparison shopper by R.H. Macy's department store. Here is Miss Ann Malik of New York.
Hiya, Miss Malik. Oh, gee, Miss Malik, it's nice to have you up here. It certainly is.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here.
Don't be scared. Everything is going to be all right.
You just hold my hand.
If I just hold your hand. Sure, I'll hold your hand, Miss Malik. It's all right.
Thank you.
This question, Brusiloff wants you hold Brusiloff's hand. I'll ask you the question. Comes from Edward R. Cook of Saratoga Springs, New York. He gets $5 for sending it in. I'll hold it a while now. Among the leaders of the United States, she's shaking. I'm not kidding. Among the leaders of the United Nations, who is a cigar smoker and who is a cigarette smoker?
Winston Churchill.
Smokes what?
All cigars.
And what is
Franklin Delano Roosevelt. Cigarette.
Oh, my God. $5. You did that so much, so scary that Brusiloff thought it was the second question. He thought it was the double or nothing. Okay, go. I'm not going to hold your hands for this. I'm giving you a signal.
Well, let me see now. Roosevelt has 4 sons.
$4.
And 1 daughter.
$1.
And he lives in White House. And Winston Churchill has a grandson, and he wears derby.
With curly hair. The grandson wears derby?
No, his grandson, and he wears derby.
Oh, well, all right. $3 for the derby and $3 for the grandson.
And he's been to America just recently, and...
Twice, $2 each trip.
Yeah. And Roosevelt...
Cheap transportation.
Roosevelt lives on Pennsylvania Avenue, and...
You just... All right, $2. $1,500 before you ring that one in on me, anyhow.
And Churchill is cute and pudgy.
How do you like that? He's cute and pudgy. $4, okay.
And
he lives at number 10
Downing Street, that's right. And Roosevelt was migrated to Myers.
$26. Now then, double or nothing?
Double.
That's all right there. No kidding, it's not that bad. Hold yourself. All right. Look, it's not that bad. Rudolph, leave her alone now. $26. Among the leaders of the United Nations, who is a pipe smoker?
Stalin.
Stalin is right! Okay. $57 and you... Hey, don't! You know, go away, too. $5 for the Red Cross. Okay, thank you very much. $57 in all.
Ah, it's summer. The birds are singing in the trees. The sky is blue. The flowers dance in the wind. And all the world is glad.
Hey, listen, brother. Back up a minute. What do you mean the world is glad and gay? Where do you get that stuff about the boys and the posies? As far as I'm concerned, the boys all sing sour and all the flowers is poison ivy, see? And as for you, I don't like your looks, and I'm just about set to hand you a good swift poke right...
My, oh my, what an unpleasant gentleman we seem to have tangled up in our microphone. But after all, maybe he's only saying out loud what almost all of us have felt from time to time. So perhaps, sir, you'll forgive my hint that maybe what is needed is phenoment. And that's a thought for our listeners, too. When a cross and irritable feeling warns you a laxative is needed, try phenoment. Phenoment, spelled F-E-E-N-A-M-I-N-T, tastes like your favorite chewing gum. But more important still, it's gentle, it's dependable. So next time, do as millions do, take phenoment.
Thank you, Aloy Isabella.
Say, Walter.
Yeah, that Bristol.
I'd like to introduce our guest star tonight.
All right.
Because he's the man who gave me my first job.
Okay.
He is one of the country's best-known dance band leaders. His smooth rhythmic styles are just as popular with Newport's blue-blooded hepcats as they are with Broadway's red-blooded variety.
And you might add, Nat, that our guest is also at home at the White House, where he usually conducts the orchestra for many official presidential functions.
Well, then, here he is, Meyer Davis.
Hi, Mr. Davis. There's your strong box. I really should shoot you.
Why?
Gave Bruce Love his first job.
Look where he is now.
That's what I'm worried about.
You don't know how I meant that.
All right. Here's your question. Comes from Miss Tilly LaSure of Hutchinson, Kansas. She gets 5 hooks for sending it in. I want you to give me 3 slang names for horses.
Nags.
A nag is one.
Plug.
A plug is 2. And this is where I get him.
Would you, accept, hay eater? Hay burner?
Hey, I'll take hair burner. That sounds
burner?
all right to me. $5. Let's go.
Thank you, sir. Oh, well, thanks for the plug you gave me tonight.
$2.
Horses know their oats.
Oh, he's coy, isn't he? $3.
Horses are, stable means of transportation.
Right out, didn't he?
How about the wise guys who, the turn of the century said the automobile wasn't here to stay?
Yeah, why'd you get a horse? $5.
Buffalo Bill had a horse.
$2. Go to the Pony Express.
Paul Revere had a horse.
Paul Revere had a horse. $3.
I hope I don't get horse talking.
$2, Okay. There's something for $5, man. Oh, Man of War is the greatest horse alive.
$5 for Man of War.
And I bet on a horse yesterday, $5, and I found out afterwards I could have bought him for $3. I'll give you the free. Oh, time's up. $31, Meyer Davis. Yes. Now then, double or nothing. What horse won last year's Kentucky Derby? Galahadian, Whirlaway, or War Admiral? Quiet, please, from the audience. Last year's. And you're trying to fool me now. Shutout won it. None of those. No, that's shutout that's this year's. Last year's. Oh, last year. Oh. I should have known. I won a bet on him. Whirlaway. Whirlaway's right. Okay. $62 plus $5 is $67 United States War Savings Stamps. Thank you, Meyer Davis. Thanks a lot. So, ladies and gentlemen, here goes another Double or Nothing broadcast. But next week we'll salute the American Theater Wing War Services. Such celebrities as Helen Menken, Larry Adler, Brock Pemberton, Lucy Monroe, and Mrs. Douglas Fairbanks Sr. will join us in this tribute. Now then, this is Walter Compton speaking from New York, saying goodbye to you.
Has working without let-up in this heat got your nerves somewhat like this? And your stomach just as jittery? Well, there's a new chewing gum preparation that brings extra fast relief from excess stomach acidity. The name is Choose, C-H-O-O-Z. Choose wherever you are, whenever acid indigestion strikes. You never even taste the 3 medicines that bring you such quick relief. And furthermore, the very active chewing Choose helps relieve nervous tension. Choose is not a laxative, contains no soda or sedatives, is not habit-forming. Get Choose now for extra fast relief from acid indigestion. Only 10 cents. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Tonight, someone will croak. Wait till you see how on People Are Funny. And now, here is radio's top master of ceremonies, Art Linkletter.
Oh, boy, are people funny. Even animals are funny. Did you hear about the farmer up in Salt Lake City? House caught on fire. He has a watchdog. So faithful, he kept the fireman away till the whole house had been burned down. Really happened. May happen yet tonight, huh, Rod? Right. Who's first on the show tonight, Mr. O'Connor?
Mr. William Scherer from Louisville, Kentucky, Mr. Linkletter.
Hello, Bill.
Hello, Art.
Do you believe the old saying, the old wives' tale, I guess you might call it, that you get warts on your hands if you handle frogs?
No.
You don't believe it? Well, we'll find out. What do you care if your fingers look like old pickles? I guess, Bill, that you are single?
I am.
And what business are you in?
I'm in the Naval Reserve waiting for my orders to
you're
go into the Army.
Your period of waiting is over. You're ready to go into action tonight. Mr. Scheer, for the next 30 minutes at any rate, you are a hunter. Boys, get the hunter's cap, put it on him, give him the big net, bring out the spear, bring out the hip boots. Have you got any idea what you've been hunting?
I have no idea.
Uh-huh. Give him the hunter's call, will you? Blow that. Don't you recognize that? That's the call of a frog for his mate. Yes, Mr. Scheer, tonight you have been a frog hunter, let us say. Your bag of game, where is it, fellas? Bring out the gunny sack with a lot of big, beautiful, dead frogs inside of that. I'll tell you what you're going to do, Mr. Scheer, what every hunter does when he comes home with extra game. He's going to share it with his neighbors. You don't live around here, do you?
No, I don't.
We don't care. We'll find a neighborhood, and you're going to send you out with all this gear and equipment. You'll put the hip boots on out in the hall so you look like you've just come out of the swamps. We'll take off this blue suit coat, and then you just go up to any front door you want. You pick it out in the house while you're driving along in the neighborhood. Knock on the door. When somebody answers, what'll you say?
Want a frog?
That does seem a little inadequate, doesn't it? No, I tell you, figure up some cute little story like you can say, I'm new in this neighborhood, and I know you'd like to have a couple of lovely, edible frogs I just caught.
How old are they?
The frogs? They're brand new caught. We killed them up in the vice president's office right here at NBC this afternoon. And then, of course, after you say your story, you reach in and pull out a frog and hand it to them.
Mm-hmm.
It'll be kind of fun to give away a lot of dead frogs, won't it?
Yes.
Uh-huh. You think? Well, I tell you, just for the fun of it, we're going to make it more lively. Boys, bring out the sack of live frogs. Now, Now, those are the live ones in there, and they're really live frogs. Believe me. We went to a lot of trouble to get them. See them jump in there? Now, you give people their choice, either a live frog or a dead frog, but you must give them away. Talk the people into it. Say frog legs are wonderful. They're edible. They taste a little like chicken, you know. And give them away even though they haven't been cleaned. I mean the frogs, not the people. Don't check out anybody you want. Now, go to as many houses as you can, and if you manage to give all your frogs away, we'll give you $100 worth of our fine prizes. Now, Mr. Atkins will drive you to a nearby neighborhood, get you back on time. And by the way, if they ask you where you got the frogs, you got any idea where you go frog hunting around here?
No.
Well, say the La Brea Tar Pits. They get everything out of there. Whatever you say, you can't mention people are funny. Tell them you've been frog hunting someplace. You got the frog call? Give a blow. On your way. Say goodbye to them, audience. There goes old Hop-Along Shear. Remember, if he doesn't get rid of the frogs, he doesn't get the $100 worth of prizes. But now get this. If he does get rid of all the frogs, wait till you hear what happens then. He'll be in even worse trouble. Well, anyway, I hope he wins something. $100 worth of those big premiums over there, for instance.
A wonderful $21 combination electric grill and waffle iron. Handsome man's sports shirt in your choice of smart colors. A new streamlined electric iron with temperature control and dozens of other things. Every one the best of its kind, top quality, nationally advertised. Art, our next contestant is Miss Margaret Roth from Los Angeles.
Well, Miss Roth, do you enjoy new experiences?
Oh, sure. Lots of fun.
Well, you're going to have one tonight. What do you do for a living, Margaret?
I'm a home economist. I help demonstrate things, too.
Well, you're going to demonstrate something tonight. You're a pretty good talker, aren't you, Margaret?
Well,
you have to be in your line.
Make a stab at it.
As a home economist, you know that almost every woman listening in has at some time or another, including yourself, borrowed from friends and neighbors.
Oh, sure.
Well, what have you ever borrowed?
Oh, clothes, various articles of wearing apparel, food.
When you're short of something.
Yes, whatever you want to borrow.
Now, before we went on the air, you recall Mr. Goodell here asked you for the phone numbers of some of your married friends who live around Los Angeles?
That's right.
Mm-hmm. Well, we checked, didn't we, John?
Right.
To see if those friends were at home. And the second number you gave us answered. We just said, oh, sorry, wrong number, and hung up. So we know they're there. Now, we want you to go into that phone booth and call this woman who is a friend of yours and who is home and try to borrow something. Do you think you can do it?
Well, it depends. Maybe I'm not sure. What do I have to borrow?
Oh, that's very easy. Whatever it is, she has it, I can assure you. Just tell me this one thing. Will you try?
Oh, yeah, sure.
I'll give you a $100 prize if you succeed. And it's a very little thing we want you to try to borrow. Her husband. Some lady down there figured it out, didn't you? I heard a lady say, I bet it's a husband. You want to get rid of yours? I'll tell you, you think you could do it, Margaret?
Well, I'll sure try.
All right, now look, we'll make it easy on you. We'll give you 3 minutes to do it. And we'll give you a good story to tell her we've invented. And if she's a good friend, she may lend you her husband. Now, you tell her that a friend of yours from back east came in suddenly, invited you out to Ciro's for an evening. Your regular boyfriend has a bad cold, and you want to know if she'll loan you her husband, see? You need an escort. What do you think she'll say?
Oh, gee, I don't know. Hard to say.
You know her pretty well?
Oh, yes.
All right. Now, some women will do anything to get rid of their husbands. Maybe this woman will jump at the opportunity. Now, we have a phone booth over there, so your friend can't hear the reactions of our audience. And the lady's name is Mrs. Zam, isn't it? Z-A-M. Is it Alakazam?
No.
What's her name?
Her name is Martha.
Martha Zam. All right, Mr. Goodell, go into the phone booth and start dialing the number. And Miss Roth, as soon as Mr. Goodell gets your number, you go into the booth. We give you 3 minutes. We'll close the door on you, but we have a microphone hooked on the line so everybody can hear the whole conversation. He should be having the number. All right, go on over there quickly now. Into the booth, take the call, and remember you have 3 minutes to get it underway.
Hello, is this Martha?
Yes.
Well, how are you?
Hi, who's this?
This is Margaret.
Margaret?
That's right.
Well, fine.
Well, how's everything over there?
Everything is just fine. What can I do you for?
Well, I'll tell you, I'm in a little spot, and I've been invited over to Ciro's, tonight.
Yeah?
And my boyfriend won't be able to make it, and I was just wondering if I could borrow your husband for the evening. It won't cost you anything, And, our friends will pick us up, and he won't have to take the car or drive or anything.
My husband?
Uh-huh.
Well, gee whiz, that's impossible, darling, because he has an engagement.
Well, listen, I'd invite you to come along, too, but you know how it is. They would have a one-man short, and it would be a lot of fun.
Oh,
and I'll
could I talk to somebody else? Because he has an engagement with Margaret.
Yeah, but I'll have him back before midnight.
Yeah, but it's impossible, dear. He has an engagement.
Well, after all, you really won't mind, and I won't be alone with him at any time, and I'll talk about you most of the time, real nice things about it and everything, and I'd help you get that new iron you want for bed, and then I could tell him how fortunate he was having such a good manager, and how you do everything over in the yard, and, take care of things, and make the house look so nice, and everything like you do.
Are you sure you just want to talk about the house and everything like that?
Oh, no, I'll tell you how nice you look when you get all fixed up and go out and everything, and what a good manager you are, and just push your stock
you're
up.
not going to be alone with him? You mean there's going to be a big group there?
What is it? I didn't hear.
Is there going to be quite a large group?
Oh, about 6 or so. And,
well, I'll tell you, he has this musical engagement, but,
he
and
can
as
go.
a matter of fact, I think I can get him to go if you're sure there's a group.
Oh, that'd be swell. Now, if you say he can go, he'll go, won't he?
Well, if I say that he's going to go, he'll go. Sure you'll have it back by midnight?
Oh, yes, we'll be back by midnight. And listen, I'll bring you some match covers, because I know how you like them for your collection.
Oh, well, that's wonderful.
Okay, swell. We'll pick you up in about an hour or so.
Okay, well, thanks a lot. Goodbye.
Bye.
She did it 2 minutes and 23 seconds. 2 minutes and 23 seconds. She had 3 minutes. She's did it by 37 seconds. Come on out, Miss Dawn. You know the biggest laugh I got out of the whole thing? She says, if I say he goes, he goes. You have won the $100 prize. And, of course, we'll phone her right after the show and invite her and her husband to go along on the party. And before you go to Ciro's, don't forget to pick out $100 worth of those fine prizes over there. Many-purpose combination electric grill or a deluxe inlaid bridge table or anything you want. Goodbye and thanks from People Are Funny. Now, Rod, who's next?
Mr. Clyde Brennan from Los Angeles. Meet Art Linkletter.
And here he comes, dressed in an old-fashioned bathing suit. Hello, Mr. Brennan.
How do you do, sir?
Mr. Brennan. That's a gorgeous thing. You look a little like a cucumber. Do you know why we dressed you in the gay 90 bathing suit?
No, I don't. Afraid not.
Well, of course, it could be that you're going bathing, Mr. Brennan. Now, we picked you out of several volunteers who were bus drivers. Who do you drive a bus for?
Los Angeles Transit Line.
How long have you been driving a bus?
About 12 years.
Who gives you the most trouble, men or women?
Well, women, I believe.
Is it because of they can't get the change out of their purse, or they don't know where they're going, or they're late in getting on, or what?
That's right.
Which? Did I hit it on every note?
You hit every note.
You were happy about being a bus driver?
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm. You happy about being on the show?
I don't know.
You'll find out. Now, most people, do you think, feel that bus drivers are pretty good guys?
Well, I think so.
Mm-hmm. Want to bet?
Bet what?
Well, I'll tell you what I'll do, Clyde. This is an interesting experiment. I will pick 5 people at random, and if 3 of them have only good things to say about bus drivers, you get $100 worth of fine prizes. But if 3 of them have bad things to say, Mr. Brannon, what do you see being unveiled in the center of the stage?
It's like a tank of water.
That is a tank of water, but not just ordinary water, Mr. Brannon. That is ice water. And above it, you will notice a little seat. And the thing that supports the seat has a hinge in the middle of it. Just help him right up into the seat, because when he sits there and it's perfectly all right. You just sit right on the seat. He's a nice big fellow, too. Now take the plank out from underneath. Now, nothing is between Mr. Brannon and the ice water except a little support which might give way if somebody pulls a rope. If we hear 3 bad things about bus drivers, Mr. Brannon, out of 5, down you go. And you seem a little bit skeptical. I'll bet I know what you're thinking. I'll bet you're thinking that the people here in the audience, knowing where you are up there, will think up bad things to say, huh?
Well, You pick on elderly women, will you, please?
Tell you what I'll do, Mr. Brannon. I'll do better than that. These people here are prejudiced. They feel one way or another because they're either sorry for you or they want to see you get into the water. So I'm going to leave the studio and go out onto Sunset Boulevard, where we have a microphone on a long line out there, and people walking by don't have any idea what's going on in here. I'm going to pick 5 passers-by at random out on Sunset, and if 3 out of the 5 say bad things, okay?
Well, there goes Art on his way to the street. You people here will be able to hear what goes on out there, but they won't be able to hear you. And remember now, if them think bus drivers are all wet, one bus driver we know will be all wet. Art will be there any second. Now, let's see what happens.
Here we are out on Sunset Boulevard. Ladies and gentlemen, and our first guest coming up to the microphone now, here's a lady. Your name is?
Mrs. Lena Ratchet.
Do you ride in buses?
I sure do.
We're taking a poll on what people think of bus drivers. What is your opinion of bus drivers in general?
Well, they don't call out the streets loud enough. Then you go out of your way, maybe 2-3 blocks, and you have to go back. You tell them about it, and they say, well, madam, I couldn't help it.
That's a rather poor opinion of bus drivers.
That's right. They should talk a little louder or have them install speakers in their buses so that people wouldn't drive past their destination.
Thank you very much. Well, that is bad. Your name, sir?
Harry B. Thompson.
We're having a little poll out here on the street trying to discover what people think of bus drivers. In general, what is your opinion?
They pull away from transfer points entirely too fast. You can't make connections.
In other words, even if they see you running up, they may not wait for you.
You think they were going to the races?
Well, I'd say that's 2 bad opinions. Thank you very much. Could we get your name, please?
My name is Dick Walsh.
Uh-huh. What is your opinion of bus drivers?
Say, we on the radio?
Yeah, this is Coast to Coast Radio.
I ain't got nothing to say, nothing.
All right, now, wait a minute. If you don't want to express opinion, that's all right. Here's our next guest, another man, wearing a light top coat. Your name, sir?
Harry Martin.
Uh-huh. You ride in the buses?
Oh, every day. The Western Melrose bus down to downtown Los Angeles.
Uh-huh. Well, now, what do you think about bus drivers?
Well, I think they do a terrific job. I think they must have the brains of an Einstein to remember all the stuff. Some of these old doggers that get on and start fumbling about for their monies and change. They can't get hold of the stuff, and the people waiting behind to try and get on. And these bus drivers keep their temper like angels. I think they're terrific.
Well, that's fine. You like bus drivers. That's 2 bad and 1 good so far. Here's a lady, Mrs.
Thelma Hanson.
What is your opinion of bus drivers?
Well, I think they're very nice and always very polite. I've been running all the time. Very nice and very polite.
All right, thank you very much. That's 2 good and 2 bad. Let me get this lady with the little cherries up on her hat. This one is quite important. You are Mrs.
C.A. Moore.
You ride the buses?
Yes, I live in the Valley in Encino, and I ride in every day, and I think they're very nice. There's one old man on our line that gets a little crowded late at night, but I think it's because he's so old. Otherwise, they're very nice to me.
Well, now, you've qualified your statement. I want you to give me a straight answer. Yes or no, do you think bus drivers in general are okay?
Yes, I do. I think they're very nice.
Well, thank you very much. What you have just said is going to make a certain bus driver very happy. Thank you. You ask anybody who listens to People Are Funny, and you'll know why.
Well, Mr. Brannon, you won your bet. Help him down from his perch, fellas. And after the program, he gets to choose $100 worth of prizes. Handsome wristwatch, fine tailored sports jacket, anything he wants. Here's Art.
What do you know? He did it. Mr. Brannon, were you a little nervous?
Yes, Art. Very much so.
That last lady looked so cross, too, when I walked up to her. You get $100 worth of prizes, and all I can say is that don't feel too bad about any of the criticisms, because people are funny, and when you deal with the public, you've got to meet a few people who are sore at anybody. Isn't that right?
That's right.
Thanks from People Are Funny for coming on down. Shucks, we got the tank and everything and that ice cold water going to waste. Anybody like to jump in? Who's next, Rod?
Mrs. Frances Anderson from Los Angeles. Meet Art Linkletter.
Hello, Mrs. Anderson.
Hello, Mr. Linkletter.
You look like the kind of a lady who never gets into trouble.
No, I don't.
But there is always a first time.
There he is.
This may be it. What do you do, Frances?
I'm a housewife.
And Mr. Anderson is a...
He's an electrical engineer.
And you have any little...
Yes, I do. Not so little. 2 boys, quite big.
Good for you. You look as if they'd be very young.
No, one's over 6 feet.
Really? You must have some magic mud pack or something. Mrs. Anderson, what were you asked to do when you were first chosen from out of our studio audience to be on the show tonight?
I was given 5 envelopes and told to write my name and address on each one.
Now, for doing that simple little stunt, you get $100 in cash.
Ooh-wee.
Wasn't that easy money?
Lovely. The easiest I've ever made.
Now, there's just one little catch. As soon as you wrote your name and address on those 5 envelopes, we changed your prize money, that $100, into $20 bills, and we put 1 into each of those envelopes. Would you like to know where they are now?
I certainly would.
So would I. Because right after you addressed them and the $20 bills were put inside, they were taken out and dropped on sidewalks around town. Now, those envelopes are all stamped and addressed to you because you addressed them yourself.
Yes, I did.
But they are not sealed. So to get your $100 prize money, Mrs. Anderson, all you have to do is to wait until people pick them up and mail them to you.
You mean I'm really trusting the public?
You have
How
to.
do I know they'll do that?
That's what we want to find out. Are people honest with other people's money? Very clever of me to use your money for this experiment, isn't it?
Very clever.
Now, don't worry. We've made it easy for you. We did not seal the envelopes, and inside each envelope, along with the $20 bill, is a letter. Here's a copy of it. Would you read it? It says,
Dear Francis, understand you're short of dough lately, so here's the $20 I owe you. Regards, George.
And the question is, will people who find these envelopes and read that note and look at the $20 bill mail them to you or not? And we'll find out because now we want you to go home and wait for the mailman. And next week, come back and we'll get a report on whether or not people are honest. Okay, Francis?
I certainly will.
See you next week.
Art, our frog hunter is back.
Oh, the man with a sack of frogs, dead and alive? Well, let's get him back in and see if he got rid of them and gets the big prize. Send in the frog hunter. Look at him. He's really got the hip boots on. He's got the net and the frog stick and spear and the hat. Now, Mr. Scherer, at how many homes did you try to give away your frogs?
Well, we stopped. I went in about 10 or 12 different places, and
mostly men or women answered the door?
Well, there's a bunch of women playing bridge or doing something at the table, and I rang the doorbell, and the door was open a little bit, and nobody answered, so I knocked on the door, and this lady came to the door and opened it up, and I said, "Could I give you a frog?" And she looked at me like I was nuts.
Yeah?
And I said, "I got some frogs here. I've been out here at the tar pit frog hunting. I've got a bunch of frogs." She said, "Well, what am I going to do with the frog?" So I said, "I don't know," and I handed it to her. It was one of the live ones. She just stood there and looked at me. So
did she take it?
She took it, and there was some kids standing there, and this little girl was coming down the steps, and I run over to the house next door, and I run over to her, and I said, "Hi," and she said, "Hi," and I handed her a frog. It jumped out of her hand, and
probably this other woman is using it right now for a bridge prize. They use anything for a bridge prize. And this little girl, was she scared of the frog?
No, she wasn't scared. She took it in her hand, and it jumped off, and the 2 dogs and a cat took out running after it. And I was running after the dogs and the cat trying to catch the frog.
Sounds like a very interesting evening for a boy with nothing to do. Did you give away more live or more dead frogs more easily?
I gave away the dead frogs easier.
They didn't want the live ones.
They said they could cook the live ones, but the dead ones, but the live ones they couldn't do anything with. So
they might wait for old age to finally die, you know.
Well, it kind of messed me up. I went in the sack to get the live frogs, and they were little bitty ones. And I reached in the sack and get the dead ones, and they were about that long.
About a foot long?
Yeah.
Did you give more than one away at a house?
No. Well, yes, I did. This one woman on the porch, I gave her one, and there was 2 of them standing there talking. I ran up and I asked her if she would like to have some frogs, and she slammed the door, hollered, "No, get away from here."
Yeah.
And,
scared of frogs?
Yeah, and so this other
Must
lady...
be a Democrat.
This other lady was coming off the porch. I asked her, and she said, "My son likes frogs." So I said, "Well, here you are. Here's one." And I threw one in her hand. Wrapped it up in paper for her. She wouldn't touch it.
Yeah. Well, I notice you're getting warts all over you here.
I got it all over me, whatever it is.
Don't get any on me. Now, here is that big question. Did you say you gave them all away?
I gave all I had with me away.
Well, that's wonderful. The Navy needs a man like you. As a matter of fact, that means you win your prize. $100 worth of those premiums over there, a complete fishing outfit, a big electric lantern for frog hunting, anything you want.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to our Information Please party. Our board of experts tonight consists first of our two regulars, the encyclopedic John Kieran, editor of the Information Please Almanac, and his gifted colleague, the one and only Franklin P. Adams. The first of our two guests is the famous actor and co-author of Life with Father, as well as many other plays, Mr. Howard Lindsay. And our second guest is our good friend and one of the great maestros of radio, Mr. Fred Allen. Is that okay, Mr. Allen?
Yes. What is radio? You might explain what that is.
Well, we're still working on it.
Then
dear.
Explain what I am, too. Be an evening's work.
In the course of the half hour, you'll get to know Mr. Allen better. How about this one, gentlemen, from Lillian Decker of Hollywood, California. Get all on this. Very social question. In what American city, gentlemen, is the socially prominent area associated with this physical feature, a bay? The socially prominent area is associated with a bay. I'll take Mr. Allen first.
San Francisco.
Do the socially prominent people live around San Francisco Bay, Mr. Allen?
That I don't know. I just guessed. You just wanted to guess.
It's an awful big bay, and I think an awful lot of people live around.
Well, there's some pretty big people in San Francisco.
True. But I'll tell you who lives around the bay mostly. Restaurants. Fisherman's
the
Wharf.
Fisherman's Wharf.
Yeah.
The DiMaggios have a flounder that they've been selling for years.
Maybe the DiMaggio is socially prominent.
Miami.
I beg pardon?
Miami, Florida.
Miami, Florida.
Yeah, Biscayne Bay.
I don't know where the socially prominent Miamians live. There is a beautiful bay there, Mr. Lindsay.
Why don't we settle for Boston with Back Bay?
Why, of course. That's the one. Mr. Allen, aren't you a Bostonian?
Oh, well, not from the Back Bay area, no.
Somerville area.
Mr. Allen, how far back of Back Bay you come from?
Well, I heard about the Back Bay when I was about 21, and then I left Boston immediately when I found out how the other half were living up there. It was rather...
Was that a voluntary exit of yours from Boston?
No, I was helped by some men on a rail.
Citizen. Well, I'm going to call... Mr. Lindsay, of course, is right. I'm going to call the other two wrong, Mr. Allen, Mr. Adams.
You're going to offend a lot of people in San Francisco.
I know. It's going to be tough. How about this? In what American city is the elite, that's another word, associated with a lake? The rich folks live around a lake. Lake dwellers. Mr. Adams.
Michigan.
Well, now,
Lake Michigan.
What city?
Chicago.
Yeah, Chicago. All right. Now limit yourself to one city, Mr. Adams. What's the area called that's kind of swell in Chicago?
The North Shore.
The North Shore. Good enough. Comment?
I was born on the South Side.
I never heard of a comment more unnecessary. How about in what American city is the socially prominent area associated with a creek? A creek.
Indians.
I beg pardon? Creek Indians? Well, they were the first settlers, of course, but I don't think that they're socially prominent. Mr. Kieran?
Washington, D.C.?
Yes. What?
Rock Creek.
Rock Creek. Rock Creek Park. Isn't that the place where the swell folks live?
That's what they're saying. When creek meets creek, is that what they...
Very good. By the way, Mr. Allen, is crick all right as a pronunciation?
I think it is in certain parts of Tennessee and up in the hills. But it refers to something to do with the back rather than a small animated body of water, as I recall.
Well, it might be a back creek.
Yes,
sure.
from the back bay might have started from a small creek.
Maybe it did. Creek in the back. Now, I think we're sufficiently balled up to pass on to the next question. I'm going to send 24 volumes of the encyclopedia to Miss Decker. I remember that Back Bay is the one. Now let's go on with this one. Oh, here, gentlemen, I must introduce this. I have here a letter from Mr. Harpo Marx of Hollywood. Mr. Marx, as you know, does not speak, but he's recently learned how to write. And this is addressed to you, Frank, and the other experts. Dear Frank and experts. I don't know why he makes that distinction.
He knows me too well.
About 10 years ago, I thought up a question which I sent to Information Please for you experts to answer because I wanted a set of those 24 books. You answered all my questions, so I didn't get the books. I still need them. I'd like to send you another question, but I can't think of any. But I got an idea. The grammar here is improvable. Maybe you can use the same question. If this time the experts are dumb, I may get those books. Please ask Dan Golenpaul if he still has the question around. That's all. Harpo. Well, Mr. Golenpaul does have it around. I have it here. 10 years later. Here we go. Answer all parts. Answer the following questions about games and contests. What game is played with one hand? What game is played with one hand? Mr. Kieran?
Handball.
Handball.
One hand handball.
Well, don't you have to pick up the ball with the left hand first in order to get it started?
Not necessarily.
Never use your left hand?
You can drop it and hit it with the same hand.
You can. Okay, I'll take it. What game is played with one foot? With one foot. This is a very bright audience, but I'm going to ask you to keep quiet. 1 foot. Mr. Kieran.
Well, football.
Hunting. Oh, now, football with 1 foot. You have to run with 2 feet. No, I mean you never use more than 1 foot, Mr. Kieran. Mr. Lindsay.
Hopscotch.
Ah, good boy. Good little boy, I should say. Yes.
Thank you.
I wouldn't say so.
Hopscotch?
No, when you come to the end and turn around and start back again, you can put both feet in the end zone.
How long is it since you played hopscotch?
About 30 years. They changed the rules. Have they changed the rules?
30 years. You must have been the oldest hopscotch player in the world. I'm not sure, Mr. Kieran. You may be right. I'm going to take hopscotch, though. I don't like to mention this among just us men, but how about footsie?
You can use both feet.
Oh, do you? With your shoes off. What game is played entirely off the ground? Entirely off the ground. Billiards? Oh, well, it may be the way you play it.
I play it on the table. That's off the ground.
I know, but I know that you don't keep your feet on the ground generally, Mr. Adams, but you do have your feet on the ground.
That's right.
You don't always sit on the table. Mr. Allen.
Water polo.
Oh, you clever boy. That's
really
good. Yeah, that's very good.
But at the bottom of the whole thing, there's ground.
Don't mention it. You know, I don't think we got perfect on that. You know, it might be a good thing for Harpo to get 24 volumes of the encyclopedia.
I think he can use it.
He wouldn't read them.
Oh, you can't tell. If he gets the encyclopedia, he may be able to dig out another question for us. So ring out those wild bells for Mr. Harpo Marx. Mrs. L.I. Thayer of Chicago asks you to recite lines from different sources, songs or poems, that mention 3 foods that a dieting woman should avoid. Now, you know what a dieting woman should avoid. Food. But specific ones. Mr. Kieran.
Potatoes are cheaper, butter is cheaper, now's the time to fall in love.
That's very good. Is it, it's butter, of course.
You can put anything in there you want. Put the expensive, rich foods that add calories.
That's right. Any other? No, you all know lots of things that anyone should avoid if one wants to get slim. Mr. Allen?
Cake, Kaiser.
I beg pardon?
Cake, Kaiser.
I get it, yes. I was just lost in admiration. Amazing. Mr. Kieran.
She was bred in old Kentucky.
Oh, that's wonderful. That's very good. Mr. Adams.
Peas porridge hot.
Peas porridge hot. Porridge, I suppose that's got cream and stuff. And Mr. Allen?
It's lovely.
When the roll is called up yonder.
Beautiful.
What will we eat with our coffee? There's a finish to it.
Then there's that little line by Ogden Nash. Candy is dandy, but liquor is quicker. But both liquor and candy are... Oh, yes, we have no bananas. Oily to bed, oily to rise. Never mind. Try this one from Seymour Miller of Chicago, Illinois. A geographical question. This is the sort of thing that Mr. Adams is a shark at.
Yes.
Arrange these cities from east to west. Perhaps we first better explain what east and west are, Mr. Adams. Where we are, roughly speaking, is east. Now, going west, I'm going to ask you to arrange these cities in the order of their westernness, as it were. Here are the 4 cities. Fort Worth, Texas. Detroit, Michigan. Des Moines, Iowa. Birmingham, Alabama. Which is the eastest, and so forth. Now, one man has to answer this whole question, get it all right. I'll choose any one of you 4 who's intrepid enough to volunteer. Would you like to have the names of the towns ready again?
Again.
Certainly. Fort Worth, Texas. Detroit, Michigan. Des Moines, Iowa. Birmingham, Alabama. Arrange them from east to west. Any error.
That's tough. Anybody want to try it?
Mr. Adams.
I think Birmingham is east.
You just keep going.
Is that right?
Oh, no, I'm not going to tell you. You arrange your 4 cities.
And what is the other ones? Detroit?
Well, of course, I can give you some easy ones like San Francisco.
Detroit, what?
You've got Detroit, Des Moines, and Fort Worth to fit in.
Des Moines is north of all of them.
Now, that's another question. That's good. That information will come in very handy at some other evening.
Fort Worth is west.
West of what? West of what?
Westernmost.
Okay. Now we've got Des Moines north. I'd rather have you just arrange it in the terms of its westernness, if you don't mind.
Westernness is Fort Worth.
Yeah, I know that. Now suppose we begin from the beginning. You've got Birmingham as the most eastern. Is that right? What's the one next west to that? Detroit, Des Moines, or Fort Worth?
Fort Worth.
Fort Worth. All right. And how about Detroit and Des Moines? Where do you fit them in?
I would put Detroit north of Des Moines.
Well, you know, this Adams is no fool.
That's right.
He's very slippery. All I care about, Mr. Adams, is what is their position with respect to their westernness, not their northernhood.
Oh.
See? Now I'm all balled up myself. I don't know. Mr. Kieran, would you like to straighten us out here?
Well, no, I know that in the north...
Oh, no, we have that. Never mind how north they are.
No, I'm not going to mention...
But don't use the word.
They are, but I mean, this continent, this North American continent is slantwise. It's tilted way off to the east.
According to Adams, it's cockeyed.
So I'd like to have a map in front of me as I went over there.
Look at Adams, that's a
But I know Fort Worth is pretty far west.
I don't think you're doing any better than
I think Des Moines is probably the most westerly. Fort Worth might be next.
You know, I don't see how this country keeps together with citizens like you. No, I'll give you the answer, John. You're a little balled up here. Detroit is the most eastern one. Birmingham, Alabama, is the next further west one. Des Moines, Iowa, is the next further west one, and Fort Worth, as Mr. Adams said, is the westernmost of all. Mr. Adams, which is the most eastern? You see? Short memory. Okay, Detroit, Birmingham, Des Moines, Fort Worth. I don't know if there are any more encyclopedias left. We're going to give a set to Mr. Miller of Chicago, Illinois. And now let's pause for a message from our announcer. Thank you, and now back to our questions. Robert Nevins of Danbury, Connecticut, asked you to name these people who were active in sports or in the theater. Each of them has a chief claim to fame. Get 2 out of 3. This one's chief claim to fame was that Babe Ruth couldn't get a hit off him, or rarely did so, at any rate. Mr. Kieran.
That was a left-handed pitcher. He's now practicing in St. Louis, and he's a very good doctor.
That's all right.
Hugh Pruitt.
Yeah, Doc Pruitt. Is he a doctor or a dentist?
I believe he's, I don't know which he is.
I think he's a dentist. I may be wrong here. Doc Pruitt, why couldn't Babe Ruth get a hit off him?
I don't know. It was psychosomatic, maybe. He had him jinxed anyhow. He had a great big wide hook, as they used to call it, a big curve. And he baffled Babe a few times, and really it was humorous to see what he did to him. I think he struck him out 11 times in 13 tries.
Was that so? Psychosomatic, eh?
That's right.
Ruth was called a lot of things, but he was never called psychosomatic. Now, this one's chief claim to fame was that he was the best bad actor in the world. Mr. Lindsay.
I said that was Course Payton.
Mm-hmm, yeah. Did he bill himself as the best bad actor?
Best bad actor in the world.
Mr. Lindsay.
Brooklyn, too.
He played the Brooklyn Stock Company.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me, Mr. Lindsay, although this seems a tactless question to ask of you, who are so good an actor, is it hard to be a good bad actor?
Is it hard to be a good bad actor?
Yeah.
It's hard to be a successful bad actor.
I mean, Payton must have had a specific, Mr. Allen?
It's hard to admit it. It's...
How about this one? His greatest achievement was that he gave Jack Dempsey the most trouble in Dempsey's pre-championship days. I'd never heard of this fighter, but Mr. Kieran has.
Fat Willie Meehan.
Yes. Willie was his middle name?
What?
Christened Fat, was he?
No, he was christened Meehan, but he earned the fat part.
By the sweat of his brow?
Well, no, by not sweating enough. He fought 2 4-round bouts with Dempsey, I think, in the early Dempsey days, and after that he had enough brain pus to keep away from Dempsey for a lifetime.
Good enough. That's absolutely right. Well, gentlemen, did very well on that. Now, gentlemen, I'm going to give Mr. Kieran a rest on the next question. Mr. Kieran, you will agree to be out of this except to act as a judge, because Mr. Kieran himself has prepared the next question for the three of you. Mr. Kieran's written another book called Introduction to Birds. All of whom he knows socially.
You mean that?
And he has sent this book to all the members of our panel tonight. And he'd like to know if they've taken the trouble to read the book. So he's prepared a question based on the contents of the book. And here it is. Now, Mr. Kieran, you just keep quiet until the very end, then you can come in and judge this if you wish. Here are some questions about baseball that can be answered by giving the names of birds. For instance, if I asked you what you would do if you were at bat, and the pitcher let one go at your head, your answer would be, give the name of a bird.
Flycatcher.
Oh, heavens. In your mouth. We're going to get our ornithology pretty well bollocked up here. Now, that was just an example. That doesn't count, Mr. Adams. The pitcher lets fly with a ball right at your bean, you see. What would you do? You wouldn't open your mouth and catch the ball, would you?
No, I'd trot along to first base.
Mr.
Duck.
Duck, yes. That's the name of a bird. Mr. Allen represents the sobering influence on this program. Now that was just for instance, see? Now here come the real questions. What are we going to do with Adams, Mr. Kieran, on this one?
Looks like he'll win one.
He win, do he? How about this? Now there's a bird family that has some of the qualities of the DiMaggio family. I don't say they can hit as well as DiMaggio, but if there's anything in the name, they ought to be helpful in any outfield. What birds are those?
The flycatcher.
Add out, boy. Useful fellow. You know, John, he doesn't need the introduction of birds. How do you think the birds would like him if they were introduced to him? Here's another baseball question Mr. Kieran's doped out for us. You all know the Brooklyn Dodgers are famous for doing odd things on the big league diamond. Now, what bird or birds, judging from their names, might fit in with a pattern of baseball for which the Dodgers are famed? You know the kind of baseball they sometimes play. Now, what sort of bird would answer that description? Now, we're through with Flycatcher, Adams. I don't want to... It is hard. Unless you've read Kieran's book, which I see you haven't done.
Well, I'm a member of the Audubon Society, and I don't know. I don't even know where the Audubon Society is, and
Well, that's a fine ad for the Audubon Society.
It is. To keep the likes of me out, it's a great ad for them.
Isn't it true, Mr. Allen, that you are a bird fancier of a small sort yourself?
Well, I know a few of the California birds, like the stucco pecker, because there's no wood out there for the woodpecker, so it pecks stucco in that area.
Know any others? Maybe we can fit this in somehow.
Well, no.
All right, well, now, the kind of birds that would sort of fit in with the Dodgers' pattern of baseball might be, says Mr. Kieran, a cuckoo. See, get it? Or a loon. Get it?
A loon, yeah.
A loon. Or I would add, Mr. Kieran, a booby. Isn't there a bird known as a booby?
That's right. That's a southern bird. They don't come as far north as Brooklyn.
Okay. Now, that's one wrong. Of course, they may never read your book anyway, John.
After this, the sentiment's going to be against it, I think.
Let's try this third one, Mr. Allen. Now, if you were a manager, a big league manager, of course, and you had a good pitcher opposing you, who happened to be a poor fielder, what strategy would you use to upset him? The answer must be the name of a bird. What strategy would you use? What would you suggest that the batter do? Isn't that what it means, Mr. Kieran?
Bunt.
Is that a bird?
I don't know. If John will make it one.
Mr. Kieran?
Very close. I think he knows.
Bunty?
Ah, the participle of bunt, yes. As soon as the bird becomes a participle, it's okay. Bunting. What sort of a bird is a bunting, Mr. Kieran?
Well, in different parts of the country, we have different colored ones. Our one here is an indigo bunting. It's a real dark bluish purple bird. The male is, anyhow.
Yeah.
Female couldn't play in that game.
In what game?
In the
Dodgers game.
No. But didn't have enough color.
Not enough color. Well, now we're supposed to get
bunting,
all...
you make flags out of it, too, don't you?
You
You have enough bird left over to make a flag out of it?
Yeah. One of those flag catchers that he was talking about.
Oh, that's for Frank catcher.
Yeah. Well, we only got 2 out of 3, Mr. Kieran. What do we do? Send you an encyclopedia?
No, they have to give back the books.
I think I'll have to make some special arrangement about the encyclopedia for Mr. Kieran. He knows the contents
Speaking of
already.
baseball, there are a lot of good pitchers in that book.
That's very good, Mr. Adams. Okay. And now let's pause for a message from our announcer. Thank you. We'll resume with a question from Murray Moss of New York City. Mr. Conn, our pianist, is going to help us on this. We're going to hear 3 songs played by Mr. Conn. Can you tell us in each case whether the character referred to in the song is in the dough or out of the dough? In the money or out of the money? Poor or rich, Mr. Allen, in case this isn't clear to you. Let's have the first.
Dough is foreign.
Conn, I have 3 beautiful, clean white hands. Suppose I start with Mr. Allen.
Rufus Rastus Johnson Brown.
Yeah, what's the next line?
What are you going to do when the rent comes around?
Mm-hmm.
What are you going to pay?
How are you going to pay?
How are you going to pay?
You'll never have a rusty central judgment day.
Well, these gentlemen are older than I, of course. If you want the full lyrics, you
That's true, but we had to go to some trouble to
Written
get
by A.
them
Baldwin Sloan.
I beg pardon?
It was written by A. Baldwin Sloan.
It was written, you mean the words?
No, the music.
Oh, the music. Says here Harry von Tilsa. What did he write? Words and music.
He wrote both sometime.
I think he did in this case, too, but I'm not sure.
No.
All right. You got me intimidated. Well, Mr. Brown in this song is, of course, in pretty bad shape financially, Mr. Allen. Broke.
He wouldn't have the trouble today because of the rent ceilings. He probably would be in a better position.
Wouldn't he, though? Mr. Conn, the next one.
Would be in the dough.
Why?
Because he's a man that broke the bank at Monte Carlo.
Good enough. Who wrote that?
You got me there.
If I tell you, will you remember it next time?
Yep.
I don't know what advantage that'll be. Song by Fred Gilbert. Gilbert. Remember him?
Speaking about him coming up.
Fred Gilbert? Yeah, sure. Would you boys care to take 10 minutes down for reminiscences? All right. Now the third, Mr. Conn. It's kind of tricky, Mr. Lindsay. Be careful.
Just a little tricky.
Okay.
Depends upon how you evaluate the
That's
girl.
right. That's right. Now you better explain that.
She was $1 million baby.
Where was she?
Whom he met in the 5 and 10 cent store.
That's right.
By Billy Rose.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, you can't tell whether she was in the dough or out of it.
No, but he felt pretty. The fellow that's singing the song feels pretty good. He feels as though he's in the dough.
She might be in the dough shortly after the song is over.
He built a cottage for her.
That's true.
If he was in the dough, he'd hardly be around the 5 and 10 cent store, I don't think.
That's why she had $1 million.
What was he doing in there? I mean, a man with the...
He kept buying china.
I see no reason whatsoever to work out the plot of this thing.
Well, might clarify it.
Well, we really don't know whether she was rich or not. I don't know. She might get into the dough, probably.
No point to the question there.
That's true.
Sure.
But we'll never use this one again. And how about this one from Arnold Chippendale of Camden, Ohio? According to old gags, what is the standard answer to these remarks? Mother says to the little boy, have you taken a bath? What's the answer? Mr. Allen.
No, is there one missing?
Good. That's a remarkably... You know, that little boy is the one who writes the radio shows, I think.
Yes, he's also in television now, too.
How about this one? Doctor says to a man, don't like your wife's looks. What's he say? Doctor says to a man, don't like your wife's looks. Mr. Adams.
I don't like them either.
Good. That's good. Would-be groom, bridegroom, whispers, why did you bring me here? She's ugly, squints, has bad teeth, and is bleary-eyed.
And she has other faults.
You've cleaned it up. Mr.
Hey, you can talk louder. She's deaf, too.
Good. We haven't had jokes as good as that on this program for years, Mr. Allen. Okay, here's one from Isidore Greenberg of Brooklyn, New York. Who were these women who, according to history or legend, did the following things? Get 2 out of 3 on this. This one fired rifle shots through playing cards tossed in the air. Who was that? Mr. Lindsay.
Annie Oakley.
Annie Oakley, yes. How in your profession, Mr. Lindsay, Annie Oakley has a definite meaning, doesn't it?
Well, it means a free seat at the box office.
How did it happen to be connected with Annie Oakley?
The ticket is always punched when it's complimentary, and there's a hole through the ticket. So, that relates to the bullet hole through the card, and that's an Annie Oakley.
Absolutely right. 100%.
But not at any of Howard's shows. You don't have them at any of your shows.
How about this one? She took her husband's place at firing a cannon. Who did that? Took her husband's place at firing a cannon. Mr. Kieran.
Molly Pitcher.
Molly Pitcher. At least that's what people say. What's the story about Molly Pitcher, Mr. Kieran?
Well, of course, that was a sort of catch-as-catch-can war in those days, and...
What days?
There were no rules for entrance. Anybody could get in the Revolution.
Yes.
It was the Battle of Monmouth, wasn't it?
Battle of Monmouth, right down here in New Jersey.
That's right. They have a racetrack down there now.
They have a statue to Molly Pitcher, too. Keep it clean. Mr. Mr.
There
Allen.
used to be a woman with the circus who fired the cannon. The Zaccarinis, sometimes, when her husband was loaded and the cannon wasn't.
I'm sorry we can't finish the question. That's all we'll have time for. Our best thanks to Mr. Allen and Mr. Lindsay. Let's see. We've paid out 3 sets of the Encyclopedia Britannica. Next week, our guests will be Harold Stassen and Russell Krauss. Goodbye until next week, when we hope you'll all join our Information Please party.
Each week at this time, Information Please is presented by H.J. Heinz Company, makers of the famous 57 varieties. 4 experts will try to answer your questions if you'll send them to Information Please at 570 Lexington Avenue, New York 22, New York. We may edit them mildly, and in case of similarity, you'll have to accept our judgment of who shall be paid. If we use your question, the H.J. Heinz Company will send you $10 in war stamps and a copy of the Encyclopedia Britannica World Atlas. If we slip up on it, you get $57 in war bonds and stamps and a set of the Encyclopedia Britannica. And don't forget that if the experts should miss all 3 parts of the question you get, in addition to the encyclopedia, a $500 war bond instead of the usual $57. All questions remain our property. Information Please is presented under the supervision of Dan Golenpaul. And now, our Master of Ceremonies, Clifton Fadiman.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Information, please. Traveling along its customary happy-go-lucky path comes up with our 4-man panel tonight. Our experts consist of our 2 tried-and-true veterans, Mr. John Kieran, columnist of the New York Sun, and Mr. Franklin P. Adams, author of Nods and Becks, which is published today. How's it making out, Frank?
Can't tell yet.
All right, no landslide. Our guests this evening are the distinguished pianist, Mr. Artur Rubinstein, whose first New York concert of the season is at Carnegie Hall this coming Sunday evening, and the well-known author and lecturer, Mr. Lewis Brown. We're going to begin, gentlemen, with a question from Mrs. Robert Quinn of Rochester, New York. Get 2 out of 3. In what city or country would a GI find himself if he had these native drinks? Coffee with whipped cream. Where would he be likely to be? Mr. Brown.
Germany or Austria?
Yes, which more probably?
Schlagsahne. Well, Austria.
Probably, yes, and what city is famous for it?
Vienna.
Vienna. Mr. Rubinstein, do you remember
Vienna.
Schlagobers? Yes.
Umgekehrten.
Awfully good, and one of Austria's better products, shall we say. Now, suppose the GI ordered and got a mixture of black currant cordial and vermouth. Where would he be more apt to be, Mr. Adams?
He would be apt to be in France.
Yes.
And that would be called a pompier.
Would it really?
Yes.
I thought a pompier was a fireman.
It is. And that is what is called a pompier, that drink with seltzer in it.
Mr. Kieran, do you remember that from your days back in the old
it's a
First
drink. We
War?
didn't call it a pompier.
I guess over here we just call it a vermouth cassis, I think.
That's right.
Isn't that
Vermouth
right?
cassis.
That's what they used to call it at Mocans.
Okay, all right. In any case, you'd get it in Paris or in the south of France. It's kind of a specialty. Suppose you were having coffee soda with chocolate ice cream. What country would it be apt to be, Mr. Rubenstein?
America.
Yes. What part would you say?
I think all of the country.
Well, it's kind I don't know.
All
what
the
it's,
drugstores in the world.
What's that particular mixture called? Coffee soda with chocolate ice cream.
I
Broadway.
never had it. I never had it, no. I looked always with dismay at people drinking it.
Adams, do you think it's a good drink to recommend to the
I think it's
here?
wonderful. Wish I had one right now.
Well, our sponsor does not happen to deal in Broadway sodas. That gives us 3 out of 3. How about Mrs. J.W. Ritchie's question? This comes from Cincinnati, Ohio. Get 2 out of 3. Identify the real or imaginary person from whose names these words derive. And tell how the word is derived from their names. Here, the first word is tantalize. Tantalize. Mr. Kieran.
Derived from the Greek mythological character Tantalus, who I believe was up to his chin in water and very thirsty, and he was held that way, and every time he bent down or tried to bend down and take a drink, the water lowered itself automatically, and it was a rather tantalizing situation for him.
Well, he didn't know that until the etymologist made up
That's
the word.
right.
Yes, that's right. We get a word Tantalus, another word from Tantalus. The word itself, Tantalus, means what? Have any of you come across it in reading English novels, Mr. Brown?
No, there's a Mount Tantalus in Hawaii, right outside of Honolulu.
I doubt that comes from, maybe it does come from the old story. Well, what we call a soda water siphon is in England, I think, called a Tantalus, isn't it? Have you ever come across that?
Oh, no, that's where you put a lock on a liquor container. That's called a Tantalus.
That's right.
So you can see it, but you can't get it unless you have the key.
Well, I knew it had something to do with liquor.
Yeah.
Now, the word dunce, which we constantly use, though never on this program. Mr. Brown?
The famous Duns Scotus, who was a medieval scholastic, early 13th century, late 12th actually was born, who, because of his reputation for scholarship and for learning, had a great following who were opposed by the Thomists later, and these followers of Duns Scotus were called the dunces, because they were looked upon with a certain amount of contempt by these other people.
Yes, that's a perfect answer. Very good. How about the word Nimrod? We constantly use that word. Mr. Rubenstein.
Nimrod is the great traveler.
Now, you got the wrong man.
Oh, then I retire.
No, come back again. Mr. Kieran.
A great hunter before the Lord.
Yes.
In the Bible.
Yes, I think mighty, isn't it?
Mighty hunter.
Mighty hunter. And so we use the word Nimrod of any hunter now. What one were you thinking of? Gulliver?
I was thinking of a traveler.
Jonah?
Not Gulliver. No. I'll get to him.
There are a lot of travelers in the Old
I'll
Testament,
remind
but
you.
I think Nimrod not one of them. Well, that gives us 2 out of 3. Try this one from Herbert Briskman in New York City. A musical question, gentlemen. Get 2 out of 3. What royal house or family is suggested by each of these musical excerpts? Is that clear? Let's have the first. Now, gentlemen, that's certainly a familiar excerpt. Mr. Rubenstein is familiar to you, of course.
I think the English royal family.
Why would you say that? What was being played? What was being played?
I thought it was a Handel piece, is it?
No. Mr. Brown?
Sounds like Bach to me.
Bach is right.
It is Bach.
Yes, it is Bach. Now, Mr. Adams.
He had a royal family of his own.
What of Bach was being played, Mr. Adams? You're doing beautifully.
I have no idea. I just know it was Bach.
You disappoint me. Mr. Brown?
No, I'm lost.
Well, it's one of the Brandenburg concerti. Is that right, Mr. Rubenstein?
Outside. I thought it was a Handel.
And so it would be the house of Brandenburg. Quite right. You almost came to the rescue, Mr. Adams, but not
It
perfect.
wasn't a royal house.
Well, no, I should perhaps say what shall we say?
Grand Duchy? Grand Duchy,
Yes,
yes.
all right. Now the second, Mr. Conn.
Easy one.
That's an easy one, Mr. Rubenstein. What is that?
This is the Austrian Empire.
Yes.
The Emperor of Austria,
And
Francis
that-
Joseph
Yes, so the famous house of
Strauss, yes, yes.
the Habsburg house. And what was being played?
The Strauss Waltzer.
Which one? There are only, I think,
They're
11
all
hundred.
having more or less the same names, you know.
Beautiful
Forest of Vienna, the Blue Danube, and
They seem to me to have more or less
love,
the same melody,
love,
but different
wine,
names. Mr. Kieran?
Isn't that part of the Emperor Waltz?
That's right. That's
Is that
right.
called the Emperor Waltz?
The Emperor Waltz, yes.
Only in English.
You stick around here, Mr. Rubenstein, you'll learn something about music.
I will learn something about music, yes.
If you listen to Kieran and Adams, you get a liberal education.
I never know the names of waltzes. But I know the waltzes, all right.
I'm sure you do. Yes, that, and of course that's the House of Habsburg. And now the third, Mr. Conn. Mr. Brown?
The House of Romanov.
You couldn't be wronger, it seems to me. What's being played? Mr. Rubenstein?
This is the Elgar piece.
Yes, that's right.
Which is written, I mean, also for the English house.
Yes.
The royal house.
Pomp and circumstance.
Pomp and circumstance, as Mr. Adams reminds
That
us.
was awful.
What made you think of Romanov, Mr. Brown?
I don't know. Pomp and Circumstance suggested Romanovs.
Perhaps you heard it at Mike Romanov.
That's exactly where I did not hear it.
Well, that gives us 2 wrong out of 3. That Heinz 57 sends $57 in war bonds and stamps to Mr. Briskman and a set of the Britannica. How about this one, gentlemen, from Mrs. H.M. Wadsworth of New Orleans? Let's get all on this. This is not a hard question. This is about nudes. Paintings of nudes, Mr. Adams. Can you identify the famous paintings of nudes from these brief descriptions?
News or nudes?
Nudes. N-U-D-E-S. Nudes. You still don't understand?
We know
Naked.
No nudes is good nudes.
Yes, that's The first painting shows a young woman supporting a water jar on her shoulder. It's a famous painting. Painting of what, Mr. Rubenstein?
Greuze, I think.
Greuze, I don't think. You know, I know what
Here's one
you're
of
thinking
Greuze.
of. Yes, you're thinking of the broken vase.
A broken vase of Greuze, which
Yes.
a young nude woman.
You know, I thought.
Is there a Bouguereau that...
I don't think she's nude, Mr. Sorry to disappoint you, Mr. Rubenstein, but...
Well, I always saw her nude.
Oh,
when I
that
looked
may
at
be.
her.
Yes, you mustn't, Mr. Adams?
That might be Rebecca at the well.
No,
Not
it's...
nude. Not
Mr.
nude.
Brown?
I thought it was a Bouguereau.
Well, almost any Bouguereau is a nude, but I don't think that he has a picture of a woman supporting a water jar on her shoulder. That is La Source by Ingres, I-N-G-R-E-S, and it can be found in the Louvre unless the Germans have looted it. La Source of Ingres. Now we have to get the next 2 right. We have to get all right, as a matter of fact. Now, another famous picture shows a nude standing on a large seashell. Who is that? What is that? Mr. Kieran?
Correggio. The one that was here at the World's Fair. It's that big Venus.
Yes?
And it shows her in a shell, and
Right.
there's a crack right across the middle of the picture.
Yeah.
Wait a minute, it isn't Correggio. It's-
Oh, you've got it, Mr.
Yeah, I
Kieran.
know the picture
Sure
very
you do.
well, and there's Triton blowing out of a horn in there.
Yeah.
And,
Now, Mr. Rubenstein, give him the name of the painter.
Botticelli.
Botticelli.
That's right, yes. There are 3 other figures in the picture. Oh, you got that, John, except you
I
said Correggio instead of Botticelli.
That's all.
Now, how about a reclining nude wearing a ribbon around her throat and a flower in her hair? A famous painting. Mr. Rubenstein again.
It is Manet.
Manet is right.
Hollande.
Hollande, yes. That's quite right, and that, too, is to be found in the Louvre. Oh, we only got 1 correct out of that. Heinz 57 sends $57 in war bonds and stamps to Mrs. Wadsworth and a set of the Britannica. And now, here's our Heinz reporter, Ben Grauer, who believes the sweetest flower that grows is one you can eat.
Many years ago, it was considered the most gallant gesture for a gentleman to proffer his lady love a tomato plant. Well, since then, tomatoes have grown in favor and flavor. And while we don't send the girls tomato plants, love apples they called them then, I'll wager that plenty of romances have bloomed over 2 fragrant plates of Heinz cream of tomato soup. For there's a soup that goes right to the heart of a hungry man. It's condensed, you know. You just add an equal quantity of water or milk. Heinz cream of tomato soup is a picture of goodness, rosy and shining, just like the fresh, vine-ripe tomatoes it's made from. Add to the tang of luscious tomatoes the rich, mellow blessing of cream, the subtle excitement of spice, all perfectly blended, and you have a good idea of what Heinz condensed cream of tomato soup is like. Get one whiff of its teasing fragrance, a taste of its old-fashioned flavor, and you'll say, orchids to Heinz cream of tomato soup. Or more likely, please, may I have a little more?
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Now, gentlemen, try this one from Mary Ann Bodine of Kansas City, Missouri. Let's get 2 out of 3. In what famous poems do we find female characters whose singing affected people in the following ways? Well, in the first case, some people forgot to watch out for reefs as a result of listening to people singing. Mr. Kieran.
Well, those are the sirens in the Greek mythology. And also the Lorelei.
Which one do you choose? Choose one out of those 2. Those are 2 answers. Which do you choose, Mr. Kieran?
Well, I'll take the sirens for the reefs.
No, I think not. Mr. Brown?
The Lorelei.
The Lorelei, yeah.
Where were the Lorelei?
On the Rhine, it's only one.
On the Rhine.
Do you have reefs in a river like the Rhine? Is that what
He's
you
right.
call them? Reefs?
I guess they must be reefs. What would
I
you call
usually
them?
have reefs in the sea.
It's a poem of Heine about the Lorelei.
Yes, but is the word, what Mr. Kieran wants to know is whether the word reef, whether in...
I'm afraid Mr. Kieran is right.
Yeah, I think he's right, too.
You'd have coral reefs in the ocean, but you wouldn't have reefs in a river.
No,
You'd
you
have
might
the
have
bank.
shallows or something of that sort.
Yeah, rock, but you don't have a reef as a rock
I'm
barrier.
because I don't know what a reef is.
You don't know what a reef
No.
is?
Underneath the...
Well, how about this
A reef
one?
is what you have at a funeral when you send it in flowers. Well, somebody's got to take Oscar Levant's place, isn't there?
No, not necessarily. They are so enchanted, these other people listening to someone singing, that everything else is forgotten. Now I think Mr. Kieran's original answer, Mr. Kieran.
Well, the sirens would do that, too, but I still think they lured a lot of people to their death before Ulysses went by with his sailors
Agreed.
with the ears stopped with wax and himself lashed to the mast so that he wouldn't be wrecked there.
No, but other sailors were. But we don't know whether they were wrecked on reefs or not. The Odyssey isn't clear on that point. Now, in this, they listen to someone singing, these other people, and as a result become better men. Where does that occur, Mr. Brown?
Well, I think of the Salvation Army.
That might very well be true. Might very well be true. I was thinking rather of a literary reference. Mr. Rubenstein.
I thought of Orpheus.
Where?
Of Orpheus.
Now you have me there. Does someone become a better man through listening to the piping?
Well, you're supposed to influence all animals.
Yes, but not to become
After
better.
all, we are animals, aren't we?
Don't look at me. Don't look at me, Mr. Rubenstein. Mr. Kieran?
Well, I think Mr. Rubenstein's correct to the extent that Orpheus' singing drew iron tears down Pluto's cheek, but what I would mention would be Pippa in Browning's poem, Pippa Passes.
Yes, will you tell us about that, Kieran?
Well, she goes through the play, and she gives Pippa passes occasionally and sings little verses as she goes through, and it sort of cheers up everybody.
Yeah, that's right. It may be that Orpheus improved people, too, but I think he made them happier rather than better. A subtle distinction, Mr. Rubenstein. That we got at least 2 out of 3 on that, though I'm still a little puzzled about the reefs. Mr. Adams?
I think the Piper of Hamelin made the kids better.
He did?
Sure.
Why, it seems to me that
He
disappeared.
influenced rats only, I think, no, didn't he?
No.
Oh,
The children.
made the children very happy.
Yes, but didn't they disappear into the cavern with him at the end
Yeah,
of the
but they were
story?
happy while they were listening to the music.
True. You do look on the best side of things. Mr. Kieran?
That's terrible. That was the biggest case of mass kidnapping on record.
Difference of opinion, apparently. How about this one from Laura Gantz of New York? What military figure dominated the world from the Dnieper River to the China Sea? Now, think a moment, gentlemen. Mr. Kieran?
Genghis Khan.
That's quite right. Didn't have to think a moment. When did Genghis Khan live? Drat him. About what centuries would you say?
I don't know, about the...
Pick a century. Mr. Brown?
15, 14, 16. How's that?
I think that's wrong, unless the typist has made a few mistakes here. I have 1162 to 1227. It sounds awfully definite on this card. How about a military figure who dominated the world from the Bay of Biscay to the Volga River? Be careful on this. Think it through. The Bay of Biscay to the Volga River. Mr. Rubenstein?
Napoleon.
I think you'd be wrong there. Mr. Kieran?
Well, I would say at the height of his power, one of the Roman emperors. Julius Caesar, for instance.
I think never as far as to the Volga. Would you say, Mr.
Well,
Rubenstein?
he sent his famous, I conquered from way out in Asia Minor.
Yes, but not to the Volga River. He might have been down there somewhere in Asia Minor. Gentlemen, you seem to have forgotten that a soon-to-be-forgotten figure named Hitler in 1942 dominated Europe from the Bay of Biscay to the Volga River.
Well, that's archaeology. It isn't history.
Soon it will be archaeology, but it is still history. Now, who dominated...
But he never dominated, though. Let's be frank.
Are you telling me something?
Yes, he never dominated.
Well, he was master of all of Europe, almost all of Europe, for a short time, I think.
Pretending, just showing up.
That may be so. How about one who dominated the world from the Straits of Gibraltar to the Beresina? The Straits of Gibraltar to the Beresina, Mr. Rubenstein.
That was Napoleon.
That was Napoleon in what year, would you say?
1812.
In 1812,
Oh,
yes.
Yes.
Well, you'd think these conquerors would learn, but they never seem to. Well, that gives us 2 out of 3. Here's one for Mrs. Mary Goldstein of this city, and get 2 out of 3 on this, too. This is all about people who worked with lenses. This one had to grind lenses to earn a living so that he could write his philosophical works. Mr. Brown, who was
Spinoza, Benedict Spinoza, 1632.
Yes. Born 1632? Yeah. You love dates. When did he die?
He was in his early 40s. I don't know. I read a life of the man, so I don't know.
You should know.
Yeah.
He died in 1677.
Yeah, he died
according
in his
to
40s.
our most recent information. He is said to have used a great lens to destroy an enemy fleet. Who was that? Mr. Kieran.
Archimedes.
That's quite right, Mr. Kieran. What famous battle was it?
Oh, Syracuse.
Syracuse, right. Shall we ask Mr. Brown the date?
Well, you better ask him because I don't remember offhand, but it was about 2, 3 centuries B.C., I think.
Yeah, quite good enough. 212 B.C.
Not bad.
No. Very good. Now, this man was a printer, among other things, and invented bifocal lenses. Mr. Adams.
Benjamin
Franklin. Not very many people perhaps know that he was the inventor of bifocals. An ingenious fellow. Try this one from Josephine Howe of Riverside, California. Again, get 2 out of 3. Can you identify these European rulers of the 19th and 20th centuries, in some cases, if I give you their wives' names? This one married Princess Elena of Montenegro on October 24th, 1896. Who's that? Mr. Rubenstein.
Vittorio Emanuele, the third.
Yes. Is he still reigning?
Unfortunately.
Yes, he's still unfortunately the king of Italy. He's not working at it, but he is the king of Italy. Now, this one married Princess Augusta Victoria of Augustenberg on February 27th, 1881. Who did that? Mr. Rubenstein again.
William II of Germany.
William II of Germany, yes. You're a regular court calendar, Mr. Rubenstein.
I am particularly interested.
You love these things?
Well, yes, I do.
All right, see what you can do on this one, then. This European ruler married Princess Alix, A-L-I-X, of Hesse, on November 26, 1894. Mr. Rubenstein again.
Nicolas II of Russia.
Now, why don't the rest of you know these things the way I do? Now, here's a question made
These
to
are
order.
questions of the ones they didn't marry. Perhaps some of these men could be more expert.
That might be so. We'll try that next time. Now, here's a question made for our Heinz reporter, Ben Grauer. Can you name 2 instances in literature where earthly foods are described as possessing heavenly virtues?
Well, a certain clam soup was referred to as food for the gods in the poetry of W.A. Crawford, and Nero, as I recall, gave mushrooms the same benediction. But I'd rather use homelier terms to describe the everyday satisfying joys of Heinz real cream of tomato soup. It has a certain homespun, old-fashioned goodness that makes you want it again and again. And yet, that combination of flavors, rich cream and fresh vine-ripened tomatoes, tied together with a fragrant bouquet of spice, is always new, always intriguing to taste. And it's condensed, you know. You just add an equal quantity of milk or water. There's an art to making a perfect soup like Heinz condensed cream of tomato. The tomatoes, for one thing, must be full red ripe, heavy with juice, and picked at their peak of flavor. The cream must be rich and thick and plentiful. And the seasoning, well, you have to know your spices to pick up and accent the flavor, the way it's accented in Heinz cream of tomato soup. You know, I think now I could go Nero one better and say, a dish envied by the gods, Heinz cream of tomato soup.
Thank you, Mr. Grauer. Gentlemen, how about this one from Elizabeth McMicken of Seattle, Washington? Get 2 out of 3. Identify these characters of fiction, all of whom gotten somewhat the same kind of position. This prince finds himself a juryman trying the girl he has wronged. Mr. Kieran.
That's in Crime and Punishment, I believe. A Russian novel.
It's in a Russian novel, all right, Mr. Kieran, but I think you've got the wrong novel. Mr. Rubenstein.
Resurrection of Tolstoy.
That's right, yes. You remember the name of the prince? No, it doesn't sound like that.
Katerina is the woman.
Pardon?
Katerina is the woman.
Nekhludov.
Nekhludov is the prince.
Well, you pronounce it better, but we have the same
It's a
prince.
not nice name, really.
Nekhludov, yes. He's a member of the jury that tries Katerina Maslova. Now, Mr. Kieran, you may be right, but it seems to me...
all those Russian novels seem the same to me. I can't keep them separate.
Can't keep one separate from the other. How about this one? This king finds himself the judge in a case in which his wife is the victim of a theft. His wife is the victim of a theft, and he finds himself the judge in the case. A serious situation. Mr. Kieran.
Well, that was when the knave of hearts stole the tart.
Yes, that's right. Where would you find it?
That's Through the Looking Glass, isn't it?
In Alice in Wonderland.
Alice in Wonderland.
Yes, that's very good. That's picking it out. How about a case in which this judge condemns his 2 sons to death for treason? Well, this might be historical mythology or legendary history, shall we say. A judge condemning his 2 sons to death for treason. What case is that? It comes from Roman history, early Roman history. Junius Brutus condemns his sons because they joined a conspiracy, to restore the banished Tarquin to the throne of Rome. Right. Does that come back to you, Mr. Kieran? Comes back to all 4 of you, apparently. We got 2 out of 3 on that. Try this one now from Mrs. G.P. Miller at Denver. Can you identify these anthropoids? You all know what an anthropoid is? Mm-hmm. The first is the mad monk. Mr. Adams. Mr. Kieran.
Well, that would be either Iliador or Rasputin, whichever one you were voting for at the time. Iliador was...
No politics, please.
Better known as the Mad Monk, I think.
Yes, or Rasputin, the confidant of the Tsarina, who was the wife of Nicholas II. How about King Kong Keller? Famous anthropoid, King Kong Keller, Mr. Kieran.
Why, that was the great outfielder of the New York Yankees until he went into the Merchant Marine, I think he's in now. Perhaps it's the Coast Guard.
It's the Navy, I think.
Navy? Well, he's in some service.
Yes, and was he christened King Kong?
No, he's just a strong chap, that's all. He's nothing like a gorilla. He's a very fine gentleman.
Okay.
Charlie.
You're not being very nice to the gorillas when you say that, however, Mr. Kieran. What were his first names? What are his first names?
Charles Keller.
Charles Keller.
And his middle name?
That I don't know.
Charles Ernest Keller. I'm surprised at all of you. Charles Ernest Keller. Now, the third anthropoid, gentlemen, is Ape Neck Sweeney. Who is he? Ape Neck Sweeney. Ever hear of him?
Must be a wrestler.
I don't know what his job is, but he's a character in T.S. Eliot's Sweeney Among the Nightingales, a famous modern poem. Those 2 lines that I recollect are Ape Neck Sweeney spreads his knees, letting his arms hang down to laugh. That gives us 2 out of 3. Now try this one from James D. Took of Fayetteville, New York. In what poems will you find these phrases all about glory? The first is, a glory from the earth. A glory from the earth. Mr. Kieran.
That is from Wordsworth's poem, which has the longest title I ever met in poetry, Ode on Intimations of Immortality from Recollections of Earliest Childhood. 100%. For there has passed away a glory from the earth.
That's perfectly right. That's picking it out. Now how about a sea of glory? S-E-A. A sea. Mr. Kieran.
That is from Henry VIII. That is Woolsey. I've swum in a sea of glory and so forth and so on, addressed to Cromwell.
That's perfect. Right. Mr. Kieran, Mr. Adams, are you going to give us...
Exactly that.
I'm sure you were. And finally, the paths of glory you would find where? The paths of glory. Mr. Adams?
That is from Gray's Elegy written in a country churchyard.
Yes, and where?
Lead but to the grave.
Lead but to the grave, and that gives us 3 glories out of 3, and that's all we'll have time for. Thank you, Mr. Rubenstein and Mr. Brown, for adding to the fun on Information Please this evening. Tonight, Heinz 57 has paid out $114 in war bonds and stamps and 2 sets of the Encyclopedia Britannica. Next week, we're going to have something in the way of an evening of science, at least in part. In addition to Mr. Kieran and Mr. Adams, our guests will be 2 men distinguished in the field of science. First, the author of the new book, Men of Science in America, Mr. Bernard Jaffe, and second, the outstanding ornithologist, chairman of the Department of Birds of the American Museum of Natural History, Dr. Robert Cushman Murphy. Remember, send your questions and the correct answers to Information Please at 570 Lexington Avenue, New York, 22, New York. And now our Heinz reporter, Ben Grauer, has something to say about Heinz products, and then we'll give you the news headlines of the moment.
Any epicure can tell you that flavor, fine flavor, is what changes mere food into a delight. That is why Heinz condiments like Heinz mustard, 57 sauce, and ketchup are more important today than ever before. For they put the joy of eating in our plain wartime meals. Here are the latest headlines from the NBC newsroom. American troops have advanced another 2 miles in the Philippines. The Russians have driven into East Prussia 14 miles on an 88-mile front. On the Western Front, German troops have driven the Canadians out of Breskens, important bastion in Holland, which the Canadians had captured yesterday. And now, until next Monday night at this same time, H.J. Heinz Company wishes you good health and good evening.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Ladies and gentlemen, meet the better half.
There'll be a hot time, no doubt, tonight. Because there's one in every family, we know you will agree. So join us now as we find out who the better half will be.
Well, hello, friends. This is Tiny Ruffner here to welcome you to radio's favorite family fun show, The Better Half. We got a barrel of fun in store for you tonight, so hold on tight as we get underway with tonight's transcribed Battle of Wits. Here on the top of our list to see who's best in their little nest are Mr. and Mrs. Louis Fleischman from Forest Hills, Long Island. Come right up the microphone. Now, hello, and how are you, Mr. and Mrs. Fleischman?
Hello, Tiny.
I see. Are you Fleischman the East Man, Fleischman the Gin Man, or Fleischman the Ladies Man? Which is it?
Just plain Fleischman.
Just plain Fleischman. You're very modest. What do you do for a living, sir?
I'm a flight engineer with Pan American World Airways.
Oh, you're Fleischman the Flight Man. What does a flight engineer do?
Well, he makes sure the airplane keeps running in flight.
Oh, that's very nice of him, too. I have a neighbor of mine who went in for flying the other day. Held a match over his gasoline tank to see if there was any gas in it. Last seen, he was just going over Far Rockaway. Say, how do you like being married to a guy who's up in the air most of the time, Mrs. Fleischman?
I don't mind at all, Tiny.
You don't, really?
No.
Do you fly with him on occasions?
Oh, yes.
Mm-hmm. You know, I flew here from Los Angeles about a month ago. I never thought I'd make it. My arms got so tired I had to finally flap my ears. They thought I was Clark Gable coming in out there. Well, let's see if we can ground the two of you long enough here tonight to see who the better half of this family really is. We'll start off by seeing whose mental meter is the fleeter with this first round of questions. Both of you go after these, and the first to come up with the right answer each time will collect. I'm going to give you two some of the titles, and I want you to tell me about these titles. If you had them, what countries you would be ruling. Now, here's the first one. If you were the Shah, instead of what you are, you'd be the ruler of what country?
Persia.
Very correct, Mr. Fleischman. That's wonderful. You start off, a man begins in the lead for a change. Now, number two. If you were a Raja instead of a Shah, you'd be the ruler of what country?
Well, maybe somewhere in India.
That is correct. You would be a ruler in India. Are you still with us, Mrs. Fleischman?
Yes, I'm standing here.
Well, snap your little ruby lips open. Start flapping them, honey. You can't ring there just do nothing. They're sucking an egg or something. Well, here's number three. The title King of Kings would make you kingpin of what little country in Africa?
Ethiopia.
Ethiopia is correct. Haile Selassie by name, huh? All right, now here's number four. Here's a tough one. If you were the keeper of 24 golden umbrellas, you'd be ruling what country? Personally, I'd rather be Justice Siam.
In Siam.
Siam is correct. No help from the audience, please. Well, Mr. Fleischman, you've got 8, and that leaves Mrs. Fleischman just 2, if she can get it here. The title of Sultan, and you would be a real big shot in what country? Huh? What country? What do you have for Thanksgiving?
Oh, turkey.
That's absolutely correct. Thank you. Now we dance the plate over here with a little $2 whip. You're going, Mrs. Fleischman. I thought for a moment we'd lost you there. He'd left you home. Now, Mrs. Sept, it's your chance to take a fling at a question from the man's world. As a married woman, you probably know a little about some of the things your husband thinks he knows a lot about. Which one of those subjects over there under the man's world would you like to essay a chance at for $5, please?
Number 3, men's fashions time.
Men's fashions. Well, from the way your husband is accoutered here tonight, I say that if your taste is exemplified by what he has on, that you're quite good at it, too. As you probably know, Mrs. Fleischman, the style of men's clothes doesn't change as often as women's. But they are different today from what they were years ago. Now, they've discarded the ruffles and frills they used to wear, but in spite of this, however, they still wear one thing that's bedecked with laces. What is it, do you know?
Is it shorts?
Based on their shorts. Why, Mr. Fleischman.
Oh, honey, I didn't mean it like that. I didn't mean that kind of lace.
What do you
I meant they lace up the back of the shorts to make them fit snug.
She's got me there. That's very, very good, Mrs. Fleischman. Very good indeed. We were thinking of shoelaces, but your idea's fine. We'll give you $5 over there. You have a grand total of 7 now. Your husband's only $1 ahead. And now it's your turn, Mr. Fleischman. And from the world of feminine fantasies, which one of those subjects would you like to discuss for $5?
I'm going to try cooking, Tom.
You're going to try cooking, huh? Going to step into the culinary department? Okay, boy, let's see what we can do in that particular division of our life's work. You do some cooking at home then, Mr. Fleischman?
Once in a while.
Mm-hmm. Could you roast a duck?
I think so.
Uh-huh. Suppose you tell us how you do it. Go right ahead.
You mean how to roast a duck?
That's right. That's what I mean. Go right ahead.
Well, I put it in the oven.
You put it in the oven? Well, now, wait a minute. There's more to it than that.
Well, I'd kill it first.
You'd kill it? That wouldn't. The duck would have a little of the fight taken out of it at that point. That would help a little bit. All right, now it's a dead duck. Now what do you do with it?
Well, I take the feathers off and stuff it. And...
You mean you stuff the duck with its own feathers?
No. I make bread and stuff like that.
Oh, stuff and stuff. You mean it's stuffed with stuff and stuff. Well, then what comes next?
Well, cook it.
Now, you put it in the oven then and you cook it. Now, how long do you cook it?
Oh, 3-4 hours.
Uh-huh. All right, now here's the important thing. How do you know when it's done?
Well, you stick a fork in it.
And if the duck doesn't fly off, it's done. You did all right, Mr. Fleischman, but if I were you, I think I'd stick to beans. Put $5 more up there for him, Ed, and now let's take a look at the score in the Fleischman family. The husband is ahead and wins by a score of 13-7.
So the husband is the winner.
The husband is the winner.
The husband is the winner. Let's give him a great big hand.
We're going to have the family go through, Mr. Fleischman, along with this beautiful and dependable Whitnall watch, a distinguished member of the Longines Whitnall family of fine watches. We'll be hearing from you again at the end of the show, but you'll try your skill at winning a wonderful Videodyne television receiver, the last word in television perfection. For you, Mrs. Fleischman, here is a lovely automatic Evans silver-plated table lighter. Thank you both very much. You were grand sports. Now, friends, it's my privilege to tell you about a very interesting contest that's for everybody. You know him. You've seen him in newspapers and magazines. Now, who is Mr. X? Can you name him? You may win $1,000 or more. Yes, sir, folks, Mr. X is back again to thrill and delight you in the most popular contest of the year. It's easy, and it's very exciting. Who is Mr. X? Well, see this Sunday's Newark Star-Ledger or Long Island Sunday Press. Find out how you can win $1,000 or more by simply answering the question, who is Mr. X? See how all the cash jackpots grow and grow and grow. Now, if you live in New Jersey, see Mr. X's picture in this Sunday's Newark Star-Ledger. If you live in Queens or Long Island, see him in this Sunday's Long Island Press. Will you know the answer to who is Mr. X? Remember, whether you have a telephone or not, you're eligible to win in these Mr. X contests. Now let's turn our spotlight on couple number 2. They are Mr. and Mrs. Frank Sullivan from good old Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Well, top of the evening to you, Mr. and Miss Sullivan. Tell me, how are things in the city of brotherly love, anyway?
Fine, thank you.
Glad to hear that. We did a better half show down there a while ago at a big company dinner of the Sharpers Corporation. Had a wonderful time. What do you do in Philly, Mr. Sullivan?
I sell eggs.
Good. Chicken, duck, or ostrich?
Chicken.
Uh-huh. Are they fresh?
Strictly.
Really? Guy sold me some country fresh eggs the other day. I don't know what country they came from. Put doorknobs up at the place now. Say, I got an unusual little hen up on my farm upstate here. I want to tell you about this. She lays, she's white, see? A little white leghorn, but she lays brown eggs. Did you ever hear of that?
There's nothing unusual in it.
Oh, no? Can you do it?
I don't lay eggs, I sell them.
Oh, you sell them, I see. Well, we lay them here. Suppose you sell a couple of ours sometime, eh, boy? How long you been married to this omelet, Mrs. Sullivan?
5 years.
5 years. Would you like to scramble them up good tonight and show them who the better half of the family really is?
I sure would.
You would, huh? Well, let's get back to your husband for a minute. Tell me, Egghead, do you like to eat?
I beg your pardon?
I said you like to eat.
I sure do.
I'm glad to hear it. You look like you did. Like most women, Mrs. Sullivan, you probably think more of clothes than things to eat, right?
Right.
That shows in the way you're dressed, too. Very charming. Well, tonight I want you to think only of clothes while your husband here thinks of things to eat. Now, if I call out a number each time, I want you to answer with a food or article of clothing that contains the number of letters that I call. The first one to come up with the correct answer each time collects. Remember, you're to mention a food each time, Mr. Sullivan, and you an article of clothing, Mr. Sullivan. All right, now, here we go. Make the first one 5 letters.
Steak.
Dress.
Steak is correct, and Mr. Sullivan was just a tick ahead of you there. I'm sorry, Mr. Sullivan. Now, number 2, make this one 3 letters.
Hat.
Hat is very good. What happened to the egg there, Mr. Sullivan? Stands there with his bare face hanging out. Big fat head won't bring an egg out of it. How about 6 letters this time?
Hot dog.
Hey, that boy really dug for that one. That's very good. Put it up there. Now, here's an easy one. 4 letters.
Coat.
That's very good. That's late. You go up the Arctic Circle and you can use that much sometime. Too late with it here, boy. All right, now here's number 5. Let's make this last one real tough. 8 letters. 8 letters.
Baloney.
Overcoat.
What did you say?
Baloney.
Only 7 letters in baloney. 8 is correct. You said overcoat?
That's right.
That coat came in handy with you, didn't it, huh?
It certainly did.
Well, if we'd had 7, I suppose you'd have said top coat then, wouldn't you, too? Oh, you're sharp. Little lady leads here by a score of 6-4. Got a chance to go further ahead. If we can't stump you with a question from the man's world, which one will you take over there, Mr. Sullivan? Bullseye on net 5.
Number 5, Great Outdoors.
Number 5, the great outdoors. You're fond of outdoor sports and things of that sort, I take it.
Yes, I am.
I see. Well, that's good. Have you ever done any hunting, by the way? Not man hunting, mind you.
No, I haven't.
You haven't. Well, let's suppose you were out hunting. Not far away from you, you saw an animal hit an antagonist over the head with its tail. What kind of an animal would you say that was?
It hits its face with its tail?
What? No, it hits its antagonist with its tail. This is not a contortionist. This is an animal. Go right ahead.
I never saw one like that.
You haven't?
No.
Why, you certainly. You've seen hundreds of them. They smack their antagonists right in the face with their big fat tails. When your husband works real hard, he says he's a what?
A dope.
Well, you may have a fight there, too. You never know. You never know. But it's a matter of opinion. But I'm sorry, Mr. Sullivan. You can settle with her later. I'm referring to an animal. He says he works like a what?
A horse.
That is correct. Finally, we got around to it. When a horse is annoyed by an insect, it hits it with its tail, doesn't it? Okay. Very good. Swat $5 more up on her score over there. Let's turn our attention to the handsome Mr. Sullivan here. Suppose we give you a chance to turn a good answer into a $5 bill over there. Which one will you take for a 5, Mr. Sullivan?
Oh, shopping, I guess, Tiny.
You'll take shopping? Well, that sounds like a very nice thing to do. I presume you have cooperated to some degree with your wife in that department in the past?
I have, yes.
That's good. You enjoy it, Mr. Sullivan?
Oh, I don't mind it.
Uh-huh. Well, tell me, would you say that men are better shoppers than women?
They're faster, I think.
That's right. That's true. They know what they want and they rush right in and get it, don't they?
I think that's right, yeah.
But there are times, however, when a man could have a little trouble. Have you ever gone into a lingerie shop by yourself?
No, I haven't. I don't think I have the courage.
Well, I don't blame you, boy. That takes plenty of courage, believe me. Well, now, suppose you were put into such a spot, though, Mr. Sullivan. Your wife wants you to go into a lingerie shop and get you something that will help her to defy the law of gravity. What would you ask for?
Parachute.
A parachute? A lingerie shop? No, I'm afraid that won't quite do. I don't think they sell them there. But this is something your wife wears every day to help her defy the law of gravity. In other words, it keeps something from falling down. Now, what would that be? No. You're thinking along the wrong line, Mr. Sullivan. Thinking along the wrong... Let's not get involved. This is really quite simple, believe me. There's an order of knights in England called the Knights of the what? The Knights of the...
Round table.
Girdle. No, you're going from bad to worse. Look, what holds your socks up?
My legs.
I give up. For heaven's sake, Mrs. Sullivan, tell them what we're talking about.
Garters.
Garters, of course. Garters defy the law of gravity by hold your stockings up.
But what holds the garters up?
Good night, Mr. Sullivan. Very nice knowing you, son. And $5 more goes to Mr. Sullivan over there, making it an almost complete rout. The score, 16-4 in favor of the little woman.
So the wife is the winner.
The wife is the winner.
The wife is the winner. Let's give her a great big hand.
Now, Mr. Sullivan, you have really earned this beautiful Longines Whitnall family wristwatch, a very lovely thing, almost to match your loveliness. And we will see you and hear from you again in a little while when you two try your skill at winning a handsome Videodyne television receiver, one of the very finest sets made today. Mr. Sullivan, here's something for you. Aladdin's Lamp by Evan. Very, very lovely. And thank you both very much for coming up to see us. Here we go with couple number 3 on the better half, who look like they should be Mr. and Mrs. Kleinrock of the Bronx. Mr. and Miss Kleinrock, it's a pleasure meeting you both. How are you?
Hi, Tiny.
You look like a very happily married couple. How long have you been fighting under the same name, huh?
4 years Tuesday.
4 years Tuesday. What type of work do you do, sir?
Chain store.
Sell chains, nothing else?
No, we sell everything.
Sell everything. Oh, I see. You're one of those fellows who plays the cash box Steinway as the customers go out?
No, traffic.
Oh, I see. You mean you park the cars?
No, we do the distribution here.
Oh, the distribution of the merchandise. I see what you mean. Tell me, Mrs. Kleinrock, what do you do while he's directing this gustatorial traffic?
Well, right now I'm doing housework.
Yes, and you were before that?
Secretary.
Uh-huh. Same thing happened to my sister. She got a little heavy and took the creep out of her bottom. She had to get married. I know how it is. Now, do you think you'll have much trouble putting this fellow in his place tonight?
Oh, well, I think it should be easy.
Oh, did you say something, Mr. Kleinrock?
Not a thing.
Let us proceed. A bit of knowledge or a lucky guess will do the pick this time. The odds are 3 to 1. You'll hit them right on the nose, so be ready to swing at them for all you're worth. Here's number 1. Which of these is the largest? Mars, Jupiter, or the Earth?
Earth? Jupiter?
Jupiter is correct. The Earth is a little bit of a peak compared. Here's number 2. Which of these is the smallest? An atom, a molecule, or an ion?
Ion.
Ion is correct. There, the man's technical knowledge comes before, net him a fast $2. Hey, by the way, this decides who gets the better of it between the men and the women here tonight. Up to you, Mr. Kleinrock, to defend the men. Here's number 3. We've got a tie here now. Which of these would you say is the hottest? Borneo, Bolivia, or Brooklyn?
Borneo.
Brooklyn.
Borneo, what? Brooklyn. Bring that woman back to the Bronx. Borneo is correct. Now the husband leads by a score of 4 to 2. Here's number 4. The coldest one of these would be what? Algeria, Siberia, or Liberia?
Siberia?
Siberia is correct. The little lady was 1 tick ahead. It's 4 to 4. This breaks it. Which of these would be the smartest? A chimpanzee, a lady, or a donkey?
A lady.
A donkey.
No.
Chimpanzee.
Chimpanzee is correct. Because, as you know, science claims that next to man, a chimpanzee is the smartest creature. That makes the ladies come in third. Husband wins in this department by a score of 6 to 4. Now let's see how you make out, Mrs. Kleinrock, as we turn our attention over here to this men's world department. Which one of those subbies would you like to tie up into ribbons for 5?
Oh, I hope I could do something with number 2, business world.
Well, I have no doubt with your past secretarial experience that you shall be able to do a quantity of the right thing in this direction. There are all kinds of businesses, as you know, in operation these days, some making money, some losing money. There's one business in particular, however, Mrs. Kleinrock, that makes ends meet year after year, regardless of business conditions. What type of business is that, do you know? Makes ends meet, no matter what the conditions are in business, always makes ends meet.
Rubber?
Rubber? They might stretch at a point and accept that, but I don't think so. Do you know, Mr. Kleinrock?
A girdle?
A girdle? Makes ends meet. Sounds like a lot of baloney to me.
N.
Does anybody know the answer over there yet? I'd like to knock somebody, but I don't know which is the worst. I give up. Which one comes next?
Hot dogs.
Hot dogs, that's close enough. The bologna business is what we were trying to get out of there. The husband gets the 5 and leaves. Now, you're on the spot for a 5, Mr. Kleinrock. Which one of those subjects under the woman's world looks easy to you?
This isn't easy, but I'll try wedded bliss.
You try wedded bliss, and it is not easy. A man of experience speaking over there. Mr. Kleinrock, you have my deepest sympathies. Now, you notice, Mr. Kleinrock, that we put wedded bliss under the woman's world over there? The same thing in the man's world would be spelled B-L-I-T-Z. Well, as you probably know, there are very few couples in this world who don't fight a little bit at one time or another. You read about them every day in the papers. In fact, you'll find family squabbles mentioned way back in the Scriptures. Could you tell us who the first couple was that had a quarrel that we know of?
I think Adam and Eve.
That is correct. The Scripture says that they raised Cain, remember? Absolutely right. Walk that man up with another 5 over there. Let's take a look at the score in the Kleinrock family. The husband wins by a score of 16-4.
So the husband is the winner.
The husband is the winner.
The husband is the winner. Let's give him a great big hand.
Kleinrock, you will be the recipient of an exquisite Longines Whitmore wristwatch, always dependable, always lovely, a member of that great family of fine watches. And in just a moment, you and our other 2 family winners will try your luck at the right answer that will net you a brand new Videodyne television receiver. A little reminder of this occasion for you, Mrs. Kleinrock. This handsomely designed Evans silver-plated table lighter, the Aladdin. Thank you both very, very much. You're swell. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's time now for our 3 family winners to try their skill at winning an additional prize here tonight. A wonderful new Videodyne television receiver, the very latest in television design, operated by only 3 controls for simplicity. Videodyne offers excellent reception even in remotest areas. Made with big 10, 12.5, and 16-inch picture tubes in a variety of handsome table and consolette models. Put to the test, it's television at its best. A product of Videodyne Incorporated, Stamford, Connecticut. Well, tonight Bill Burgess and the Jesters depict a handful of luscious fruits for you to nibble on. You'll find the various fruits mentioned in the titles of these songs they'll sing and play. Listen to them closely and mark down on those cards in front of you the name of the fruit mentioned in the title of each song. Don't write off the titles, just the fruit mentioned in each one. You need all 5 correct to win, and be sure you list them in the order that they are sung and played. All right, boys, dish them up. Thank you, Jesters. Well, contestants, there you have them. Now, while we're collecting the cards, here's some mighty good advice for everyone. I wonder how many of you folks at home were able to identify the fruits in tonight's medley. They were as follows: bananas from Yes We Have No Yababas, peaches from Everything Is Peaches Down in Georgia, apples from In the Good Old Shade of the Old Apple Tree, and cherries from Just a Bowl of Lalas, and oranges from an orange grove in California. Well, this has been really exciting here, friends. I have taken a look at the cards of Mr. Kleinrock, Mrs. Sullivan, and Mr. Fleischman. All 3 of them have all 5 correct, which is very unusual. So, very fortunately, we're going to have an easy way to break the tie now by putting the same question to the 3 people. The one coming closer to the right answer this time will be the winner. Here's the question. How many words did the boys actually sing in just the first tune of the medley? How many words in just the first tune of the medley? All right, Mr. Kleinrock, what do you say?
40.
All right, now let's go over to Mr. Fleischman. What do you say?
60.
And what do you say, Mrs. Sullivan?
I'll say 30.
You'll say 30. Let's take a look at the answer. Well, the gentleman won here tonight by a score of 2-1 in the better half, but it took the little lady to get that grand television set. The correct answer, 27 words. Only enjoy that wonderful Videodyne television receiver. We'll be back at our usual time, 9:30 next Friday night on WR with another transcribed half hour of family fun. And we'll be looking forward to being with you and hope you'll join all the gang here. Till then, this is Tiny Ruffner and all of us wishing all of you the very best of everything and saying bye for now. The better half is a Jack Byrne production.
walking with snowshoes on.
Correct. Pay that man $8. Does courtship make a fellow spoon?
Yes, but marriage makes him fork over.
Correct. Pay that man $9 because...
It pays to be ignorant.
Here we are again with that quiz program for all people over 35 who are still in the second grade. We have a board of experts who are so dumb they think a nightmare is a milkman's horse. First we have the celebrated author, Mr. Harry McNaughton, who has just written a condensed version of the book A Bell for a Donna entitled Bong. But here he is, Mr. Harry McNaughton. Mr. McNaughton.
I have a poem, Mr. Howard.
I see.
I stood on the bridge at midnight and the wind was full of air when somebody pulled the bridge away and left me standing there. I got awfully wet, you know.
All right. Next, we have a woman who is the inspiration of the song, I Walk Alone Because I'm Homely. A woman who has a large background but is spread all over the country. Here she is, Santa Claus's first wife, Miss Lulu McConnell.
You know, Mr. Howard, my old man took me with him to buy a purple tie.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, but we didn't seem to know just what kind he wanted.
I see.
So he put his hands around my throat and squeezed.
Yeah?
Then he turned to the salesman and said, see? That's the shade of purple I want.
Too bad he let go. Next we have a man whose head comes to a point because his mother was scared by an ice cream cone. A man who didn't talk till he was 5 years old because he didn't have anything to say. Here he is, Mr. George Shelton.
Say, Todd, I got a letter from my Uncle Webb put up on his farm in Maine last week. He tells me he'd trade this bicycle in for a cow.
Yeah, he did. But he's going to look funny riding around the farm on a cow.
He's going to look a whole lot funnier trying to milk that bicycle.
Yeah, I imagine. I see what you mean. Well, as the experts, folks, from now on we promise you nothing, so here is the first question. Are you paying attention?
Yeah. Are we paying attention? That's an easy question.
Okay.
The answer is no.
All right.
Boy, we got rid of that one quick, didn't we?
Yeah.
What's the next question, Mr. Howard?
I haven't asked the first question yet.
Boy, are we good. We answer them now before you ask them.
Yeah. Mr. Dillon, are you nuts?
Well, some say one thing and some say another.
I imagine. All right, here's the question. Now, pay attention, see if we can get it. The question is, if a man was born 25 years ago, how old would he be today? No help from the audience, please.
Well, what's the man's name, Mr. Howard?
What do you want to know his name for?
Well, I thought I could call him up.
I see.
I wouldn't mind meeting a nice man with post-war plans.
With post-war plans?
Yeah, but you don't know how old he is.
Well, he's a man, ain't he?
Yeah, that's all that matters. All right, but that's not the question. If a man was born 25 years ago, how old would he be today?
When was he born, Mr. Howard?
I don't know what day he was born on.
You don't? You don't seem to know much about the man at all, do you?
Look, please, the questions you asked are a relative.
Well, if he's a relative, surely you ought to know his name.
I didn't say he was a relative.
Well, maybe he lives out west. Maybe he's a distant relative.
Maybe he's a distant relative. He isn't any relative. No relation at all.
No relation?
No.
Oh, the poor man. Not even a mother or father?
Miss McConnell, why don't you turn yourself in as waste fat someplace? Look, let's get on here. The man I'm talking about is purely hypothetical.
You mean he's nuts?
He's Don't you know what hypothetical means?
I never discuss religion. Religion or politics, I never talk
Who
about.
said anything about politics?
Mr. Howard, would you mind repeating the question?
I'll be glad to.
Thank
if
you.
a man was born 25 years ago, how old would he be today?
Sounds like the same question you asked before.
It is the same question.
You see, I was right.
You were right, yes. The question is about age.
Oh, age.
Age.
Whose age? Oh, say, by the way, how old are you, Miss McConnell?
I'm 44.
44.
Yeah.
Your neck measurement is more than that.
How old are you, Mr. Shelton?
I'm just 38.
38. I'd like to have the difference in cigarettes. Let's get on here.
How old are you, Mr. Howard?
My age is my own business.
You've been in business a long time, haven't you?
Never mind. The question is, if a man was born 25 years ago, how old would he be today?
Mr. Howard, how old was this party when he was born?
Ain't this awful? Please.
Oh, he couldn't have been very old.
No, he wasn't very old.
Probably only a baby.
Maybe, yeah.
You know, some babies are born very young these days.
I imagine they are.
Yeah.
You know, I was born in Rhode Island. Why? I don't know. Just an act of providence, I guess.
Now, here's the next question, folks. Now, let's try and give this a little better attention than we did the last one. Now, here it is. What is carried in a mail pouch? A mail pouch. Did you hear the question, Mr. McNaughton?
Indeed, I did, Mr. Howard. Yes, I heard it just as distinctly as if you were right here in the studio with me.
I see. Well, just to make sure, would you repeat it so I can make sure you heard it?
Well, certainly. You said, did you hear the question, Mr. McNaughton?
I know, but what was the question?
Well, ain't you supposed to know that?
I know the question.
Well, what are you asking us for all the time? That's the whole trouble with you.
Wait a minute.
The minute you get stuck, you blame it on us.
Why? Why don't you take your head apart and build yourself a bungalow?
How many rooms?
I know. Just a minute. Miss McConnell, do you know what they carry in a mail pouch?
Why should I know? I haven't got a pouch.
That's what you think. I didn't say I had a pouch. What do other people carry in their pouches?
Their eyes.
Their eyes, I see.
Besides, I don't go around asking people what they carry in their pouches.
No.
I'm no busybody.
Yeah, you may not be busy, but you're a lot of body. Now, let's get on there. The question is, what is carried in pouches?
Oh, I know, Mr. Howard. Kangaroos.
No.
Baby kangaroos.
No.
Well, say, did you hear about the baby kangaroo that ran away from its mother?
No.
Yes, and left her holding the bag.
Look, haven't any of you ever been to the post office?
Post office? Oh, rather. Why, I was down there today. I wrote myself a letter. Yes, and went down to mail it.
You wrote yourself a letter?
Yeah.
What'd you say to yourself?
I don't know. I won't get it till tomorrow.
I see in the paper where some woman out west is suing a hospital for operating on her husband.
Yeah? On what grounds?
For opening up her mail. Are you dying?
That is the corniest gag I ever heard.
Hey, you know, talking about letters, I got a letter from my brother with $50 in it, but I had to send it back to him.
Oh, really? Why do you have to send it back?
Well, it said on the envelope, return in 5 days.
Listen, you three dead letters, we have a question here. What is carried in mail pouches? Mr. Sheldon, do you know what a pouch is?
Do I know what a pouch? Certainly I do. We have a leather one in our boarding house.
You do? Well, that's fine. Now, what do you carry in that pouch?
Don't carry anything. I sleep on it.
You sleep on it? That's not a pouch. That's a couch.
No, Mr. Howard. I beg to differ. A couch, old boy, is a person who walks sort of stooped over.
No. That's slouch.
Oh, no. A slouch is a mean person.
No. That's grouch. Grouch, you know, wizzled-up old crab who goes around snapping at people and making nasty remarks.
Now we're back to Mr. Howard again.
Thank you. And now, while we're lining up our contestants, ladies and gentlemen, we have a bunch of men here who call themselves musicians. Dr. Novick and his orchestra, which will show you how music should not be played. Terrible. The guy even takes a bow yet. If that was the dancing doll, I'm a pogo stick jumper.
Well, that was the dancing doll.
All right. Let's forget the whole thing. Mr. Roberts, who have we tonight as our first contestant?
Well, our first contestant tonight, Mr. Howard, is a gentleman from the United States Army, Corporal Jim Williamson.
How do you do, Mr. Williamson, and welcome to our program. It certainly is nice to have you with us. How do you feel, sir?
Fine, Tom, thank you.
Well, that's really fine. Where is your hometown? Would you care to tell us?
Chicago.
Oh, Chicago, Illinois. The age of Chicago.
Chicago? Well, muss my hair and call me Fuzzy.
Yes.
I used to work in that town, Mr. Howard. I was a tailor in a lawyer's office.
You were a tailor in a lawyer's office?
I used to press suits.
I see. Pay no attention to them, Mr. Williams. How long have you been in the service?
22 months, Tom.
22 months. Isn't that marvelous? And congratulations.
Say, you know, Jim, pardon me calling you Jim, I was $1 a year man in the last war.
$1 a year man?
I was a buck private.
Mr. McNaughton, you're an imbecile.
Not only that, I've got fat feet.
I see. And a hat to match. Pardon the interruption. What did you do before you entered the service?
I was an economist, Tom, in Chicago.
Economist in Chicago. I imagine that would be very interesting work. Well, we are certainly very, very happy to have you with us.
Yeah, what's your first name, honey?
What's your first name? Jim.
Oh, Jim.
Jim.
Cute name, isn't it?
Cute name.
Yeah, cute kid, too.
All right.
Oh, yes. Sure is cute. Those Chicago boys. Wow. Well, you can just call me Girdle. I get around.
Yeah, you get And you're always tight, too. Would you reach into the dunce cap there, Jim, and pick out a question for us, please? And would you be kind enough to read the question, if you will?
What state is mentioned in the song, Carry Me Back to Old Virginia?
Very good. What state is mentioned in the song, Carry Me Back to Old Virginia?
Mr. Howard, what is the question about?
I just told you.
I must have wax in my ears.
Yeah, you have beads in your bonnet, too.
Boy, that's a honey.
That's a honey. Look, the question is about states.
You know, Mr. Howard, when I went to school, I could mention every state in the Union.
When you went to school, there were only 13 of them.
You know, Mr. Howard, I used to work for a farmer down in Virginia.
You worked for a farmer? Did he have a daughter?
Oh, did he, rather. And every night he would say to me, leave the barn door open. Father's coming home with a load. And it ain't hay.
No, I knew a girl by the name of Virginia.
Oh, really? Was she nice?
Was she? Virginia was real.
Virginia.
Oh, I'd kill myself at those
Yeah, you do. You knocked me out what happened. Virginia was real.
You know, my grandmother used to tell me about old Virginia. Many of the times she told me about Virginia with all their beautiful girls dressed in hoop skirts and bustles.
You know, I used to wear a bustle.
You're still wearing it, Miss McConnell.
Oh, keep quiet. You wouldn't know a bustle from the mumps.
Yeah, well, if that's the mumps, it must be the large economy size.
Say, Miss McConnell, when was the last time you were in Virginia?
When Grant took Richmond, Mr. Shelton.
Oh, is that so? I've been there several times since then.
Oh, you have? You got your chin out that time, didn't you?
You know, my uncle lived in Virginia. He was also a great actor.
I see, a Virginia ham.
Yes, but we cured him.
You cured him. Look, we're drifting away from the question.
We are?
Now, let's try and get back to it. It's a very simple question. You ought to be able to grab it very easily. Now, pay attention. What state is mentioned in the song, Carry Me Back to Old Virginia?
Mr. Howard, who wrote the song?
Please. I don't know who wrote the song. That's not the issue.
Oh, I know that song. Issue is or issue ain't my favorite.
That doesn't
That music just carries me away.
Wherever it carries you to, I hope it leaves you there. Thank you. Thank you, I says. All right, thanks. Thank you, Dr. Novick. Ladies and gentlemen. Please. Do we have another contestant?
Yes, we have, Mr. Howard, and a very lovely and charming young lady she is. Cadet Vera McGee of the Cadet Nurse Corps.
Oh, how do you do? Well, that's fine. Good evening, Cadet McGee, and welcome to It Pays Bigger.
She nice, Mr. Howard?
What's that?
She nice?
Yes.
I don't feel so good.
Never mind, please. Pay no attention to them, Miss McGee. How do you feel?
Fine.
Well, that's fine. You certainly do look. And where's your hometown, would you care to tell us?
My hometown is in Tottenville, Staten Island.
Tottenville, Staten Island. That's very nice.
You know, Mr. Howard, I used to work in that town.
You said that before.
Oh, a lot of nice girls over there in Tottenville.
Yeah.
You know, when I was over there, I had more girls than you could shake a stick at.
I see.
Do you enjoy that sort of thing, shaking sticks at girls?
I don't mean that.
No?
Pay no attention to
She's getting personal with me.
Never mind. How do you like your work in the service?
Nursing is wonderful, Mr. Howard.
I bet you say that as if you really meant it, and I'm sure you did. What did you do before you entered the service?
I worked in a hospital.
In a hospital? My, you're right at home, man, at nursing. Huh?
Certainly.
What kind of work did you do in the hospital?
I was an attendant.
Attendant? To any particular branch of the hospital, to the executive end, or anything?
No, I was a nurse's attendant.
A nurse's attendant? You mean you attended nurses? Don't let me confuse you here.
You know, my sister left a note for me today. She must have gone to the hospital, too.
Oh, she went to...
She left a note. Said, I'm going to have my kimono cut out.
I see. Well, we are certainly very glad. I might ask you one more thing. How long have you been in the service?
I've been a cadet nurse at Kings County Hospital for a year and a half now.
A year and a half. That's swell. Kings County Hospital, that's out in Brooklyn, isn't
Brooklyn.
it? Yeah, out around... We're a little short, and I thought we ought to have a little hand in there, and I'm always sure of it when I mention Brooklyn. See what I mean?
Say, Miss Howard, talking about Brooklyn, I was out with a girl the other night. She was a defense worker from Brooklyn.
A defense worker?
Yeah, I took her all over town, showed her all the sights, and still she wasn't satisfied. And after I spent all my time on her.
Oh, really? Well, what did she want?
Time and a half.
Time and a half.
Well, why don't you take me out sometime? I used to be a cover girl.
What? You used to be a what?
A cover girl.
Yeah, manhole cover. What do you mean?
Oh, what are you talking about? Yeah. I used to be a cover girl on the magazine.
Yeah.
You wore what magazine?
Popular Mechanics. This can go on all night. Mr. McGee, would you reach into the dunce cap there and pick out a question for us, please? And would you be kind enough to read the question, if you will?
In what town in Pennsylvania did Lincoln make his Gettysburg Address?
No help, please. No help. In what town in Pennsylvania did Lincoln make his Gettysburg Address? Did you hear the question, Mr. McNaughton?
You want the truth, Mr. Howard?
Certainly.
I didn't hear the question.
Go on.
I simply just can't keep my eyes off Miss McGee.
All right, never mind. What makes you fall in love with every girl you see?
Every girl I see.
I'm not.
Now, what was the question, Mr. Howard?
All right, I'll give it to you again. In what town in Pennsylvania did Abraham Lincoln make his famous Gettysburg Address?
Oh, the same question.
Yes, the same question.
Well, whose address are you looking for, Mr. Howard?
Look, I'm not looking for anyone's address. I want to know what town in Pennsylvania Lincoln made his Gettysburg Address. The address is irrelevant.
Irrelevant, Pennsylvania? Never heard of it.
Never heard. Miss McNaughton, you have the lowest IQ I've ever seen.
Can't help it. My suspenders broke.
Say, Miss Howard, is it a large city?
Well, I wouldn't say it was a large city.
Why? Why wouldn't you say it was a large city?
Well, because...
Well, speak up, man. There's nothing to be ashamed of.
Certainly not. You're among friends.
You don't have to hide anything from us, Mr. Howard.
Certainly not.
I assure you, old boy, we'll treat it with the utmost confidence.
Look, why don't you three join the cavalry and release 3 jackasses for active duty?
Why don't you get on to yourself?
Look. Please, don't any of you know anything about history?
Oh, history, I do. I'll never forget my history class in school.
No.
There was a little girl used to sit beside me named Bessie.
All right. Did you learn anything about history?
Sure, but not as much as I learned about Bessie.
Mr. McNaughton,
yes.
Did you know, or do you know Lincoln's Gettysburg Address?
No, I don't even know his telephone number. Sorry, old boy. Why don't you dial information?
Why don't you stick your fingers in your ears and go bowling, Mr. McNaughton? Don't know any of you know anything about your country?
I don't. I live in the city.
You live in the city.
I don't like the country.
No.
The woodpeckers keep me awake all night.
I see. Why don't you sleep with your hat on? Look, Miss McConnell, don't you know what Lincoln said?
No, I never tuned in on his program.
My dear young lady. Let me rephrase that line. My dear lady, some people grow up and spread good cheer. You just grew up and spread.
What was the question, Mr. Howard?
All right, once more. In what town in Pennsylvania did Lincoln make his Gettysburg Address?
Oh, the same question, huh?
Ain't that awful? Any schoolboy should know that.
Oh, schoolboy. Well do I remember my school days, yes. The teacher used to keep me after school.
Because you didn't know the answers?
No, because I did. She used to look at me and say, oh, McNaughton, you dog, you.
Dog, you.
They call them wolves now.
You know, when I went to school, I fell down on a 25-word composition.
You did really? How was that?
She didn't know 25 words. Mr. McGee, Thank you. Well, folks, Mr. Palazzi in the control room there is getting ready to push us off the air, so here is a young man here to tell you just what we mean when we say...
It pays to be ignorant, to be dumb, to be dense, to be ignorant.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Well, I hope you're enjoying the lineup of game and quiz shows so far. Let's continue on.
Our first show of the last batch is Dr. IQ. The radio version ran from 1939 on the Blue Network until 1950 with various hosts. The TV version ran from 1953 to 59. Now, the premise of the show was your basic ask questions for rewards format, and this, of course, spawned many other similar shows over time. Next is that great game show College Quiz Bowl, which ran from 1953 to 55 and then on TV from 1959 all the way to 2022 in various formats and networks. Now, in the radio version, 2 4-member teams representing various colleges and universities competed in a format similar to a football game. One member of each team was the captain, and each one began with a toss-up question, or a coin toss. The first player to buzz in got the right to answer, but if he was wrong, the other team could try. Answering correctly earned you the right to a multi-point bonus question worth more points. It was played in halves, and during the halftime, the players would talk about their schools or their career plans, etc. Winning teams received $500 grants for their schools. Today's episode features Minnesota versus Northwestern, and it aired October 31st, 1953. Next is that famous show Truth or Consequences, which aired on radio from 1940 to 1957 and on TV from 1950 to 1988. On the first question, the contestant is given 2 seconds to answer an impossible question before the buzzer sounds and then had to face a consequence, typically by doing some wild and ridiculous stunt. On the rare occasions that someone actually answered the questions correctly, they were told that it was a multi-part question, so they were still wrong. A popular segment on some episodes was a surprise for the contestant, such as reuniting them with a long-lost friend or relative, or an enlisted son or daughter being reunited with the contestant. The radio host was Ralph Edwards, and the TV version had many famous hosts. And then our final game show of this collection, Quiz Kids, which ran from 1940 to 1953, an extremely popular and trend-setting show. The host asked questions sent in by listeners, with the answers supplied by a panel of 5 children that had been chosen for their high IQs, charismatic personalities, and academic achievements. The panelists varied over the years, and some of them went on to become quite celebrated as adults, as academics or scientists. The show went on to television from 1949 to 1953, and then again briefly in 1956. This is a challenging show, and fun to listen to with questions that are not all that easy to answer. This episode is the very first audition show called Can You Spell 4 of the 5 Following Words? Alright, thank you so much for listening, my friends. I hope you enjoyed this first endeavor of mine to do a game show collection. If you do, please give it a like, leave a comment, let me know what you thought about it. If you can think of other game shows or quiz shows that you'd like to hear, let me know, and maybe I'll do another one of these, assuming that there is an appetite for it, based on the numbers. We shall see. I'm Greg. I'll see you on the next one.
We take you now to the stage of the Chicago Theater in Chicago, where Mars Incorporated, makers of Milky Way candy, present Dr. IQ, the mental banker.
Presenting Dr. IQ. Mars Incorporated, makers of Milky Way, America's most enjoyable candy bar, bring you 30 minutes of fun with your genial master of wit and information, Dr. IQ, the mental banker. We hope you will enjoy this program tonight, and we know you will always enjoy the taste of a Milky Way. Have you discovered yet how cooling and enjoyable a Milky Way is when it has just been freshly chilled in the refrigerator? You'll be surprised what a delightful experience it is in the middle of a hot summer day to open the refrigerator and take out a chilled Milky Way. With the first bite, the crisp milk chocolate coating, the layer of smooth, creamy caramel, and the chilled center of chocolate nougat, flavored with real malted milk, blend into that cool, delightful taste you will find only in a Milky Way. And what's more, you will find every bite just as enjoyable, right down to the last delightful taste that lingers in your mouth. When you crave good candy, eat a Milky Way. And now here is that wise man with a friendly smile, that man with tonight's questions and cash for your correct answers, Dr. IQ.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. My assistants with portable microphones are scattered throughout the audience. Now, those in the theater who volunteer to answer questions are handed a portable microphone and remain in their seats while answering my questions. Allow me first to introduce my assistants. Donald Dowd on my right downstairs.
Thank you, Doctor.
Gene Rouse in the center aisle.
Thank you, Doctor.
Lynn Brandt on my left downstairs.
Thank you, Doctor.
Norm Barry on my right upstairs.
Thank you, Doctor.
And Bob Brown on my left upstairs.
Thank you, Doctor.
All right, Donald Dowd, our first contestant of the evening, please.
I have a lady here, Doctor.
$6 for the correct answer to this one. The former capital of China was named Peking. Now, Peking is a name not used anymore. By what name is this city now known? No coaching, please. 10 seconds.
I'm sorry, Doctor. I don't know.
Peking. However, give that lady a box of 24 bars of chocolate Milky Way and 2 tickets to next week's production here at the Chicago Theater, Daughters Courageous. Gene Rouse in the center aisle.
Yes, Doctor. I have a gentleman here.
$7 for this one, sir. Mexico, our nearest neighbor to the south, touches 3 of our states besides Texas. $7 if you name all 3. No coaching, Dawson.
California.
California's 1.
New Mexico.
That's 2. Go right ahead now. You have it on the tip of your tongue, just like a Milky Way. 10 seconds, sir. I'm sorry, it's Arizona. However, give that gentleman a box of chocolate Milky Ways and 2 tickets to next week's production here at the Chicago Theater. Lynn Brandt, please.
I have a lady here, Doctor.
$11 for this one, please. If you have looked closely at the coat of arms of the United States, you will have noticed in the talons of the eagle on one side an olive branch, and on the other a bunch of arrows. Now, just what do the arrows and the olive branch signify?
The olive branch signifies peace.
That's correct. And the arrows?
The arrows should signify war.
That is absolutely worth $11 silver to that lady.
May I have your name and address, please?
Annetta Ruby, 3351 Balmoral.
Thank
Here's
you.
your $11.
Congratulations as our first one of the evening. All right, Norm Barry.
Yes, Doctor. I have a gentleman here.
I wonder if this gentleman could tell me, and now $21 for this one, sir. In regard to clothing, what is the difference between a doublet and a singlet?
Well, a doublet is a garment.
What type would you say, sir?
With a belt.
Well, I mean, you mean a coat, in other words. I think you have it correctly. Is that right, sir? And how about that singlet? A singlet. A doublet is a close-fitting jacket. We'll give you the benefit on that one. And a singlet.
Well, I'm afraid I can't answer that.
A singlet is an undershirt or a jersey. However, give that gentleman 2 tickets to next week's production, Daughters Courageous, here at the Chicago Theater, and a box of Milky Ways. Bob Brown.
I have a lady here, Doctor.
I wonder if this lady could tell me for $7 silver and no coaching, please. Would you read, eat, ride, or sing a brochure? Would you read, eat, ride, or sing a brochure?
Sing.
I beg your pardon?
Sing.
I'm sorry you'd read it. You see, it's a pamphlet or a catalog. However, give the lady a box of chocolate Milky Ways and 2 tickets to next week's production here at the Chicago Theater. Donald Dowd.
I have a gentleman here, Doctor.
$6 for this one, sir, in 10 seconds. If Philadelphia is not the capital of Pennsylvania, then what is the capital?
Harrisburg.
$6 to that gentleman. There we are.
Raymond A. Clamp, 61 East Oak Street.
Thank you, sir, and congratulations. All right, Gene Rouse.
Yes, Doctor, I have a lady.
I wonder if this lady could describe for $5 silver the color of a bay, B-A-Y, horse. A bay horse.
Light tan.
Oh, I'm sorry, it's reddish brown. However, give the lady a box of chocolate Milky Ways and 2 tickets to next week's production here at the Chicago Theater. Lynn Brandt.
And here is a gentleman, Doctor.
I'm going to describe, sir, a well-known personality a few clues at a time. If you identify him correctly after the first clue is given, you'll receive $25. The longer it takes you to identify him, the less your reward. Do you understand, sir?
Yes, I do.
Number 1, $25. He was born December 30th, 1873, at 174 South Street on the waterfront in New York City.
Alfred Smith.
Alfred Smith is correct.
May I have your name and address?
Edward Schulteis, 4100 Keystone Avenue.
Thank you, sir, and congratulations. You are the second in our series to take our biographical on the first clue. All right, Norm Barry, please.
Doctor, I have a lady here.
$23 for this one, please. Howland, Baker, Jarvis have what in common? No coaching now, please.
Would you please repeat?
Yes, I'll be very happy to. Howland, Baker, and Jarvis have what in common? Now go ahead.
I'm afraid I don't know.
Oh, they're all islands claimed by the United States by reason of discovery during the last century. Give the lady 2 tickets to next week's production here at the Chicago Theater, Daughters Courageous, and a box of Milky Way. Bob Brown.
I have a gentleman here, Doctor.
$7 for this one, sir, in 5 seconds. In what harbor did the sinking of the Maine take place? No coaching now.
Havana.
Havana, Cuba, $7 to that gentleman. Here we go.
Your name and address, please.
Jeffrey Gibbons, Rockford, Illinois.
Thank you, sir, and we're glad to have you with us this evening. All right, Donald Dowd.
I have a lady here, Doctor.
I wonder if this lady could tell me for $12, how would a woman, a civilian, and a soldier salute the flag when it is passing in a parade?
A woman, a soldier, and a what?
And a civilian.
A woman would just stand and salute the flag with her hand.
And just how would she salute the flag, please? Now go ahead.
I'm sorry. I'm afraid I don't know.
Well, you see, I'm sorry, too. You see, a woman places the right hand over the heart.
Oh.
A man removes his hat with the right hand and holds it over his heart, and a soldier gives the hand salute. But to that lady, 2 tickets to next week's production and a box of chocolate Milky Ways. Gene Rouse, please.
Yes, Doctor, I have a gentleman here.
$5 for this one, sir. 5 seconds. What was the name of the person who took a lighted lantern and made a diligent search for an honest man?
Aladdin?
That's all right, sir. It was Diogenes. I'm sorry. Give the gentleman a box of chocolate Milky Ways and 2 tickets to next week's production here at the Chicago Theater. Len Brandt on my left downstairs.
I have a lady here, Doctor.
$6 for this one, please. Now, how would you correctly pronounce N-A-P-H-T-H-A?
Naphtha.
How's that?
Naphtha.
Well, spell it like you'd pronounce it now for me.
N-A-F-T-H-A.
Naphtha is right. Well, I'll tell you. I'll make that $5 for naphtha. You already have $5 now. Now I've spelled it for you correctly. You spell it for me for another $3. Correctly. You pronounced it correctly. Spell it correctly.
N-A-P-H-T-H-A.
Give that lady $8 silver. Here we go.
May I have your name and address, please?
Mrs. E.W. Mitchell, 1220 North State Parkway.
Thank you and congratulations. All right, Norm Barry.
Yes, Doctor, I have a gentleman here.
Well, here again is that individual portion of our Dr. IQ broadcast, the Thought Twister. Tonight I'm going to say this sentence twice, but mind you, you must repeat it exactly as I say it if you wish to receive this $25. Are you ready, sir?
Yes.
Now wait till I repeat it twice. Here we go. Did that phone ring? Asked Ted of Bing. No, the phone is dead, Ted. To him said Bing. Number 2. Did that phone ring? Asked Ted of Bing. No, the phone is dead, Ted. To him said Bing.
If that phone ring, said Bing. Oh, missed.
I'm sorry, you want to make another start at it?
I'm sorry, I missed.
All right, it was did that phone ring? Asked Ted of Bing. No, the phone is dead, Ted. To him said Bing. However, give that gentleman a box of chocolate Milky Ways and 2 tickets to next week's production here at the Chicago Theater. Bob Brown, please.
I have a lady here, Doctor.
$7 for this one. If Robert Louis Stevenson wrote Treasure Island and Jim Hawkins was the hero, then who in the book told the tale? Shall I repeat it? If Robert Louis Stevenson wrote Treasure Island and Jim Hawkins was the hero, then who in the book told the tale?
Jim Hopkins.
Jim Hawkins is worth $7 to you, madam.
Congratulations, Ed. Your name and address, please.
Lawrence Browning, 201 West Fargo.
Thank you very much. Now we come to the right and wrong portion of our program, in which those here in the theater will mark yes or no on their tally cards in answer to the right and wrong statements sent in by the radio audience. We are happy to announce that last week here in the Chicago Theater, one person marked his tally card correctly. And as our Mastermind Award was $200, he will receive a check in this amount. This winner was Mr. Donald B. Sherwood, 457 Belmont Avenue, Chicago, Illinois. Congratulations. You may indeed be proud, sir, of the fact that out of the thousands here in the theater, you were the only one who marked your tally card correctly. Our Mastermind Award tonight is again $100. In the event there are no winners in the theater tonight, our next week's award will be $200. Now, we know you in the radio audience are interested in hearing the correct answers to our 12 statements last week in order that you may check your own IQ. Here are last week's answers. Number 1, a howitzer is a gun and not a sudden hurricane at sea. Number 2, a leatherback is a sea turtle and not a United States Marine. Number 3, haricot is a meat and vegetable stew. It really is. Number 4, the shaddock is a citrus fruit and not a fish. Number 5, a Portuguese man of war is a fish and not a South American bird. Number 6, a mnemonic device is a device designed to aid the memory. Number 7, the gridiron is a contrivance used when repairing the hulls of ships. Number 8, an aneroid barometer is not used to measure the humidity of the air as it is used to measure the air pressure. Number 9, we pledge our fortunes and our sacred honor is part of the last line of the Declaration of Independence and not the oath taken by the 3 Musketeers. Number 10, Hollywood, California does not have 7 different railway terminals. Number 11, the elver is a young eel and not a carpenter's tool. Number 12, passenger pigeons are not used by the United States Signal Corps. In fact, they are now extinct. Now, since you in the radio audience do not have an opportunity to win by answering the right and wrong questions, allow me to present Alan Anthony, who will tell you how you can win $50 to $150.
Here is how you radio listeners may win the $50 to $150 by furnishing the right and wrong statements to be used here in the theater next Monday night. The judges each week select 3 sets of 4 statements each and award $50 for each 4 statements they select. Consequently, if 2 of your sets are selected, you win $100. And if 3 sets are selected, you win $150. Now, if you would like to participate, here are the rules. First, send in on 1 sheet of paper 4 statements which can be answered yes or no. Accompany each statement with the answer. Second, put exactly 4 statements on the page, no more, no less, as the statements will only be selected in sets of 4. Third, accompany each set with a printed Milky Way wrapper and send them to Dr. IQ, Chicago, Illinois. Now, you may send in as many entries as you wish, as long as you accompany each entry with a Milky Way wrapper. All entries must be postmarked not later than Thursday midnight, July 20th, to be used next Monday night. All entries become the property of Mars Incorporated, and the decision of the judges will be final. This contest is open to everyone, except employees of Mars Incorporated and their advertising agency. The winners will be announced next Monday night, and your checks will be mailed by that time. And now, Dr. IQ.
The 3 sets selected for tonight by the judges were submitted by J.D. McNair, Wernsboro, Georgia, Helen Stone, 1837 Greenleaf Avenue, Chicago, Illinois, Mrs. Carmen de Blasio, 971 Broadway, West Somerville, Massachusetts. Congratulations. Your checks in the amount of $50 each have been mailed to you by the makers of Milky Way. And here are the 12 right and wrong statements chosen for tonight. I shall repeat each statement. Number 1. An average standard bushel of corn weighs 62 pounds in all states. An average standard bushel of corn weighs 62 pounds in all states. Number 2. The United States has issued $50 gold pieces. The United States has issued $50 gold pieces. Number 3. A township usually has 60 square miles. A township usually has 60 square miles. Number 4. Helium is found only in the United States and Canada. Helium is found only in the United States and Canada. Number 5. Puerto Rico is ruled by a governor appointed by the president. Puerto Rico is ruled by a governor appointed by the president. Number 6. The Jay Treaty ended the War of 1812. The capital J-A-Y, Jay Treaty, ended the War of 1812. Number 7. Oberammergau is in Peru. Oberammergau, capital O-B-E-R-A-M-M-E-R-G-A-U, Oberammergau is in Peru. Number 8. The Bureau of Indian Affairs is under the Secretary of War. The Bureau of Indian Affairs is under the Secretary of War. Number 9. The seeds of the opium poppy are poisonous. The seeds of the opium poppy are poisonous. Number 10. The Cuban trocha, T-R-O-C-H-A, is a weapon of highly tempered steel. The Cuban trocha is a weapon of highly tempered steel. Number 11. At the present time, 2 republics have presidents who were born in the United States. At the present time, 2 republics have presidents who were born in the United States. Number 12. At the beginning of the war between the states, no Union officer held the rank of general. At the beginning of the war between the states, no Union officer held the rank of general. Now, ladies and gentlemen, kindly pass your tally cards toward the center aisles in order that we may get on with the regular portion of our program as rapidly as possible. Just another reminder to you radio listeners. Send in your sets of 4 statements each before Thursday midnight, accompanied with a chocolate Milky Way wrapper, addressed to Dr. IQ, Chicago, Illinois. And now, Donald Dowd, please, on my right downstairs.
I have a gentleman here, Doctor.
$7, sir, for 1 correct answer to this 2-part question. And $17 if you get both correctly. Number 1. What is a baby elephant called?
Don't know that one, Doctor.
All right, here you still have a chance at $7. What is a baby camel called?
Imagine it's called a camel.
I'm very sorry, sir. A baby elephant's called a calf. And a baby camel is called a foal or a colt. Give the gentleman a box of chocolate Milky Ways and 2 tickets to next week's production here at the Chicago Theater, Daughters Courageous. Gene Rouse in the center aisle.
Yes, Doctor. I have a lady here.
$7 for this one, please, ma'am. Just what is a stereoscope used for? A stereoscope. Just what is it used for?
Well, I think it's to listen to the heart or...
Oh, I'm sorry. I believe you're thinking of a stethoscope. You see, a stereoscope is an optical instrument which blends two pictures into one image. In the years gone by, don't you remember, many parlors used to have one? Remember now? Give the lady a box of chocolate Milky Ways and 2 tickets to next week's production here at the Chicago Theater. Len Brandt, please.
I have a gentleman here, Doctor.
$24 for this one, sir. The name of the royal family of England was changed by proclamation in 1917 to Windsor. Now, what was the name before the change, sir? 10 seconds. I'm sorry, sir. It was Saxe-Coburg-Gotha. Give the gentleman a box of chocolate Milky Ways and 2 tickets to next week's production here at the Chicago Theater. Norm Barry.
Yes, Doctor. I have a young lady here.
$11 for this one, and it's of current interest. I wonder if she could tell me who is the secretary of the Communist Party in Russia.
Stalin.
$11 to that young lady.
Congratulations.
Ruth Gustafson, 4440 Drexel.
Thank you. That's quite interesting. Many people think of him as the president. All right, Bob Brown.
I have a gentleman here, Doctor.
$13 for this one, sir, in 10 seconds. If you were to climb, to reach the top of Mount Blanc, you would be on top of the highest peak of what mountain range?
The Sierra.
I'm sorry, sir. It would be the Alps. Give the gentleman 2 tickets to next week's production here at the Chicago Theater and a box of chocolate Milky Ways. All right, Donald Dowd.
Yes, Doctor. I have a lady here, sir.
$9 for this. I'll make it $11. Just for the fun of it, if you can tell me what the S in Ulysses S. Grant stands for. $10 seconds, please. I'm sorry, it would be Simpson. His full name was Ulysses Simpson Grant. Give the lady a box of chocolate Milky Ways and 2 tickets to next week's production here at the Chicago Theater. All right, Gene Rouse.
Yes, Doctor. I have a gentleman here.
I wonder if this gentleman could tell me for $11 the difference between a tangerine and a nectarine. No coaching now. Go right ahead, sir. A tangerine and a nectarine, $11.
I can't tell you.
Well, a tangerine's a small orange with an easily detached rind. In other words, it's from the citrus family. And a nectarine is a smooth-skinned variety of the peach. However, 2 tickets to that gentleman and a box of chocolate Milky Way. Len Brandt.
I have a lady here, Doctor.
I wonder if this lady could tell me for $7 silver of all the territories or states of the United States, which is the largest? No coaching, please. 5 seconds. The largest of our territories or states. What's that?
Texas.
I'm sorry, it would be Alaska. 586,400 square miles, including the Aleutian Islands, more than twice the size of Texas. A box of chocolate Milky Ways and 2 tickets to next week's production to the lady. Norm Barry, please.
Yes, Doctor. I have a gentleman here.
$24 for this one, sir. What were the first 2 names of General Goethals, the man who directed the construction of the Panama Canal? The first 2 names.
George. I don't know the second.
Go ahead now, try. You have the first name.
No, I don't know that one.
What would you say the initial was?
A.
I'm sorry, I was going to pay you if you had that initial right there. It was George Washington, sir. Give the gentleman a box of chocolate Milky Ways and 2 tickets to next week's production here at the Chicago Theater. Bob Brown.
I have a lady here, Doctor.
I wonder if this lady could tell me for $9 silver. Sofia, S-O-F-I-A, or Sofia, is the capital of what country?
No, I know. I can't tell.
10
I'm sorry,
seconds.
I don't know.
It would be Bulgaria. A box of chocolate Milky Ways and 2 tickets to next week's production to the lady. Donald Dowd, please.
I have a gentleman here, Doctor.
I wonder if this gentleman could tell me for $11 silver. If candle light is the light from a candle, then just what kind of light is cannel, C-A-N-N-E-L, light?
Oh, I don't know that one.
I'm sorry, sir. It'll be the light from cannel coal. A coal of fine texture, making a very bright flame. You've probably used it from time to time. A box of chocolate Milky Ways and 2 tickets to next week's production here at the Chicago Theater to that gentleman. All right, Gene Rouse.
Yes, Doctor, I have a lady here.
$23 to this lady. If you saw a United States Army man with an insignia of a caduceus, C-A-D-U-C-E-U-S, to what branch of the Army would you know he belonged?
Medical?
$23 to that lady.
Thank you very much. Could we have your name and address, please?
Jane Spotswood, Rockford, Illinois.
Thank you and congratulations. All right, Glenn Brack.
I have a gentleman here, Doctor.
Now, sir, for $7, if a baseball pitcher can pitch almost as well left-handed as he can right-handed, would you call him ambidextrous?
I certainly would.
Well, I don't believe I would. You see, ambidextrous means he must absolutely have equal skill with both hands. Not almost as good. However, 2 tickets to that gentleman of next week's production, Daughters Courageous, here at the Chicago Theater, and a box of chocolate Milky Ways. Now, ladies and gentlemen, for my part, I wish to sincerely thank you. And on behalf of our sponsor, Mars Incorporated, I present Alan C. Anthony.
We bring to a close another half hour with Dr. IQ, the mental banker. Remember to mail your 3 sets of right and wrong statements to Dr. IQ before midnight Thursday in order to be eligible for the awards up from $50 to $150 to be given next Monday night. Just address Dr. IQ, Chicago, Illinois. In the meantime, treat your family to the pleasure of having a box of Milky Ways on hand in the refrigerator. A box of Milky Ways doesn't cost very much, and the whole family will find it surprisingly convenient and enjoyable to always have Milky Ways on hand. You know, one pleasant thing about this good candy is that Milky Ways are as wholesome and nourishing as they are enjoyable. And so often throughout the day, you will be surprised to find how quickly a Milky Way that has just been chilled in the refrigerator will refresh you physically and revive your spirits pleasantly. With each bite, the cold, crisp milk chocolate coating, the layer of creamy caramel, and the chilled center of chocolate nougat, flavored with real malted milk, blend into that delightful taste you will find only in a Milky Way. Just taste it. That's all we ask. The Dr. IQ program, sponsored by Mars Incorporated, makers of Milky Way, will be heard again next Monday from the stage of the Chicago Theater in Chicago at the same time and over these same stations through the National Broadcasting Company.
From Minneapolis, Minnesota, and Evanston, Illinois, the National Broadcasting Company presents the College Quiz Bowl. The College Quiz Bowl is the new all-American quiz game that matches against each other the varsity scholars of 2 great American colleges. Tonight, from Minneapolis, Minnesota, the University of Minnesota is competing against the 3-time winner, Northwestern University from Evanston, Illinois. And here in Radio City, New York, is your master of the quiz, Alan Ludden.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to another intercollegiate battle of the brain. Tonight, it's again Northwestern, winner for 3 weeks in a row against the University of Minnesota. And you know, they tell me out in Minneapolis that they're determined to make this Northwestern's last appearance here in the Quiz Bowl. So without further delay in the game, let's get right out and meet the teams. First, out to Minneapolis, where Ben Layton of station KSTP is on hand to act as referee for the University of Minnesota. How do things look out on the Minnesota campus, Ben?
Well, Alan, here in Murphy Hall, things look good and lively. And in case you think I'm all alone out here, this will change your mind.
Yay!
Well, I see what you mean, Ben. Now, how about the Minnesota team?
Well, they're right here, and they're ready to introduce themselves.
Jack Davies, Coleraine, Minnesota.
Colleen Helgeson, Excelsior, Minnesota.
Roger Feinstein, Pelham, New York.
Tom Clayton, Winona, Minnesota.
That's the Minnesota team, all set to go.
Okay, then, let's meet the other one. Let's go out to Lutkin Hall on the Northwestern campus in Evanston, Illinois. Back again as Northwestern's referee is cheerful Charles Chan of station WMAQ in Chicago. Are you there, Chan?
At your service, Alan, and especially cheerful tonight because we have the same team back to defend Northwestern's Quiz Bowl title. And here they are to identify themselves.
Virginia Landwehr from Elgin, Illinois.
Frank Cloud from Dayton, Ohio.
Greg Shooker from Charleston, West Virginia.
Ruth Feldman from Evanston, Illinois.
Well, that's the Northwestern team, Alan, and back to cheer on them, they've got a few of their friends. For example...
Tuttle, it sounds like the teams are all set. Now, how about the rules in this game of wits?
Well, Alan, the quiz is set up to determine how much these varsity scholars know and how quickly they can call upon their knowledge. And so, we have toss-up questions. This is the way they work. Alan Ludden asks a question, and the first team to signal it has the answer gets a chance to answer. When Northwestern signals, you will hear... When Minnesota signals, you will hear... And by means of a special electronic selector, the team which signals first, even by a split second, activates its light on the board in front of Alan and makes it impossible for the other team's light to flash. Now, if the team winning a chance at the toss-up question gives a wrong answer, the question then goes to the other team. And whichever team gives the right answer gets a bonus question. Each question is worth a designated number of points, and the team with the most points at the end of the game is the winner, and returns next week to defend its title in the College Quiz Bowl. Well, that's the way the game is played, so let's play it, Alan.
Okay, let's go. Here is the first toss-up question. Are you ready? For 10 points. By what familiar name do we know the fictional character Quasimodo? Minnesota.
Colleen Helgeson.
The Hunchback of Notre Dame.
Right, for 10 points. 10-point question, you get as a bonus question a 30-point possible question. 3 parts to this question. Each part is worth 10 points. Since tonight is Halloween, we'd like for you now to identify the following real and fictional pumpkin. First of all, for 10 points, a pumpkin that was used to house a wife. Do you know the...
Jack Davies has the answer.
Jack?
Peter Pumpkin Eater.
That's right. Had a wife and couldn't keep
her.
What's next?
Put her in a pumpkin shell and there he kept her very well.
Very well for 10 points. Now, there are 2 more parts to this question. For 10 more points here, a pumpkin owned by the author of Witness.
Jack has the answer again.
Jack?
Whittaker Chambers.
That's right. Whittaker Chambers pumpkin that contained those microfilm documents. Okay? And for 10 more points, a pumpkin and a hat, which were the only apparent remains of the village schoolmaster.
Jack has got his hand up again first.
You're our pumpkin expert, Jack.
Yeah. Ichabod Crane.
That's right, for 10 points. Okay, now we go back to the toss-up question. We go back to a toss-up question. Are you ready? Some Democrats have called this woman the Tugboat Annie of politics. For 10 points, who is she and why was she in the news recently? Northwestern.
Virginia Landwehr.
India Edwards, and she recently resigned as women's chairman of the Democratic Party. She was replaced by Mrs. Katie Luchheim.
Right, for 10 points. Coming up next in our bonus sack is a 20-point bonus question. Now get your pencil and paper ready. This is one of those mathematical questions. I'm going to ask you to add and subtract. That's all in this question. I want you, first of all, to take the number associated with the word skidoo. The number associated with the word skidoo. You can work as a team, of course. Add the number of wonders in the world. Subtract the number of Athenian tyrants in the year 404 B.C. And for 20 points, give us the numerical answer.
Who's going to do it, Greg Shooker or Frank Flood?
We'll take 27.
You'll take 27? Are you sure? Does everybody agree on 27?
Yes, we're very happy with that number.
Oh, you are? Oh, that's a shame, because you know what the number is?
28.
0.
Oh.
23 skidoo plus 7 wonders of the world equals 30. Minus the 30 Athenian tyrants, and you get 0. Okay. Now, before we get along to another toss-up question, let's find out what the stakes are in this quiz game. Roger?
Each week, NBC will award to the school of the winning team a $500 gift to be administered by the college. It may go to a scholarship fund or to a campus activity. And each member of the losing team will receive an attractive, dependable Whitnauer wristwatch, a distinguished member of the Longines Whitnauer family of fine watches. Since 1866, makers of watches of the highest character. Those are the stakes. Now with the score, Minnesota 40, Northwestern 10, we go back to a toss-up question. And remember, the team answering it correctly gets a chance at a bonus question. Alan?
Okay, now I want to tell you that this next toss-up question will bring you a chance at a bonus question that could be worth 30 points. The next bonus question coming up will be 30 points. So, let's get on our toes for this toss-up question. For 10 points, who said the tree of liberty must be refreshed from time to time with the blood of patriots and pirates? Minnesota.
Roger Feinstein.
Thomas Jefferson.
Right, for 10 points. You're entitled then to a chance now at a 30-point possible bonus question. Now, there's 3 parts to this question. Each part is a quotation, and I'm going to ask you to complete it. For 10 points, complete this quotation. All the world's a stage. All the world's a stage. Can anybody in Minnesota complete it for 10 points?
Anyone on the team? Colleen Helgeson has it.
Quickly, Colleen.
And all the men and women merely players.
Right. That's complete enough for us. Do you know the next line?
No, I'm sorry, I don't.
All right. They have their exits and their entrances, but I won't start acting Shakespeare here. Let's get on to the next one. Okay, can you complete this quotation for 10 points? This is the way the world ends.
Tom Clayton has an answer.
Not with a bang, but a whimper.
Right, for 10 points. T.S. Eliot, The Hollow Man. Can you complete this one? Oh, Captain, my Captain, our fearful trip is done.
Roger Feinstein.
The ship has weathered every rack. The prize we sought is won.
Right, for 10 points. Okay, what's the score, Roger?
Right now, the score stands, Alan. Minnesota, 80 points. Northwestern, 10. And we have 18 and a half minutes to go.
Okay, now the next toss-up question will give you a chance at a 30-point bonus question. I'll tell you in advance, it's a music question coming up in the bonus department, so get on your toes for this toss-up. Are you ready? Do not push the buzzer until I have completed the question. This is a hot one. For 10 points, give us the score of the Illinois-Purdue game played today. Minnesota.
Jack Davies.
Illinois beat Purdue 21-0.
Right, for 10 points. And you get a shot at a 30-point music question. 3 parts each. Now, 10 points to each part. Tell us the time of day mentioned in the following classical music titles. But listen, to get credit, you must give us the full title and the composer. Here is your first selection. What time of day is mentioned in the title of that classical composition, and who wrote it?
Tom Clayton.
Prelude to the Afternoon of the Faun, Claude Debussy.
Right, for 10 points. Afternoon of the Faun. Now, for 10 points, tell us what time of day is mentioned in this composition. Anytime you know the answer, come on in. All right. Anybody in Minnesota know the time of day mentioned in that composition and the composer?
Well, it's Morning by Edvard Grieg.
Right. From the Peer Gynt Suite for 10 points. All right. What time of day in this composition's title? Do you know what time of day in that music title? Anybody in Minnesota? Very familiar music. Time is up. It's the Eine kleine Nachtmusik, night music by Mozart. Okay, we go back to a toss-up question on your toes. For 10 points, what 17th century philosopher can be associated with a whale? 17th, Minnesota.
Tom Clayton. Thomas Hobbes, I think Leviathan.
You're right for 10 points. And we move along to a bonus question that is worth 30 points, 3 parts. Here are 3 famous married ladies. I'll give you their maiden names, and for 10 points each, you're to give me their married names. Patricia Wymore. Her married name.
Jack Davies has an answer.
Mrs. Errol Flynn.
Right for 10 points. 10 more points. 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock. We're giving you the maiden names of very famous married ladies. What's the married name of 9 o'clock? Mrs. Skeely Peasig's wallet in the comic strip. All right. For 10 points, Elizabeth Virginia Wallace. Elizabeth Virginia Wallace. Nobody know her married name? Time's up, Mrs. Harry Truman. Okay. Roger, would you now give us the time and score, please?
I sure will, Alan. Right now, it seems that Minnesota is trying to upset Northwestern's 3-time winning streak. They're leading 130 points to Northwestern's 10 points. We have 14 and a half minutes to go.
Okay, are you there, Northwestern?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay, now here's a quick-off question that could lead you to a bonus question worth 25. A bonus question worth 25, and incidentally, it has to do with history. You might know it. Okay, get on your toes. Here's the kickoff question. Archibald M. Willard painted many pictures, but only one made him famous. It hangs in Abbott Hall, Marblehead, Massachusetts. Now, for 10 points, name this famous painting. Minnesota.
Colleen Helgeson.
The crossing of the Delaware.
Can you take it, Northwestern?
I'm afraid not, Alan. We drew a blank.
You drew a blank. Well,
Four of them.
You missed it, Minnesota. It is the Spirit of 76. I would have accepted Yankee Doodle, the original title painted by Archibald M. Willard. Okay, here's another toss-up question. For 10 points, tell us, if you were to order from the menu ragu, what would you get? Northwestern.
Greg Shooker. Rabbit.
Can you take it?
No, it's a sort of stew.
Can you take it, Minnesota?
What sort of stew?
Minnesota. You got it by reason of Ruthie's all too helpful prompting, all right?
Oh, well, that's not fair.
Yes, one answer on a toss-up. One answer on a toss-up, and the answer is a kind of stew. All right, now, Minnesota, you won that by being patient and listening. Now, here is your bonus question. Between Abraham Lincoln and Teddy Roosevelt, there were 8 presidents, with one serving 2 terms. Now, I'll give you 10 points if you can name 5 of them, and 25 points if you can name all 8 of the presidents between Abraham Lincoln and Teddy Roosevelt.
All right, Roger Feinstein's all set to answer.
Okay.
We have Andrew Johnson, Ulysses Grant.
All right, that's 2.
Benjamin Harrison.
Right.
Grover Cleveland.
Right. One more.
William McKinley.
Right. That's 5. Can you name the other ones?
Yes.
Okay, you got
Jack
25
Davis.
points, but let's see.
Johnson, Grant, Hayes, Garfield, Harrison, McKinley, Cleveland.
All right. You missed one. You still missed.
Arthur.
That's right. You named all 8. Well, what do you know? For that, you very well won 25 points. Okay, back to the toss-up question. Here's one for 10 points. In the sports world recently, why was Missouri's loss Maryland's gain? Minnesota.
Roger Feinstein.
It was at their homecoming.
Can you take it, Northwestern?
Anybody?
Can you
Virginia Landwehr.
I'll take a stab. Maryland is rated number 4th in the nation, and
Wrong step, Virginia.
Okay.
The St. Louis Browns franchise was discontinued in Baltimore, joined the American League. Okay, here we're back to the toss-up question. Incidentally, we're headed for a 30-point bonus question, on literature that you very well may answer. Here is a toss-up question. For 10 points,
What did the 4 following gentlemen do together? 4 of them. Do not push the button until I've named the 4th. Caesar Rodney, Carter Braxton, William Williams, and John Witherspoon. Minnesota.
Roger Feinstein.
They signed the Declaration of Independence.
Right for 10 points. Okay. Here's a bonus question that could earn you 30 more points. And the score now stands, if I may take over Mr. Tuttle's prerogative.
Absolutely, Alan.
All right, the score now stands Minnesota 175, Northwestern 10 with 10.5 minutes to go. Okay. Since this is Halloween night, we thought it might be very well to ask you to identify some witches. You've heard of witches. It's Halloween night. Now, for 10 points each, I want you to identify these very famous witches. The first, those famous Shakespearean witches.
Tom Clayton has an answer.
Tom?
The 3 weird sisters in Macbeth.
Oh, you're so right. That's even the way I've got it written here right before me. Okay. For 10 more points, the Witch of Endor. The Witch of Endor. Do you know the Witch of Endor?
So far a blank at Minnesota.
Oh.
It's history, I believe.
No, it's... Well,
what is it, Charlene? What is it? Oh, your time's up. Mr. McGregor says time's up. According to biblical narrative, this witch called up the prophet Samuel from his death to answer the question of King Saul about coming battle in which he would die. Remember the Witch of Endor out of the Bible? Okay, here's another witch for 10 points. A witch that has been immortalized by the poet Shelley. The witch immortalized by the poet Shelley. Okay, time's up. It's not a very familiar poem. It's a lyric. It's not a lyric. It's a poetic fantasy, I think. It's called The Witch of Atlas, a poem. You remember that? Okay, let's get back to our toss-up question. Here's one. 10 points. Toss-up. Winners of the 1952 and 1953 Nobel Peace Prize were just announced. For 10 points, who are they? Northwestern.
Greg Shooker. Well, for 1953, it was George Marshall and Albert Schweitzer for 52.
That's right, for 10 points. Okay, now, for that toss-up, you get a bonus question that could earn you 30 points. A 30-point bonus question. Each part will be worth 15 points. Here's a 2-part question. I'll give you a pair of words. They go together by reason of a certain relationship. And then, the first word of a second pair that is to be arranged with another word on the basis of the same relationship. For instance, sky is to blue as grass is to green. Okay. Now you'll have a selection of 5 words to find the second word. Listen for all 5 before you answer. I'm going to give you 2 of these illustrations. Each is worth 15 points. Carpenter is to nails as tailor is to needle, scissors, thread, cloth, pattern.
Frank Clout. I think that would be thread.
You think right. Why do you think that, Frank?
Well, a carpenter uses nails to fasten his boards, and a tailor uses thread to fasten his cloth.
They say in that testing that you reasoned very well for 15 points. Now reason just as well, and you'll get 15 more points. Sight is to pictures, as hearing is to ear, song, noise, deafness, listening.
Frank again. I think that would be song.
You think right for 15 points. Why do you think that?
Well, song and pictures are both expressions of artistic beauty.
And they have a form. That's so right. You reason very well. Okay, what's the score, Roger?
Well, Alan, Minnesota has racked up the most number of points in the College Quiz Bowl tonight. 185. Northwestern has 50, and we have 7 minutes to go.
Okay, back to the toss-ups for 10 points. Name the author and novel which has in it 2 women's clubs named the Jolly 17 and the Thanatopsis. Northwestern.
Ruth Feldman.
Oh, that was Sinclair Lewis, Main Street, I believe.
That's right. That's right. For 10 points. You know why I read Thanatopsis the way I did, don't you there?
Let's make tracks.
Okay, let's go. Here we go. Bonus question, 30 points. Since swan songs were very much in the headlines last week, see if for 10 points each you can identify the following swans. A mythological swan, which was actually a god in disguise. Mythological swan, actually a god in disguise.
Which one? Greg or Ruth? I was thinking of Leda.
You thought right. That's right. Leda and the swan. Zeus was the swan. All right. An operatic swan who delivers a knight in shining armor to the distressed heroine and later becomes transformed into her missing brother for 10 points.
Ruth Feldman.
And that was in Lohengrin.
That's right, for 10 points. For 10 more points. The Swan of Avon. The Swan of Avon.
Would that have anything to do with Shakespeare? He lived on Stratford on Avon.
Right, for 10 points. The Swan of Avon is Shakespeare. A name given him by Ben Jonson. Okay, back to the toss-up question. Back to the toss-up question, which could lead you to a 20-point bonus. A 20-point bonus coming up. What did Presidential Press Secretary James Haggerty mean when he said recently, "We like to think we're plugging the entries but opening the exits"? Northwestern.
Ruth Feldman.
Well, that must have probably referred to Eisenhower's decision not to interfere himself in the local elections.
Can you take it, Minnesota?
Mm-hmm.
Can you take it, Minnesota?
Roger Feinstein.
I think it has to do with the making ourselves available for a peace talk.
No, you both missed it. It had to do with the numerous dismissals of government employees that have been made under the Republican security program. Okay, another toss-up coming up. One of the most famous boulevards in Europe is the Ringstrasse, and not far from it is the Prater, a handsome park. Now, for 10 points, in what city are they located? Minnesota.
Roger Feinstein.
In Vienna.
In Vienna, Austria, right, for 10 points. You have a shot now at a 20-point bonus question. Contrary to general opinion, Abraham Lincoln did not originate the expression of the people, for the people, and by the people. For 20 points, can you tell us exactly where this phrase appeared for the first time in English? For 20 points.
Want to take a try at it, Jack?
I'll guess Edmund Burke.
No, you would be wrong. It's the general prologue of the Wycliffe translation of the Bible, 1384. That was a tough one. Here's a toss-up question for 10 points. Who originally said, "The proper study of mankind is man"? Minnesota's light came on first.
Alexander Pope.
Alexander Pope is right for 10 points. Which leads you to a music question. 3 parts could be worth 30 points. We're going to play 3 familiar theme songs, and for 10 points each, you are to name the orchestra identified by these themes. First. Okay, whose band comes on with that? Who knows that for 10 points in Minnesota?
I know it, but I can't think of it.
Think of it, man. Think of it. Okay.
Ray Anthony.
What?
Ray Anthony.
You're right for 10 points. Okay, listen to this one. Who comes on with that?
Guy Lombardo? No.
Minnesota. All right.
No.
Quickly. Oh, my college.
Oh, I know.
Oh, quick.
It's a Dorsey brother. Tommy
for 10 points. Okay, here goes one more.
Wait, no.
Quick, Jack.
Ray Anthony, isn't it?
You?
No. Billy May.
Billy May is right for 10 points. Okay. All right, what's the score, Roger?
Well, the score, Alan, is Minnesota 235 points, Northwestern 90 points, 2.5 minutes to go, and here we go.
A 30-point bonus is coming up. Here is the kickoff toss-up question. If you heard someone yell break, you'd know you were at a wrestling or boxing match. If someone yelled slide, you'd know it was a baseball game. Where would you be if you heard the word yoink? Nobody knows.
Sounds like a pool game.
Minnesota.
Colleen Helgeson.
Well, I think you'd be at an English box hunt, wouldn't you?
You think so, right, for 10 points. All right, here's a 30-point possible bonus. For 10 points each, give us the identification of these well-known characters out of American literature. Emily Webb. Quickly. Emily Webb. You don't know Emily Webb?
4 blank faces here.
The girl who marries George Gibbs in Thornton Wilder's lovely play of an American small town, Our Town. Professor Baer, spelled B-H-A-E-R.
Okay, Colleen Helgeson.
He marries Joe in Little Women.
Right, for 10 points.
Professor.
You're so right. Willie Keith.
Roger Feinstein.
He's a hero in the King Mutiny.
You're right for 10 points. Okay, we got a toss-up question coming up. Name the capital city of South Dakota. Minnesota.
Colleen Helgeson.
Here.
Here, right for 10 points. There's a 30-point bonus. 30-point bonus. For 10 points each, identify the following 3 horses. The horse belonging to Don Quixote. The horse belonging to Don Quixote. Time's up. That is Rosinante. The winged horse of Apollo.
Tom Clayton.
Pegasus.
Right for 10 points. The celebrated charger of Alexander the Great.
Blanks again.
Bucephalus. Back to the toss-up question. For 10 points, give us the author and the novel whose plot revolves around the 5 Bennett sisters. Minnesota.
Colleen Helgeson.
It's Pride and Prejudice by Jane Austen.
You're so right, Colleen, for 10 points. Here's a bonus question worth 25. 30 seconds to go. All right, in fiction, there are many cases of men turning into animals. Now, can you identify the works or the authors in which the following are found? For 5 points, a man who looks like half donkey and half man.
A Midsummer Night's Dream.
Right. Bottom. That's right. Okay, for 10 points, a fictional character who wakes up one morning to find himself changed into a man-sized cockroach.
Roger Feinstein.
Metamorphosis by Franz Kafka.
Right.
Oh! I'm sorry, Alan, but that's it. Time's up. The game's over for this week. And the final score in tonight's College Quiz Bowl is 90 points for Northwestern and 305 points for Minnesota. To each member of the Northwestern team, it's our pleasure to award an attractive and dependable Whitnauer wristwatch, a distinguished member of the Longines Whitnauer family of fine watches. Since 1866, makers of watches of the highest character. For fielding the winning team tonight, Minnesota will receive a $500 gift to be administered by the college. And these varsity scholars from Minnesota will return next week to compete in this new All-American quiz game with the varsity scholars of Radcliffe College for Women at Cambridge, Massachusetts. And now here once again is your master of the quiz, Alan Ludden.
Okay, congratulations to Minnesota, and thanks again to the wonderful team at Northwestern, Virginia Landwehr, Frank Crazy Plow, Gregory Schucker, and Ruth Duskin-Feldman. You've been wonderful. And in the weeks to come, incidentally, we're going to have Radcliffe College for Women. We're going to have University of Wisconsin, the University of Pennsylvania, Notre Dame, and many other outstanding colleges and universities all over the nation. So won't you join us again next week and every week for an exciting quiz game here in the College Quiz Bowl. Now this is Alan Ludden saying, see you tomorrow on Weekend, and so long, everybody.
Your referees tonight were for Northwestern, Charles Chan of station WMAQ Chicago, and for Minnesota, Ben Layton of station KSTP, Minneapolis, St. Paul. College Quiz Bowl is an NBC Radio Network production, originated and produced by John Moses and John Reed, produced by Ken McGregor. This is Roger Tuttle speaking. Enjoy Know Your NBCs next on the NBC Radio Network.
Put gas in your washing machine. Take your clothes out bright and clean. When you does your wash, you'll sing. D&Z does everything.
Hello there, we've been waiting for you. It's time to play Truth or Consequences. Show that does everything on the air, brought to you by Duz, the soap that does everything in your walk. And here he is, one of the 3 people who knows who Miss Hush is, your Truth or Consequences kidder, Ralph Edwards. Thank you very much. Thank you, Harlow Wilcox. Greetings, party players. We're in Chicago playing Truth or Consequences, 6 shows daily at the Chicago Theater for 2 weeks. So if any of you Chicago folks see a line of shirts hanging out the dressing room window of the Chicago Theater, you'll know I've been dozzing my laundry again. Right down the wash line. Does everything. We having fun in Chicago or not, huh? Okay. Well, things are shaping up. John Early collected his $1,500 from us for having gone over Niagara Falls in a barrel, even if it was in a Capital Airlines airplane. And tonight we make our first telephone calls to you listeners to find out if you know the identity of Miss Hush,
and win the fabulous jackpot of prizes. Listen to what the winner, listen to what the winner is. We're getting ready for our first consequence here, and the fella just came in and fell flat on his face, that being our production manager, Mr. Al Pascal. Listen to the winner of the Miss Hush contest. I mean, listen to what this winner will get, if it is guessed tonight, or if the identity is correctly given forth. A 1947 Buick Super Convertible from the Howard Automobile Company. A Bendix Home Laundry with washer, dryer, and automatic home ironer. A round-trip ticket for two from any place in the United States via United Airlines mainliner 300 across the Pacific to Honolulu, and a suite of rooms for a 2-week vacation at the Matson Line's world-famous Royal Hawaiian Hotel. All expenses paid. A $2,000 Columbia House trailer, completely equipped with separate bedroom, stove, and refrigerator. A $1,000 diamond and ruby Bulova wristwatch, an RCA Victor Crestwood radio phonograph combination, plus a new 1948 RCA Victor television receiver, and a library of 100 Red Seal and popular records. All that if Miss Hush is guessed. But before we make our first call in the Miss Hush contest, we have to appease the husbands in our audience. Ever since we allowed a wife to throw a glass of water in her unsuspecting husband's face at dinner the other night, the husbands have written in pleading, give us a chance to get even. So, somewhere in our listening audience tonight, a husband and wife are sitting by their radio listening to Truth or Consequences. It might be you. You can't tell. Little does the wife suspect that the chair she's seated in is a hot seat, electrically wired to cause her to reach high C and the ceiling. All her husband has to do is press the buzzer hidden under the rug with his feet. So if you're a wife seated in your living room somewhere in the United States with your husband, look out. It may be that you will get the hot seat. Here we go, tuning in a secret microphone in some living room somewhere in the United States. Careful, we're listening. It may be you. Listen.
Did you hear that?
What?
Boy, what an opportunity for some guy. You know, it could be you that's going to get the hot seat.
What are you talking about?
You really think they give those things on that show?
You mean those things? Well, usually you have somebody in the room right there in the station, I guess.
What would you do to me if it were you who got the hot seat?
I don't know what I'd do. I guess I'd probably get so mad at you. Oh, what's going on? What are you doing?
Careful what you say, honey. The whole nation's listening. Are you surprised? What you got to say to Ralph Edwards that's to the consequences?
I don't know what to say. We really can't. Johnny, for heaven's sake.
Well, you better take it away, Ralph Edwards, before I get murdered.
Yeah, well, you bet we'll take it back here in Chicago. Well, the unsuspecting wife was Mrs. Helen Foley of 219 West 16th Street, New York City. For the Foleys, we have a 72-piece set of fine art sterling silver. Here's to the Foleys, sure, and they're a grand couple. Now, in a moment, our first phone call in the Miss Hush contest. Oh, say, Harlow.
Yes, Ralph?
Yeah, what have you been up to, old boy?
Oh, I've just been dozzing along. Why?
Just dozzing along, he says. You've been selling Duzz like mad. It's moving out of the stores like greased lightning. Here in Chicago, California, New York, everywhere. The storekeepers can't keep Duzz on their
Well,
shelves.
the truth is, Ralph, more families than ever are dozzing since the soap shortage. Everybody wants this one soap that does everything in the wash, from the roughest and toughest to the whitest and brightest. Duzz does more than any other leading package soap sold for wash day. Even makes more suds, ounce for ounce. They're real soap suds, too.
When you've got Duzz, you've got something.
You've got real cleaning power to get greasy work clothes spanking clean. White pieces beaming, gleaming white. And you've got extra safety for the newest, brightest colors you wash.
No wonder Duzz is selling like hotcakes.
Yes, winning more friends than ever. So, folks, first chance you get Duzz for your wash. Duzz does everything.
Nice going, Harlow, old boy. And now stand by, America. I'm going to call the person who gets first crack at tonight's giant jackpot. Will you put the chair up here in the Miss Hush contest? This is the person in our radio audience who gave us in our first week's contest the best reason why we all should support the March of Dimes. Hand me the phone, please, Al. How do you do? I'll place the call. Hello, operator? Operator? Get me Hollywood, California, please. Hollywood, California. Now we know the city, the first city to be called. And, hello? Hello, Hollywood. Our NBC operator in Chicago will give you a number in Hollywood to call. Will you please ring it? Thank you very much. Give her the number, please, NBC. Wouldn't it be something if this person got it right off the bat? Think of all the things they'd win. The phone ringing out there in Hollywood, Jess? The funny thing, we just come from there, and there it has to be guessed. I mean, at least the first winner is from there. I sort of hope it isn't guessed for the March of Dimes. Hello? Hello? Hello, this is Ralph Edwards of the Truth or Consequences program. What's that? Is this Mrs. R.C. Collette, Collette, of 1400 North Sycamore, Hollywood, California? Is it? Your entry on why we should all support the March of Dimes was selected as the best entry tonight, so you get an opportunity to identify the voice of Miss Hush. I suppose you know what you win if you know the identity of Miss Hush, eh? Are you excited? Oh, yes, I am. All right, Mrs. Collette. The big question, and you can give only one answer. Tell us who you think is Miss Hush. You think Miss Hush is Miss Elsa Maxwell? You say Miss Elsa Maxwell? I'm sorry, Mrs. Collette. Elsa Maxwell is wrong, but don't let this discourage you from trying again next week in case our second and third calls tonight are incorrect. And thanks, Mrs. R.C. Collette, 1400 North Sycamore, Hollywood, California, for your contribution to the March of Dimes. Thank you. I'm sorry. Good night. Try again, please, will you? Good night. You're a good sport. Well, 2 more calls yet to be made. Let's have some more consequences first, and later on you'll hear the voice of Miss Hush, and I'll tell you how to become eligible for the giant jackpot of prizes. How are we running along, boy? Our next contestant is going to be a lady by the name of what? What was your wife's name out there, sir?
Maud O'Hearn.
Mrs. O'Hearn. Yes, we sent Mrs. O'Hearn backstage at the beginning of the program, didn't we, Mr. O'Hearn?
Yes, we did.
She doesn't know you're up at the microphone. She thinks you're probably in the audience. Somebody sit in there where Mr. O'Hearn was, covered up so she can't see he's up here. Now, listen to this, Mr. O'Hearn. How are you? Okay?
Fine.
You right here from Chicago?
Right here from Chicago.
What's your occupation?
I'm in the bookbinding.
You're binding?
Yes, sir.
Oh, bookbinding, yes. I was going to say, I could fix you up. All right. Now, will you please put on this raincoat and shower cap and poke your head through this hole in this screen over here? That's the idea. Take your glasses off. Now, Mr. O'Hearn, you still with me, Mr. O'Hearn?
Yes, sir.
Yes, a boy. Oh, my. Mr. O'Hearn, when your wife comes on stage, we're going to have her take part in a play that's written in French. Does your wife understand French, huh?
No.
Not at all. Oh, that's fine. Johnny Pollock, turn on the microphone. I'll walk over here with Mr. O'Hearn. We're going to get in this seltzer board. Your wife will read this play with a French actor. Come out, French actor, Mr. Jean Deltour. And here is Monsieur Deltour. How are you this evening, Mr. Deltour?
Très bien, merci.
Ah, well, what you say is true. Meet Mr. O'Hearn, Mr. Deltour.
Très heureux de vous connaître, Monsieur O'Hearn.
Yeah, well, that's what he says now, but just you wait a little while, huh, Mr. O'Hearn?
Yes.
Oh, you said it. All right, Mr. Deltour, I want you to show Mr. O'Hearn here how you will read your lines to his wife. Now, stick your head out of here, and so we can be talking to you while you're getting ready in the seltzer board. Now, show us how you're going to read the lines to Miss O'Hearn, Mrs. O'Hearn.
Oh, mon amour chéri, ne serait-ce pas une magnifique idée que d'arroser votre mari avec du siphon?
Yes. Now, wasn't that romantic, Mr. O'Hearn?
Very romantic.
Now, do you know what Mr. Deltour said, Mr. O'Hearn?
No, I do not.
Well, he said, my dear Mrs. O'Hearn, don't you think your husband should be squirted in the face with seltzer water? But, of course, she may think he's asking for a kiss because he sounds so romantic when he says it, you know? All right. Now, if Mrs. O'Hearn says, oui, you see, we'll just have to squirt you with seltzer water.
Okay.
Because that's what he's asking all the time, right?
Right.
Right, Mr. Deltour?
Très bien.
Well, there you are again. All right. Okay, we'll put a screen alongside of you here so that your wife won't see you. Remember, every time she says, oui, you'll be doused with seltzer water because that's what she's agreeing to. Now, you stand over there, Mr. Deltour. All right, bring in the lady here. Now, don't anyone give the gag away. Aren't we devils? Every time she says yes, why, our French actor will kiss her, too. Well, here is... Oh, you heard me say that last thing. Oh, doggone it. She heard me mention the kiss. All right. Now we're all set to go. How are you doing, Miss O'Hearn?
Just fine.
Oh, Mrs. O'Hearn, I should say. Meet Monsieur Jean Deltour, the famous French actor. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know you were going to kiss her hand. He put his head down to kiss her hand, and I hit him with a microphone. Well, don't let this be an international situation. Well, all right. Now, we're all set to go here. Mrs. O'Hearn, he's cute, isn't he?
Oh, I should say.
You can call him Jean.
Oh, John.
Hey, she says that pretty good, doesn't she?
Ah, très bien.
Yes, you're about to do a scene in French with Monsieur Deltour here. Your lines are very simple. You either say oui, or no. You understand? Let's get over here where I can see you, right over here. You either say oui, or no. I think you're better on this side. Ooh, let's dance. We're almost dancing. You get on this side, Mr. Deltour, if you please, on this side. Attaboy. Now we're all set to go. All right, just say oui or no, depending on how you feel the answer should be. Okay, start the scene, Monsieur Deltour.
Oh, chère Madame O'Hearn.
Oh,
Oh, just the very thought of it. Just the very thought of this man position gets you, doesn't it?
The anticipation.
Yeah, shall we have him finish? He said it.
Yes.
Ne pensez-vous pas que c'est une idée splendide d'arroser votre mari avec du siphon?
Oh, oui. My goodness. I certainly took advantage of that kiss there. How are you doing?
Just fine.
You think you said the right thing, huh?
I don't know.
You don't care,
I don't care.
He doesn't care. Yes. All right. On with the play, monsieur. On with the play.
Ah, chère Madame O'Hearn, ne trouvez-vous pas que ce serait une idée magnifique que d'arroser votre mari avec du siphon?
Oh, oui.
I'll bet you understand that fluidly. Oh, you certainly planted a kiss on him like you understood. Do you want to continue with this gushy play? Listen, how do you think your husband would feel about your being kissed like this, huh?
I don't care.
Oh, my... Probably saying this all wet.
Oh, sure.
All right, where is your husband? Let's go see him. Where is he?
I don't know.
Is he out there somewhere? Where is he? Let's see. Where? Yes, there he is in the street. Every time you said wee, he got squirted with seltzer water because you know what he was saying?
No.
Mr. Del Tour was saying, don't you think your husband should be squirted with seltzer water?
I hope that's all he said.
Yes, that's all he said. Don't you worry. Bless your heart, Mr. and Mrs. O'Hearn, for your performance of beautiful 3-orchid corsage in memory of this performance in National Flower Week. And we also have for you a 95-piece complete service for 12 of American China dinnerware made in America and a great big red box that does. Thank you, Mr. and Mrs. O'Hearn. Thank you, Jean Del Tour. Good night, sir.
Merci.
Merci to you. About that Duz, Mrs. O'Hearn, you know Duz is more popular on wash day than ever. From the roughest and toughest to the whitest and brightest, Duz does everything. And now we call the writer the second best entry in this week's Miss Hush contest on Truth or Consequences for the March of Dimes. Hand me the phone again, please. Thank you, Alfred Pascal. And Ed Bailey. Hello. Operator, get me. Now, hang on. This is unusual. I'll explain. Get me Los Angeles, California. Isn't that something? Our first call to Mrs. R.C. Colette. Hollywood proved that the voice was not that of Elsa Maxwell, nor Dale Harrison either, who said it was. Chicago columnist, a swell fella, thought maybe it was Miss Maxwell. Hello, Los Angeles? Our NBC operator will give you a number to call in Los Angeles. Would you ring it, please? Thank you very much. If this person cannot identify Miss Hush, we'll make our third call in a few minutes. The coincidence of two winners from the Los Angeles area gets our 1947 Hush contest off to an exciting start. Last year, I believe, there was only one winner in this entire contest, from that area out there. The judges never see the addresses, so it is a coincidence. Hello? Los Angeles? Hello? How are we doing there with our Los Angeles call? Still waiting. Oh, my, just think of all the prizes this person wins. Hello? Is this Miss Kathleen O'Keefe of 1208 3/4 North Ardmore Avenue, Los Angeles? Huh? What's that? Oh, it's South Ardmore, not North, but it is Miss Kathleen O'Keefe of 1208 3/4 South Ardmore, Los Angeles. Miss O'Keefe, this is Ralph Edwards of Truth or Consequences. Did you know that? Huh? Yes, your entry on why we should support the March of Dimes was selected as the second best entry tonight, so you get an opportunity to identify the voice of Miss Hush. Yes, indeed. Now, and you can only give one answer. Now tell us who you think is Miss Hush. You think it is Elsa Maxwell, too. Oh, isn't that a shame? You must have just come to the radio. Well, you say the answer is Elsa Maxwell. I'm sorry. Miss Hush is not Elsa Maxwell, but thanks... Isn't that funny? Everybody thought it was. That is those who have ventured an opinion. But thanks for supporting the March of Dimes, Miss Kathleen O'Keefe of 1208 3/4 South Ardmore, Los Angeles. I want to say many polio victims will be aided by yours and other entrance contribution. Will you try again next week? Okay, thank you, and good night. Good night. Now on with another consequence. Let's give her a hand, because she's a really wonderful lady. I'm sorry she didn't get it. And... But she couldn't have heard that it wasn't Elsa Maxwell. On with another consequence in a few minutes, another phone call, and if Miss Hush is not identified then, we'll hear her voice a little later so you folks can take another crack at identifying her next week. And I'm glad you're making your contributions dollars as well as dimes when you send in your entries for the March of Dimes. 3 gentlemen at the microphone. How do you do? What is your name, please, sir?
Harold Tucker.
Hello, Harold Tucker. How are you?
Fine, thank you.
Good. Does this mean 4 minutes and 30 seconds for this act test? Good. 4 and 30. Oh, we'll have a lot of time. What is your name?
Philip Keith.
Philip Keith and Tucker?
That's right.
And your name, sir?
Ward Chase.
Yeah, how are you, Mr. Chase?
Oh, I'm fine.
What is your occupation?
I'm a buffer, but I'd sooner be a singer.
You're a buffer?
That's right.
What, do you people kick you around, you mean, or what?
Sort of.
Come on, move out here. Johnny, turn on the microphone so I can talk to these 3 eminent gentlemen here. Line up and I'll get between you. What is your occupation, Mr. Keith?
I'm a mechanical engineer.
Where are you from?
From Chicago.
You married or happy?
Oh, I'm married and very happy.
Good, good. Any little engineers in the family?
No, just fish and dogs.
Too much mechanics, I guess. And Mr.? Yes, we were Mr. Chase. This other fellow's Mr. Tucker.
That's right.
Yes. How are the cars coming?
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, no, that's another fellow. What is your occupation, Mr. Tucker?
I'm a reporter.
What's that?
A reporter.
Where are you from?
Chicago.
Are you here from Chicago? What paper are you on?
Herald American.
Good fella. Okay. Now, get me a question, Al, will you? And if they miss it, well, we'll have a little consequence. I got to get way back so they can't see this. Have you been a reporter long, Mr. Tucker?
A few years.
Good fella. Here's your question. It comes from Mrs. Marie Brewer of Berwyn, Illinois, suburb of Chicago. And she asked, now listen very carefully, what would you get? You sing, yes, Chase?
I sure do.
You do? Good. I'd like to have you boys just try out a little of your vocal cords here. Do you know the tune, say, Night and Day or something like that? Mr. Chase, you're the tallest. How much do you weigh?
270.
And what was your occupation?
A buffer.
Yes, let's hear you sing a little bit of Night and Day.
Night and day, you are the one.
Oh, you're the one, brother. I'm telling you, that's terrific. Mr. Keith, let's hear you sing Night and Day. There's some words for you, Dad's giving you.
Night and day.
What are you, all tenors, for goodness sake? Bring it down a little.
You are the one.
Good. Mr. Tucker, how you doing? I'll bet you're coloratura. I was going to say, Caruso. Go ahead.
Night and day.
They're all tenors! What a trio this is going to be! Okay, boys, here's your question. Now listen carefully. What would you get if you put together 3/7 of a chicken, 2/3 of a cat, and half a goat? Truth or consequences, Mr. Chase? Mr. Keith and Mr. Tucker. Do you know the answer, Mr. Chase?
Absolutely.
Mr. Keith.
Stew.
Leave us not get personal. Mr. Keith, do you? You know Mr. Tucker. You'd get Chicago. 3/7 of chicken, C-H-I, 2/3 of cat, C-A, and a half a goat, G-O. Chicago. Chicago. See? All right, now you haven't told the truth, so you must pay the consequences. Now, gentlemen, we want you to get together on some real close harmony and sing a rather difficult number. We want you to sing Night and Day. Will you do that?
Sure.
Yeah, no, I mean you boys will sing Night and Day, but I mean Night and Day for 1 whole week. You'll...
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, you will start now, and you must continue to sing for 1 whole week, or until the city of Chicago has reached the $5.5 million mark in the Community Fund Campaign. Will you try that, Mr. Tucker?
Try.
All right, boys, start now, will you please? Well, Mr. Chase, you're the big fella. You start Night and Day. Sing it out loud. Just keep it going, will you, please?
Night and
That's the stuff. You start it. All right, now Mr. Chase will lead off. Now you can sing in hour shifts you want, or however you want. And so you can stay together at night, you see. We'll have a room and meals for you at the Sheraton Hotel on North Michigan Avenue. You still with me, Mr. Tucker?
No.
Mr. Keith?
Yes. Where are you?
Oh, yes, you're doing fine. You're doing fine. A detective will be there to keep check on you. Now, if you can keep up the singing and endurance feat for 1 entire week, or until the city of Chicago reaches the $5.5 million mark, you each get a new Hart Schaffner and Mark suit and $200 apiece in cash. You still want to try?
Yes.
Want to try?
Let's go.
Right. Do you agree to try?
I agree.
All right. The goal must be reached. $5.5 million. Come on, Chicago. Now, we want to make sure you do this so we can you give it to Mr. Tucker for a while. Let him sing. Mr. Chase, you be quiet.
Right.
Yes, it. Now, we want to keep track of you. Make sure that you do this.
Then under the...
Oh, that's going to be dull with Tucker. All right, so we can keep a check on you. We will ask you to stay right with us at every one of our stage shows 5 times daily over at the Chicago Theater. Will you come over? You come right over after this broadcast, as a matter of fact. We're going over. And keep singing. Give it to Mr. Keith now, Mr. Tucker. That's it. Now, and to prove to the people outside of Chicago that you're still singing, we'll have you appear every day, Monday through Friday, on the Welcome Traveler radio broadcast out of Chicago with Tommy Bartlett. All right. Oh, we'll ask you to be back at our Truth or Consequences microphone next week. So take it away, Chase. You're on. Next week at Truth or Consequences. Okay. Oh, life is a song. Be seeing you at the Chicago Theater every show and on the air on Welcome Traveler. Good singing. Good luck, boys. Does nominates this week's Dishpan Dozer. She's Mrs. Edward Whalen, 30 Taunton Avenue, Mattapan, Massachusetts.
Welcome, Mrs. Whalen. From all the dishpan doesers everywhere. Does really does everything in a dishpan, too. From cleaning up greasy pans to taking wonderful care of hands. You know, Ounce for Ounce Does makes more suds than any strong granulated soap. Real soap suds that stand up till the last dish is done. And what's more, changing to Does from those soaps can mean softer, prettier hands. So start doesing your dishes. Does everything.
Good work, Harlow. Good work. The boys still singing out there? That's it. They've only got a week to go. It's going to be easy. Now, the third call to the writer, the third best entry in the Miss Hush contest tonight. Operator, will you get me? Operator, get me Ambler, Pennsylvania, please. Ambler. We're out of California now, anyhow. If this person doesn't know the identity of Miss Hush, 3 more fabulous prizes will be added to our already giant jackpot, and 3 more people will be called next. Hello? Hello, Ambler, Pennsylvania. This is NBC Chicago. Our operator will give you a number. Will you please ring it? That's it. Maybe you will be the winner if you've entered our March of Dimes Miss Hush contest. More of that in a minute. The call is in. They're ringing Ambler, Pennsylvania. Hello? Ambler, Pennsylvania. Wonder where that is. I should know, I suppose. It's in Pennsylvania? Oh, thank you very much. That's, my, oh, my, oh, my. This starts the nerves now, you know. This once a year. Hello? How are we doing, operator, in Ambler, Pennsylvania? Me, oh, my. Just think. We've determined that it isn't Miss Elsa Maxwell. That we know, anyhow. Hello? Ambler, Pennsylvania? Hello? Is this Mr. Frank Palin Spruance, Jr.? Hello? Is it Spruance? You say Spruance? 346 Rosemary Avenue, Ambler, Pennsylvania? This is Ralph Edwards, The Truth or Consequences, Mr. Spruance. How are you? Congratulations on a fine entry statement, Mr. Spruance. Where is Ambler, Pennsylvania? Outside of Philadelphia. But now listen very carefully. The big question, and you can give only one answer. Tell us who you think is Miss Hush. You say Maud Adams? Mr. Frank Spruance, Jr. of Ambler, Pennsylvania, you say Maud Adams. I'm sorry, Maud Adams is not Miss Hush. Thanks on behalf of the March of Dimes and Truth or Consequences. Keep trying, will you, Mr. Spruance? You sound like a wonderful fellow. Thank you. Okay, good night, sir. Let's open the microphone here if they're still singing out there, way out in the place. Are they singing night and day? If they are, just fade them out. Okay, so the name of Miss Hush remains a mystery for another week. I hope your name will be called next week, ladies and gentlemen. Next week, in addition to the 1947 Buick Super Convertible from the Howard Automobile Company, the Bendix Home Laundry, a round-trip ticket for 2 from any place in the United States via United Airlines mainliner 300 to Honolulu, and a suite of rooms for a 2-week vacation at the Matson Line's world-famous Royal Hawaiian Hotel, all expenses paid, a $2,000 Columbia house trailer completely equipped with separate bedroom, stove, and refrigerator, a $1,000 diamond and ruby Bulova wristwatch, and an RCA Victor Crestwood radio phonograph combination, plus a new 1948 RCA Victor television receiver and a library of 100 Red Seal and popular records. To all this, Truth or Consequences next week will add a $1,500 Canadian Beaver full-length fur coat from the nationally known I.J. Fox Furriers, a Luscombe Silver airplane, and $2,000 in cash. That's next week on Miss Hush, along with all the others. Who is Miss Hush? Well, stand by. Here she is. From somewhere in the United States comes the voice of Miss Hush. Listen and good luck. Here is the voice.
Second for Santa Claus, first for me, 13 for wreath, 7 for tree. Bring me an auto, a book, and a ball, and I'll say Merry Christmas in spring, not in fall.
Who is it? A well-known American miss. That means she's not married. The riddle is the important thing. If you think you can identify the voice of Miss Hush, this is what you do to enter the contest. 1, finish this sentence in 25 additional words or less. We should all support the March of Dimes because. 2, enclose your entry in an envelope, only one entry to an envelope, with a money contribution, if you please, for the March of Dimes. 3, mail with your name, address, and telephone number printed clearly in the upper right-hand corner to Miss Hush, Hollywood, California. 4, do not include the name of Miss Hush with or on your entry. And don't forget, each week brings a new contest until Miss Hush is identified. All entries received by Monday, November 3rd, will be judged, and the writer of the best entry in this group will be called next Saturday. Enter each contest as often as you choose, however, only one entry to an envelope. Eligibility for participation is not contingent upon your contribution to the March of Dimes. Let your heart be your guide.
Each week, the writer of the best entry will be called as we did tonight. You must be at your telephone at the time of our Eastern broadcast. If you know the identity of Miss Hush, when we call you, you win the giant jackpot. If you are wrong, the second best entry will be called. And if the second is wrong, the third best entry will be called. Entries will be judged for sincerity, originality, and aptness of thought. The judge's decision will be final. All entries and ideas therein become the property of Truth or Consequences, and none will be returned. Any resident of the United States may compete except employees of Truth or Consequences, NBC, Procter & Gamble, their advertising agencies, and their families. Now, Eastern and Western listeners have an equal opportunity to compete. However, only one attempt will be made to reach the contender for the prize, and that attempt will be on our regular Eastern broadcast on Saturdays at 8:30 Eastern Time, 7:30 Central Time, and you listeners in the Mountain and Pacific Time, well, you must be there at 5:30 Pacific Time, 6:30 Mountain Time. Remember, finish this sentence in 25 additional words or less. We should all support the March of Dimes because the address, Miss Hush, Hollywood, California. Here she is again, Miss Hush from somewhere in the United States. Come on now, you know this woman. Can't you give us some hints, Miss Hush?
Well, Mr. Edwards, I'll try to give you a hint. What do they make wreaths out of at Christmas time? What has the wreath to do with the tree? And regardless of Christmas, I like spring, not fall. Isn't it maddening? Good night, ladies and gentlemen.
Who is it? I'll give you a clue. It isn't Fred Allen. Someone's going to win, maybe next week. I hope it's you. And if your contributions to the March of Dimes are generous, the polio victims, large and small, will be the winners in the end. Well, what a delightful surprise. It's our happy Go-Duzzy singers and their merry washing machine. Hello.
D-U-Z, D-U-Z. Put those in your washing machine.
Work clothes come out oh so clean.
White things white and colored things bright.
D-U-Z does everything. From the roughest and the toughest to the whitest and the brightest.
No soap quite like does before.
Does is different, does more.
When you does your wash, you'll sing.
D-U-Z does everything. D-U-Z, D-U-Z. That was sensational, kids. Let's hear how our little trio is doing out there. Night and day, boys. I wonder if they're still singing.
All right of me.
Yes, all right. That was sensational, kids. Sensational. And now, the grand prize winner tonight was Mrs. O'Hearn, who said wee-wee while her husband got the seltzer water. There you are, $25 savings bond. Folks, the truth is, most dealers pay you good money for used kitchen fats. Why? Because the fats and oil shortage continues worldwide. Everybody save every drop. This is Ralph Edwards sending you dozens of good washes. And until next week when we hear if our night and day trio is still singing, and another crack at the giant Miss Hush jackpot. Good night, everybody! This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for Procter & Gamble, the makers of Does. Ralph Edwards' Truth or Consequences came to you from Chicago, Hollywood, and Miss Hush's Hideaway. Prepare to be dazzled. See your hair shine its brightest with new improved Green Shampoo. Compared to dulling soap shampoos, new Green reveals up to 33% more sheen. With your very first Green Shampoo, you'll see up to 33% more sheen. Extra money, money, money. $25,000 offered in Green's sensational contest. First prize, $10,000. Get entry blank and complete information at your dealer. You may win a fortune. Don't miss Green's $25,000 contest. What is this, for goodness sake? What is it? This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company. Oh!
The makers of Alka-Seltzer present the Quiz Kids, 5 bright youngsters ready to match wits with one another and with you. Alka-Seltzer brings you the Quiz Kids, 5 youngsters chosen from our modern schools who will amaze you with their general all-around knowledge, just as your own children constantly amaze you with what they know. Ladies and gentlemen, this program is presented to illustrate perfectly the effectiveness of our democratic school system that continues to turn out such intelligent youngsters as these, and to pay tribute to the parents and teachers who are responsible for our American system of education. The 5 children taking their radio examinations tonight range in age from 7 to 14. Selected from names sent in, they already have earned their spurs by ranking high in their school classes. The 3 children making the highest grades tonight will each receive a $100 denomination United States savings bond to help start a fund for their future education. And these 3 youngsters will be asked to return for next week's examination to defend their laurels. The 2 making the lowest grades tonight will each receive a $50 denomination United States savings bond. Next week, their places will be taken by 2 new quiz kids, selected from the names of children you listeners send in. We'll tell you more about that later, but now here's our chief quizzer of the evening, the man who is going to ask the questions, Clifton M. Utley.
Thank you, Fort Pearson, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We've some mighty swell questions tonight, and in just a minute we're going to toss them up against 5 of the finest kids that the nation's elementary and junior high schools have been able to produce. I've been poring over these questions for the last 5 or 6 hours, and I have no shame in confessing that they've sent me scurrying to the 30-volume encyclopedias and the unabridged dictionaries. But the kids, no siree, they've had no such chance. Each question comes to the kids fresh as a daisy. The questions, you know, are sent in by you listeners and are selected and edited by Sidney L. James of the editorial staffs of Time and Life magazines.
All of you listeners are invited to send in questions. Send them to Quiz Kids, Box 1100, Chicago, Illinois. If your question is used, we'll send you a brand new RCA portable radio, a gift the entire family can enjoy. Remember, each person sending in a question that is used on this program will receive an RCA portable radio free. Our examination committee reserves the right to revise the wording of questions, and if like questions are submitted, the first received will be used. All questions become the property of Quiz Kids. All right, Mr. Utley. We're waiting for you to present the 5 boys and girls who comprise tonight's Quiz Kids.
Our 3 star pupils who topped the class last week and are back with us again tonight are Joan Bishop, Van Dyke Tears, and Cynthia Klein. Welcome back, Joan, Van, and Cynthia. Cynthia, tell us how old you are and your grade in school.
I'm 14 in the 9th grade.
I see. And what's your school, Cynthia?
Francis Parker.
Ah, that's here in Chicago, isn't it?
Yes.
I see. Last week, Cynthia, you delighted us with your ability to compose a verse while answering your examination questions. And I wonder if you'd mind trying it again this week.
Oh, I'd love to.
That's perfectly swell of you, Cynthia. We'll give you a special new subject now in just a moment. And if you write a good verse, I'm sure that our judges will give you some special extra points on your examination grade. With us tonight as our special guest, ladies and gentlemen, is Dr. Hal Miller, president of Middle West University. He has been invited to be with us tonight so that he could meet the 5 quiz kids, watch them as they go through their examination, and verify the fact that the answers they give come voluntarily from their own bright minds. Dr. Miller, I suggest that you give Cynthia a subject for her verse tonight.
I'll be glad to, Mr. Utley. Let me see. I suppose one of the places all children would like to go this summer would be the New York World's Fair. So there's your subject, Cynthia, the New York World's Fair.
And thank you very much, Dr. Miller. And Cynthia, I'll call for your verse at the close of the program. Now, Van, how old are you?
I'm 13.
And where do you go to school, Van?
Thornton Township High School.
Thornton Township High School, and what town's that in?
Well, that's in Harvey.
That's at Harvey, Illinois, out about 147th Street?
Yes. Well, it's about 150th.
Mm-hmm.
And 32nd, I think.
And what grade are you in, Van?
I'm in the 2nd year.
And about how old?
I'm 13.
Thank you very much, Van. And now, Joan, how about you? What's your school and how old are you?
Well, I have a private tutor. I'm 13.
I see. And now, Charlie Schwartz and Gerard Darrow. Charlie first, though. Your school?
U High.
Hooray, that's a fine school, or at least it was 20 years ago when I went there. And where are you in U High?
I'm the first year.
You're first year freshman in U High. And Gerard Darrow, what's your school?
Well, my school is Bradwell.
Would you say that again, Gerard?
My school is Bradwell.
Bradwell. And where's that, Gerard?
Oh, that's up near Coles Avenue.
Near Coles Avenue. And how old are you, Gerard?
I'm 7 and I'm in 2nd grade.
7 and in 2nd grade and doing a fine job, I'm sure, Gerard. Thank you very much, sir. Well, this is the first time that these last two have been before this or any other microphone. But that's not going to worry them, and I'm sure they're going to make a very fine showing. Well, our 5 quiz kids are ready to begin.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I repeat that these questions were submitted by listeners. They were selected by Sidney L. James of the editorial staffs of Time and Life magazines, and they have not been seen by any of the children here. Let the examination begin.
Now, children, I want you to be as bright as you look this evening. Don't be nervous just because the microphone is new to you. Remember, you've all got loudspeakers in your own homes, radios and things like that, and these microphones, well, they're just the other end of the loudspeaker, aren't they? So just pretend you're in your own homes. You'll be given 10 points for each question, or part of a question, that you answer correctly. That is, if a question has, well, say 4 parts, you can answer the entire question, or as many of the parts as you know how, and you get 10 points for each part. Now, here we go. And to make you all feel at home, we'll start out with a good old-fashioned spelling bee. Or do they still teach spelling in these modern schools? I don't know. Well, you're asked to spell correctly 4 of the 5 following words. And who wants to volunteer for the spelling bee? The first word is esophagus. Let's see a show of hands. All right, Van Tiers. Esophagus.
Esophagus. E-S-O-P-H-A-G-U-S.
That's right. And now we'll let you go on with the other words as long as you want, until and unless you make a mistake. Hypothesis.
H-Y-P-O-T-H-E-S-I-S.
Correct. Here's a hard one, a foreign word. Hors d'oeuvre.
H-O-R-S-D-O-E-U-V-R-E-S.
That is simply swell, Van. And Allegheny.
A-L-L-E-G-H-E-N-Y.
Yes, I'm going to count that completely correct, Van. Some schools would require you to say capital A, but probably your school doesn't, and we'll accept that. And now the final one, let's get 100%, although you've already won the complete question by getting 4 out of 5, psychology.
P-S-Y-C-H-O-L-O-G-Y.
100% correct for Van. You had to get only 4 out of 5, and you got 5 out of 5. Swell work, Van. I hope you can keep it up. And now, while you're still in the mood for spelling, I'll spell 5 words and let you pronounce them for me. 4 out of 5 once again. Number 1, D-R-O-U-G-H-T. Okay, Joan.
Drought.
Drought is entirely correct. Is there any other pronunciation for that, Joan?
Draft, I think, or...
Yes, I have heard that sometime, and I think the pronunciation drought is also allowed.
Mm-hmm.
But drought, you're right, is the correct pronunciation. All right, do you want to go right on?
Well, if I can.
All right. Q-U-A-Y. It's rather a stumper, isn't it?
I think it's Quay.
Not
Quay?
quite. Charlie, do you have your hand up or don't you? I can't quite. So. You think you have it up?
I think it's Quay. Would it be Quay?
Quay would be Quay, all right, but it wouldn't be this word quite, Charlie. Well, Van, I was trying not to come back to you because you just did so well on the other one. All right, Van.
Key.
Key is 100% correct, just as though it were a key in your pocket. Well, we have to admit that we missed that one because there were 2 misses before it was got. Nice work, Van. But we still have 3 others we can get and get the question right. Esoteric. That's a stumper. Any hands on that? Esoteric. Well, we'll go on. Here's another word. I-N-E-V-I-T-A-B-L-E. Van, do I have to keep on calling on you? Keep your hand up. Good heavens, my boy. That is simply swell. But I want to call on some others. All right, Cynthia.
Would you spell it again?
Yes, surely. I-N-E-V-I-T-A-B-L-E. Cynthia?
Inevitable?
No, not quite. Joan?
Inevitable.
Inevitable is right. And now, a final one. A-C-C-E-S-S-O-R-I-E-S. Yes, Van?
Accessories.
Accessories is right. Of course, Cynthia, we can't hold missing that word too much against you because you're at work on that poem on the World's Fair in New York, which the other children haven't got to do. We recognize that. Now, here is a question from Mrs. John Lawson, who apparently keeps a garden out in Inglewood, California. And Mrs. John Lawson wants to see what kind of gardeners all of you children are. For this question, incidentally, she gets a nice RCA radio for her family. The question is this. If you had some, and you know, children, I don't know how much she's trying to put you on the spot or how much she's trying to put me on the spot by these words. But she says, if you had some Vallisneria, some Ludwigia, and some Sagittaria plants, where would you plant them? Okay, Gerard, 7.5 years old of schools, of second grade. Let's have it.
Well, you would plant them in your home fishbowl.
100% right, Gerard, and I want to applaud for that, and I know it's against the rules to applaud in front of a microphone. It makes trouble for the engineer. That's simply swell. The answer is you'd plant them in a fishbowl, as you say, because they are all aquatic plants. A swell job. All right, now we go into the field of poetry for our next question, and this one comes, incidentally, this one comes from a girl poet, 15 years old, Miss Dorothy Johnson from Sewickley, Pennsylvania, and Dorothy Johnson will also get an RCA radio for this. These are some jingles, Cynthia, but they have a purpose. The following jingles, so says Miss Dorothy, refer to characters in fairly recent books. And you children are asked to tell who the characters are. First one goes, a captain of a famous ship, inclined to shout and leer, would many times a day command, Mr. Christian, come here. Now, who would that be? Oh, almost all hands are up. Charlie Schwartz.
Well, it'd be I think the captain of the Bounty.
Yes, and what was his name, Charlie?
I can't remember his name.
Cynthia?
Captain Bligh.
Captain Bligh is right. Congratulations, Cynthia. And here's the second one. There was a young lady from Georgia, a lovely girl was she, who, when things failed to please her, exclaimed, fiddle-dee-dee, fiddle-dee-dee. Charlie, I'll give you a chance on that.
Scarlett O'Hara.
Scarlett O'Hara is dead right on that. Gone with the Wind is right, too. Now, here's one a little bit harder. At last, everyone drove away and left him quite alone in the lonely, dusty land with only memories for his home. Now, that one is hard because the character referred to is not a major character in the book. But I think Joan knows it.
One of the Joad family left in Oklahoma?
It is a character in The Grapes of Wrath. You're right. Now, can you name the character? And disappears fairly in the early part of the book. You're right.
Tom Joad?
Charlie?
Would be Grandpa?
Can anybody else give me the name? You're all on the right track. I don't see any reason why you should be able to call the name. It's an obscure character. The character is Muley, as a matter of fact, and disappears very early in the book. I think that you did better than 9 out of 10 grown-ups would have done on any such question. All right, here's a special question on printing. Who are the printing experts around the table here today? With what trade or trades would you identify the following? An M, an N, or a stick? Van?
I think an M is a measure of print.
Yes, and can you identify it a little more than that, though?
No, and that's a clear on that.
Can you identify what an M is?
Well, I was going to say that an N is half an M. It's the same,
Yeah, you've got that right, Joan. An M is
a column or
that isn't quite right. An M...
I've seen it in crosswords so often.
An N is half an M, all right. Yeah, those two-letter words go big in crosswords, don't they, Joan? Yes, Van?
Well, doesn't it refer to the width of the letter?
Yes. Now you're getting very hot on it. Charlie, you have a puzzled look on your face as though there's just something sprouting there. Can you get it up? Come, if you're in U-High, you must work on the U-High weekly.
Well, I was thinking there might be a measure of type.
It is. It is that. Very well. An M, as a matter of fact, is a square. An M is a measure of type, and it is the letter M, which is an actual square in any piece of type. An N is half that, and a stick is a mechanical instrument used for setting type. And that is all for the present. Now you can all rest for just a moment while Fort Pearson gives us the score up to date. And then I'll be back with more questions, so now it's recess time.
You're listening to the Quiz Kids presented by the makers of Alka-Seltzer. Well, so far, our 5 youngsters have missed no questions. They've answered all of them. The individual score so far is Joan Bishop, 40, Cynthia Klein, 20, Van Dyke Tears, 45, Gerard Darrow, 20, Charles Schwartz, 10. Now, before our recess ends, I'd like to say a few words to the mothers. Say, mothers, have the girls and boys in your home started their summer vacation from school yet? If they haven't, they soon will. And you know what that means. More commotion around the house. More work, more worry, and more headaches. Now, we can't tell you how to avoid these headaches, but we do know what you should do for them. Take Alka-Seltzer. Don't wait until your head begins to really throb. At the first sign of the headache, be sure to dissolve an Alka-Seltzer tablet or 2 in a glass of water, then drink the refreshing solution it makes. You'll feel better in a hurry because the analgesic, which Alka-Seltzer contains, offers mighty quick relief from the pain of that aching head. And because an upset stomach usually tags along with a sick headache, you'll be glad to know that the alkalizer in Alka-Seltzer helps to neutralize the excess stomach acid, usually the immediate cause of your distress. So be wise. Whenever a busy day leaves you feeling upset and suffering with a painful headache, drink a glass of refreshing Alka-Seltzer. It's surprising how much better you'll feel real fast. Now back to Clifton M. Utley and the Quiz Kids.
All right, children, class is in session once again. And here is one from Donald Ramsey in Brooklyn, New York. And Mr. Ramsey is another fortunate recipient of the RCA radio for his question. And curiously enough for a man, he asks a question about clothing. And he says, if you were wearing a yellow jacket, Dutchman's breeches, and white socks, you would have an attractive sounding costume. But why would you be uncomfortable? How about that? We'll give you a chance on that, Gerard Darrow. Every hand in the place is up. Yes, Gerard?
Well, if you had on a yellow jacket, you would be stung by a bee.
And how would you, Gerard?
And if you had on white socks, you'd have a baseball team on your feet.
And with 21 players on the team, that'd be about 4,000 pounds.
If you had on Dutchman's breeches, you'd be hanging from a tall stalk because Dutchman's breeches are a flower.
Dutchman breeches are a flower. That's 100%, and go to the head of the class, Gerard. I think we've got to count you our 100% naturalist in this class, even at the age of only 7 1/2. Now, here we get really musical, and musical in a rather specialized and interesting way. This question comes from Dorothy Walton from Boston, Massachusetts. And she asks if you can set these words to music. There are 3 lines, and let me say that they have no particular reference to each other, except that they're all listed here together. I'll read them all to you, and then you can set any one of them to music that you can. First line is, let mortal tongues awake. The second one is, where the foe's haughty host in dread silence reposes. And the third, with a glory in his bosom that transfigures you and me. Now, any bidders on any of those? Yes, Cynthia, which one do you want to do? The last one.
With the glory in his bosom that transfigures you and me.
Perfect. The first time, and I think that's probably the hardest one of the bunch. And what does that come from, Cynthia?
The Battle Hymn of the Republic.
The Battle Hymn of the Republic, it's from the 3rd stanza of that. Can you give the rest of that verse?
Mine eyes have seen the glory of the coming of the Lord. He hath trampled out the vintage where the grapes of wrath are stored.
As a matter of fact, you've got another verse. That particular verse begins, "In the beauty of the lilies, Christ was born across the sea. With the glory in his bosom, that transfigures you and me. As he died to make men holy, let us die to make men free while God is marching on." But you did a perfectly grand job on that, Cynthia, and my congratulations to you. It shows a fine sense of pitch, too. Now, who'll bid on either "Let mortal tongues awake" or "Where the foe's haughty host in dread silence reposes"? Come, children, your faces have all been so pleased, and your smile so great, and that feeling of brightness. None of this feeling of puzzlement, Van. Why, Van, your hands lit up every time this evening.
Oh, I know.
Yes, Charlie?
Well, I can't say I can put it to music, but I know "Mortal Tongues Awake" is from the second verse of America.
It isn't from the second verse, Charlie, but at least that's that's getting nearer than anybody else has gotten. Anybody else want to try it? Now look, children, I hope you'll get this in a hurry, because if you don't, I'll have to tell you. And if I have a cold at the present time, and if I have to tell you, 92 stations of the Red Network of the National Broadcasting Company are going to hear something that sounds like a frog croaking and think what that would be. And anybody else get that? Well, let me give you a few lines around it. It goes, "Let mortal tongues awake, let all that breathe partake. Let rocks their silence break, the sound prolong." All right, Charlie, give it now.
Let mortal tongues awake. That's the first.
No, that's the first of it, Charlie.
Well, then
Now, I'll give it. "Let mortal tongues awake, let all that breathe partake, let rocks their silence break, the sound prolong." Now we've got one more. That was from the third stanza of America. Now the third one, "Where the foe's haughty host in dead silence reposes." Come on, girls. What's that from? Anybody? That a real stumper, children? That a real stumper? "Where the foe's haughty host in dead silence reposes."
The Star-Spangled Banner.
The Star-Spangled Banner, the second verse, the one that is hardly ever sung of our own national anthem. Thank you very much, children. I'm afraid that will have to end our examination questions for the present. And now, Fort Pearson, if you'll take over for a moment, I'll check the final score.
Mothers and fathers of America, here's the important thing to remember about Alka-Seltzer. You know, Alka-Seltzer is good for so many different common ailments, no home should ever be without a package. When Mother has a headache, Alka-Seltzer can bring just the relief that's wanted, and in a hurry. When Dad has a touch of acid indigestion, Alka-Seltzer offers quick relief from his distress. And don't forget that Alka-Seltzer is also mighty good for colds, muscular fatigue, upset stomach, and distress after meals. Alka-Seltzer being as effective as it is in so many different common ailments, it is really economical to use, a point well worth remembering these days. And last but not least, you can rely on Alka-Seltzer because all claims made for it are based on scientific research and facts. So be wise. Never be without a package of Alka-Seltzer tablets in your home. And now we're ready for those scores, Mr. Utley.
All right, Fort, but before we give you the scores, I would like to introduce again Dr. Harl Miller, president of Middle West University, who has been our guest tonight. He interviewed our children and has been with them here in the studio ever since. Do you have any comment to make, Dr. Miller?
I'd like to say, Mr. Utley, I know for a certainty these children had no advanced knowledge of the questions. Their performance has been amazing. It's truly a splendid tribute to our American educational system. Mothers, fathers, and teachers of these modern young Americans throughout the land can be proud of children like these and of the democracy which makes educational opportunities available to them all.
Thank you, Dr. Miller. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would like to have your own child attempt to qualify for an appearance on this program, or if you know of some boy or girl who you think could qualify, write us, giving the name and address of the boy or girl and their age. Selections will be made on the basis of school records and their ability to pass preliminary Quiz Kids examinations. Only letters from the Chicago area will be considered at this time. But your questions can be mailed from anywhere. Mail either your questions or the names of some star boy or girl you know living in the Chicago area to Quiz Kids, Box 1100, Chicago, Illinois. 2 new pupils are used each week.
Now the scores are ready, but before I give them to you, we must hear Cynthia's poem, which she has been composing during the examination. All right, Cynthia, time for your poetry.
I've never been to Grand New York, so I haven't seen the fair. But if I was going away, I'm sure that I would travel there. Nearly every day I hear of the Trilond and the Perisphere, and soon I hope to go and see this fair that's built so beautifully.
That is simply swell, Cynthia, and our congratulations to you. And remember, everyone, that Cynthia was doing this during the last 23 minutes when she was answering questions with the other children at the same time. Now, ladies and gentlemen, here are the following grades. Charles Schwartz, 20. Cynthia Klein, 35. You both did very well. But Joan got 40 points, Van, 45, and Gerard, 40, and they were just a little ahead of you. To help you start a fund for your future education, Charles and Cynthia, to each of you I present a $50 denomination United States savings bond. I hope you can be back with us on another occasion sometime soon. But now, Gerard, Van, and Joan, you are Alka-Seltzer's star pupils of the week. Here's a $100 denomination United States savings bond for each of you to help begin to fund for your future education. And we will see all 3 of you next Friday. I wish you luck in defending your titles, but I warn you, you're going to have some real competition. Our new students next week will be Bobby Smith, 14, of Gary, Indiana, and Mary Hollander, 8, of Madison, Wisconsin, star pupils of their communities. Now, Fort.
Ladies and gentlemen, we want you to send in questions to the Quiz Kids. For every question used on this program, the sender will receive a new portable RCA radio, a high-fidelity set you can enjoy anywhere. Just address your questions to the Quiz Kids, Box 1100, Chicago, Illinois. We reserve the right to revise the wording of questions, and if like questions are submitted, the first received will be used. All questions become the property of Quiz Kids.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, we want you to be with us next Friday at this same time. This is Clifton M. Utley, the Chief Quizzer, saying good night and dismissing our Quiz Kids class until next Friday. Class is dismissed. Good night, children.
Listen next Friday night to the Quiz Kids presented by the makers of Alka-Seltzer. Fort Pearson speaking. This is the National Broadcasting Company.